dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. fuga, vai. Então fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers. It's going to be an awesome day coming up. It has been a long time coming for these teams.
They stay complacent, me, I'm a threat. Big moves only how I connect. Living it large, no need to reflect. Came from the bottom, now I'm on deck. They get stuck while I progress. Can tell where it's going, I've seen this. I know my steps. And we over that, tell me what's next. Follow me, I'll show you what's next. Cause you ain't doing nothing unless you making them sweat. Unless you making them sweat. Watch your step cause we making them sweat. Cause you ain't doing nothing unless you making them move. Turn up the beat and you out.
Point. They went all the way through A last time they did this. Rosie's got to be so careful. And it does not look like they're going to hold off this time. Oh! It looks like it's a Kikimori that's got to be careful.
So tune up the 808 baseline
Last
check.
player
They stay
standing.
complacent, me, I'm a threat. Big moves only how I connect. Living it large, no need to reflect. Came from the bottom,
enemy
now
remaining.
I'm on deck. They get stuck while I progress. Can tell where it's going, I seen this, I know all your steps. Now we over that, tell me what's next. Come on everybody, follow me, I'll show you what's next. Cause you ain't doing nothing unless you making them sweat. Unless you making them sweat. Watch your step cause we making them sweat. You ain't doing nothing unless you making them
The nightmare is over. For them at least.
Hey everyone, welcome to Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. We're in stage 2, we're in the thick of the Swiss stage, ready to send a couple more teams to the main event.
Oh, that's it? I say hello now?
Yeah,
Yo, what's up?
yeah.
No, it is.
It's Vans, it's me.
There you go. That's what I was waiting
Swiss.
for. No, definitely. As you were just saying, we're in the thick of things. We're definitely sending one more team, as one of the teams we're casting today, is going to be moving on to the main stage. And also our second BO3, because we have two BO3s today on stage. The second one is going to be eliminated for that matchup. So we'll stay tuned and see which matches that we have ahead. But I'm looking forward to it today.
Yeah, we only have 2 weeks left of Swiss. It's getting hectic. There's still some top teams that have not made it through the main event. I think we're in round 6. We still got round 7 to go. Me and Van Silly will be bringing you through all of that. But our teams have gone through a long journey, and that box is where we're at today, where we'll have 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest, and then Blue Otter versus YDZ.
That's right. On the second stream, there's also simultaneous stream happening as well, where we have Ghost versus Kikimori, and MAK versus Dash. And just to summarize this a little bit, as it looks a little bit crowded, if you're watching this for the first time and tuning in for the first time into the Swiss stage, we already have our regulars that are already making it through or have already made it through, and that's SRG, that you currently see highlighted in that 4-0 in the advance. And we also have YFP and YDZ, who've also joined SRG. So today, the 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest, they're both 3-2, and winner of this series will also move forward to the main event. And I think it's going to be a very good one, because we look at all, by the way, big props to all of the organizations that stepped up to the plate for this season of Valorant Game Changers. 100 Thieves being the latest one picking up here a roster, while we have FlyQuest, who's been in the thick of it for the last few seasons. So I'm really excited to see more orgs coming through. You see Ghost Gaming as that second match you could see on Raidiant GG, also joining into the fray in terms of picking up Game Changers teams for this stage.
No, it's the qualifiers to the Swiss to the main event to in hopes to getting to that big world championship at the end of the day, and for someone to try and dethrone the Shopify Rebellion Gold God Squad, if you will. But it's been really a battle through a lot of these qualifiers. I mean, 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest will be our first match, and this should be like a grand final in itself. These are two very talented teams that I'm surprised haven't even qualified yet.
Exactly. If you're looking at from FlyQuest, they went through small iterations here and there throughout the stages and the years, but they've always been a top contender, usually always finishing like in the top 2, top 3, or even top 4 when they even first started here in Game Changers. And looking at this one, I do agree with you, Lemon Kiwi. You're looking at the talent that these two organizations have between 100 Thieves and also into FlyQuest Red. It is supposed to be, outside of SRG for me, definitely that next grand finals going into NA.
Well, you brought up the partnership teams. Let's talk about 100 Thieves. For the first time in Valorant history, 100 Thieves have a GC team. So this is, I feel like, a lot of pressure on this team, especially to well represent them. This is the former Aussie and Friends team. They placed 4th at the last GC, and the only North American partnership team to field a GC team. So a lot rides on this team.
Yeah, it's funny too, because when it was Aussie and Friends, you think about Riv, who came all the way from Australia, moved over to Canada, and is trying to make it into the GC scene. And she was playing with this roster before. But now you're looking at the actual 100 Thieves updated roster. It's currently what we see in front of our eyes. Lydia being the captain, the latest one being picked up for 100 Thieves, or the first one being picked up for 100 Thieves as a content creator, but she always had that fire to want to compete. If you remember her, I think it was from the Immortals days. And also you see Jazzikins coming into the fray as well, coming back from, you know, you're thinking about Cloud9 White in the past, and then going into collegiate, and now having a chance to play with 100 Thieves, and also switching over to different roles. She used to be like a star duelist, and now going into more of a sentinel role here for this 100 Thieves roster. But across the board, you're looking here from left to right, a full complete roster here that could definitely do some damage going into the stage of Game Changers.
Yeah, Jazzykins, Lydia, great shouts. I am also a big fan of Melia. She played on YFPX last stage, finished 6th, has always been a consistent top fragger, sentinel for her teams, and was even flexible enough to play duelist. Like, you can ask her to also play anything, and she's been amazing. Because it's just easy for someone like that, as mechanically gifted as she is, to step into these other roles. And she's often at the top for those openers. Dropped 60 kills against her former team of YFPX not too long ago, and she maintains that kind of performance against SRG. But how will she do against the big dogs of FlyQuest Red? These have been the veterans of the Game Changers scene. You don't know Game Changers without knowing the FlyQuest banner.
Exactly, and again, we've looked at different iterations of this FlyQuest Red, but looking at it so far, Ev was picked up, I think, last year as trying to be like a main caller, a secondary caller that could help out with Thea now, who's the main IGL for the team. Bob, of course, needs no introduction going into this one, and Cora and Aluvali completes the squad very well. Actually, if you're looking at this roster and you're looking at FlyQuest Red, in the past results that you've seen, it's really around Ev and Bob that's been really performing quite well for the team as the main initiators for this squad. But as you just mentioned before here, Lemon Kiwi, for the previous roster of 100 Thieves, where you have so many players that are very versatile into different roles, you have similar things here with FlyQuest Red, because Ev could also get into that, but mainly Bob has had stints playing a lot of Rays. Even back in the Tejo meta, was just spamming Tejo nonstop, and also was grinding within challengers with Blue Otter, and also FlyQuest Red playing like a Rays for this team instead. Now she seems to have more of a fitted role to just be like a main initiator for the team. Maybe from time to time we'll bring out a Raze on certain maps, but this is definitely also a team that brings a lot of firepower to the squad, which is why this head-to-head between these two teams, if it's not if there's maybe a lack of preparation rather from both of these teams in terms of matchups and preparation against each other, at least when it comes down to those duels and those one-on-ones, you know definitely that it could go 50-50.
Yeah, they're like, I'm glad you mentioned firepower, because that's what the F in FlyQuest stands for. These are some top fraggers, and it makes sense that this is going to be the match of the day, in my opinion. We got a lot of hype people also co-streaming this from the FlyQuest squad, so shout out to that crew. Really great video that they put out on socials, and we have some really great maps to bring you through as well. The maps, picks, and bans. We have 100 Thieves wanting to go to Ascent, FlyQuest want to go to Bind, and Abyss as our decider. And we have a very set map pool, and this is what we ended up with.
Yeah, you're playing into week number 6 now, where you're playing into a new map rotation, that's going to be available for champs in the next few days. That's kicking off on Friday. If you're looking at it from the side of Icebox being out, Abyss being in, I'm so on board for that. Get Icebox in the bin, get it out of here, bring Abyss in. I prefer that any day. And if I look at this, though, it's quite interesting if you're looking at the maps picks from the side of FlyQuest Red, because Bind has not been their best map per se. They've played it twice throughout this stage, but with different iterations in terms of compositions that both resulted in losses. So I think now you're looking into third time's a charm for that side, and also better preparation. You're coming hopefully on their end, because you're coming with an ace under the sleeve, where 100 Thieves would not really know what composition you're going to be coming out with. And the other interesting point as well is that FlyQuest actually bans Haven, so they had the chance to choose between Haven or Abyss as a decider map, and you would expect sometimes with both of these teams, and now prominent Haven has been throughout Game Changers, that this would want to be the tiebreaker map for the team. So you are risking a lot here for FlyQuest in terms of gambling into a map that hasn't been the best for you for Bind, and also playing a brand new map where you hoping that whatever you prepared for this game is going to be good enough to play against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Haven has been just the #1 pick for 100 Thieves, at least in the last 2 weeks. Lotus being their permanent ban, so things going their way. So Ascent is interesting for 100 Thieves. Haven't seen them pick that yet, and they've floated that a couple of times, while as FlyQuest, I've really liked picking binds, so it makes a lot of sense that they've done that. They've also kind of gone through their own evolution, speaking of FlyQuest. They went from hard banning Ascent to just picking it last week. So I would say this map set really favors FlyQuest.
Yeah, I'll have to see, because right now, as I mentioned before, like Bind, even if it's a map that's picked by them, it hasn't been successful for the team of FlyQuest. But from looking at it from Ascent, they also play like a vanilla comp, right? Going into this one, if I'm not mistaken, they're basically playing that whole Jet double initiator with even KJ instead of a Vice into potentially 100 Thieves' double Sentinel composition on that end. I'm not saying that because you're playing the most vanilla comp here for Ascent that it's not going to work. It has proven, though, back in like stage 2 of Challengers last year when Turtle Troop came out with that composition, or maybe even 2 years ago, that it really thwarted the default composition. But more iterations and more maps came, or more games came through from different leagues, different regions within the VCTs and Game Changers and Challengers. You're starting to understand how the double Sunty kind of works, and you still have opportunities to play around that when it comes down to that default comp. So you see it right there, FlyQuest red, no changes, and 100 Thieves either.
I'll be at least excited for 100 Thieves going into Bind, because Jazzy Kids will get to see her maybe return on a duelist. They love to play that double duelist here, but on every other map, she's usually playing that secondary initiator. Jazzy Kids has one of the most amount of experience, when it comes to being in the Game Changer scene and kind of filling out these rosters and rounding them out. And I mean, clearly Aussie and friends have done a good enough job that they got the attention of the big 100 Thieves. So this is going to be the match, y'all. Best of 3, and we get to kick it off on Ascent, which is just such a nice tone setter where you have all the fundamentals. This is just the map you're going to know the best, and this was picked, I believe, by 100 Thieves, right?
Yeah, so then for FlyQuest, it's basically being able to have the rights to start off on the defensive side, and understanding here that how you're going to play this attack side for 100 Thieves with double Senti with the lack of information, you might be a little bit more bursty in terms of your executions. So it really will have to come down to, you know, those basic recon darts and knives to understand where the defaulting is going to start off on the side of 100 Thieves and try to adapt to that, and maybe even go for fast rotates, because if you start seeing a knife that has the deadlock in there, you could probably see that they might try to finish towards the area where the deadlock would be.
Yeah, trying to figure out where the Sentinels are, and with 2 sites, you get to kind of split up into either one, but a Lovely will be the solo Sentinel for the journey. And also all eyes on Core as sort of this newly discovered duelist who gets to be on a top roster and really has to put up the numbers, so they'll be heading down mid with help of their Omen Thea. You get to kind of learn a lot from the experienced members from your team. Really have proven yourself, and that's what Game Changers is all about, proving yourself. Is now it's kind of a staring contest. Very quiet pistol so far.
Still with mid control though, and that's Jazzican playing as that deadlock. Remember the switch that she has now, playing that Senti. They are trying to make a little bit of noise here, but Thea is just playing that one and done.
Oh boy, okay, Thea's gonna hold the corner, and now 100 Thieves have to push and shove their way through. The paranoia from FlyQuest, and there's the collapse from FlyQuest. That's all it took. 100 Thieves were on this island, and at least some of them got to escape, and they thought there was a weaker site at A that they could just bulldoze through, and Lydia found out the hard way. FlyQuest still have eyes and ears. They're eagles everywhere, and Ev will be too low to play within the site, so 100 Thieves will still be getting away with a plant, but it's not going to be pretty 2 versus 4.
Yeah, and as the knife also hits Melia, there's no more camera towards Tree. So now they have no information of where the rotate will be coming from FlyQuest, and they're looking to go just for a flood retake into the site from Heaven.
So far. 100 Thieves. They got no space to work for, but man, they got the shots. Melia with 2. They're going to split up and create a crossfire, and now the numbers have been cut in half for FlyQuest. And oh, it's a good headshot connection, but a lovely, with the sliver of health that they have left, they'll get the defuse for FlyQuest.
I still like the idea of how you play that 2 versus 4 for 100 Thieves. They kind of just group together on one side so they could just land on one line of sight. If there's actually a flood on the opposite side, there's still technically like a 2 versus 1 on that side. So you saw that when they rotated on the other part of that lower hell, they still grouped up. But unfortunately, the shots didn't hit. Aluvali did a lot better, or Lovely rather. And I gotta say, there's a small mistake that came through on 100 Thieves' side at the beginning of that round. I think they were trying to throw that decoy into at least M1 to see if you could scout out maybe a couple of pop shots, maybe try to find the KJ alarm bot and try to break that early, but it just stayed stuck within that wall, and you're still too stuck in that fundamental that you need the decoy to clear out that space, that you don't clear out the right side. And unfortunately, you saw there that Jazikin got picked off.
Orbs grab for 100 Thieves, anti-eco for FlyQuest. So now you got some Judges bot. You even got an outlaw from Bob, and that's going to be to just get a clear shot into B main. Camera though for 100 Thieves, not letting any overextensions come through and keeping the map control in their favor.
Map control and potentially even double orb control too. That's why this camera came early from Melia, just trying to see if there's any pressure coming through.
Ooh, good blind will keep the Sova humble. Bob has been a beast before, and how do they hold back the flood from 100 Thieves? First connections come in, and 100 Thieves are left with just being able to cut down 3 weapons from FlyQuest's bonus. So this is very doable for someone like Melia with the spike in hand. Even the barrier's still there. Here comes FlyQuest though. Flashes for Ev. Lovely with a judge. Should be close enough. Melia has to pick an angle just out front. Sold out by Ev. And FlyQuest will still convert the anti-eco.
And that's the unfortunate part of looking at the weapon that you just picked up here in a clutch attempt. The last 2 players you're faced up against are full HP, going with 150, even though the outlaw was left behind by Bob. They've done some great damage on FlyQuest to try to deny that push in the very beginning, but 100 Thieves did a great job just funneling and flushing out of that smoke in unison to make sure that the trades came through on their side. So you're allowing 3 drop weapons, 1 plant, and a lot of money moving into this round. You know that the outlaw is going to get carried going into the next round, so that second round plant was everything to allow the full shields to come up here for 100 Thieves. Now they have full rifles to play against this outlaw, 2 guardians, and the lower buy that you had from the lack of weapons that you're able to carry over into this round.
Just have to be careful of the Sova util coming out. Shock bolts already causing some movements. Oh, it did not get shot. All of 100 Thieves have been pinged, and FlyQuest are aware of already starting to pull those rotations. Ev is on their way, while also wanting to keep some eyes on mid.
It's quite nice still. This smoke on catwalk will force the players to move up on middle, try to break this alarm bot, trying to see what they see. And the alarm bot, or sorry, the owl drone from Slandy actually just spotted Ev in the back, holding it with the guardian.
Okay, not gonna fall for that. Droning up, coast is clear. Despite 100 Thieves getting found out so early, it did not lead to too much of a negative result for them. They managed to get the orb. Melia one away from neural theft, so she'll be looking for her first kill, because that would be quite the edge for 100 Thieves to convert this first rifle round around the corner. Marceline has to try and trade against Cora. Cora re-peeks, no way to escape, and FlyQuest have 1 in wine, and it's Thea that could have a good backstab opportunity, because Lydia's gonna still go and check it. That's a heads-up play from the Omen. Now 100 Thieves can set their sights forward.
And the wall blocks off, and you have a late lurk coming out from Melia in the back of M3. So it'll come down to like double backstabs. Jazikin, even if she loses her life to Aluvali on this flank, although she's watching it now, and it'll become a flawless in the end. So very well done towards the end for 100 Thieves. I gotta say though, I find it quite interesting. I was mentioning before we got into the game, if the knife or the recon spots where the deadlock's going to be, most likely you would think here that that push is moving forward. It actually did catch Jazikin's, but she was the only one really in that radius of that knife, while the rest of them were still holding towards Cat. So FlyQuest understood here that you tried to sell some sort of a fake, some sort of inserts and late lurks on the side of 100 Thieves, and that the main pressure would be coming in towards that A side. So rotates were good. They just couldn't win the gunfights in the end. And 100 Thieves, they are able to convert here the gun round against the bonus of FlyQuest.
Okay, the recon's been shot. Now it's time to play dodgeball against the Hunter's Fury. Red carpet down for 100 Thieves. Counter paranoia. Cora inserted into the corner. Will be the bodyguard. 100 Thieves go unchecked. They thought the road was clear because of the Hunter's Fury, and you heard FlyQuest run away. Cora's really cut down the forces, and 100 Thieves are smoked off, so momentum has been halted. Gives them an orb, a chance to escape, but Lydia will be in line with the spike, so it'll be interesting to see how her and Slandy work their way out of this.
Yeah, Slandy's making a lot of noise too, trying to bait the players out. And especially now that the body's been spotted on top mid, they're thinking that, okay, these guys are going to try to rotate back towards this B site from middle. But instead, because Lydia stays inserted towards A main, you're trying to sell that fake and try to move forward. And good on FlyQuest to not rotate across, because look at the setup. You still have the full setup from Aluvali here towards this middle and B site. So it gets everybody ready. Cora with a nice headshot there onto Lydia.
Cora is deadly. If she can just sit and hold an angle, there is no going past her. She has really impressed me as this duelist for FlyQuest, and this is just the beginning. After a flawless 100 Thieves, FlyQuest with their rifles hope to make a storm as well. Slandy knows where Cora is and just still can't even stop her. That's 4 for Cora.
Yeah, and that's a huge thing for Cora as well. When we talked about these two teams between FlyQuest Red and 100 Thieves, I was mentioning that most of the weight was being carried here by Bob and Ev, and that Cora was doing her job. She was trying to get those attempts to really entry for the team, but maybe there's just lack of util or getting instantly picked off here because you're playing like this jet just trying to dash through, and it's just obvious where you're heading towards you. And Cora was always very well punished, but going into the moments where she doesn't really have to activate for the team yet, she could just move forward and fight like this.
Okay. We were feeling real good after that last round. The 4K had us energized, but 100 Thieves stood their ground. Now the drone, the paranoia, 100 Thieves, a lot easier of a round, but wait, the trades. FlyQuest have evened up the numbers. Annihilation kidnaps one, and FlyQuest just want Thea to get a punish. She gets the spike down. 100 Thieves can recover it because of the smoke, and we're left with a 2 versus 2 when the round started. 5 versus 3 for FlyQuest.
And because of that insert towards that A site and also the kills that Lydia got, they're able to TP back to the B site and still play this 2v2. So thank God for Jazik inside that you're able to bring at least a player in, reel him in, and also allow FlyQuest to pick up the spike and fall away here to play this 2 versus 2.
It's a good setup too, keeping one in main and being able to trade off of each other. But oh wait, that was a jump scare. VALORANT, horror game by the way. But 100 Thieves not going to adjust. Lydia's going to want to maybe cut them off at the staircase, which leaves Amelia out to try. She was just trying to step up from the smoke place from Thea, who already got great information on the 2 remaining members. Now Lydia just has to buy time at 6 HP. The spike's getting tapped. Halfway defused, but she didn't deal with the problem. It's a Red Bull clutch for the captain.
Let's go. Big round there for Lydia. I was just about to mention that even if she breaks the From the Shadows from Thea, the next thing she should have done was break that turret. That would have given a much better chance for Melia to go for that swing through the smokes and just try to get their 1 when they were swinging out. But unfortunately there, you're just gambling through, and then boom, you get picked off and Lydia has to go into a clutch. Thankfully, both players are just running towards that spike where nobody's really watching after each other when Lydia threw herself a sight smoke. So a beautiful clutch indeed by the captain of 100 Thieves. They stay within this game. It's 3-2, and it's aggressive for 100 Thieves once again to take control of A main, trying to push that line away to just continue to capitalize on orb control, because Marceline is also only 1 away from a Euro ult, although you're seeing here that Melia is playing all the way back passively towards that B main, so it doesn't necessarily mean here that 100 Thieves has free walk or roam to be able to move back towards this B main and pick up the orb for Marceline. So the second step is to go for mid control.
The aggression from FlyQuest last round really had 100 Thieves conditioned up to expect something at all times. 100 Thieves still got the orb, now through Catwalk. Before that has to check and will swing out 1 and 2. Dash away. Ev is bait and Slandy converts 2. So the numbers are somehow equal even after there's a big hero play, but Bob goes unchecked. Wait, thought they could get the wall bang through it. And Slandy is on like 6 HP. Still managed to get within the site. They should get the finish here.
My
Wait.
gosh.
I did not mean to caster curse that. Slandy is the GOAT. What?
Spike planted.
Bob has to try to clutch it back here. At least they're getting they're being met up with a Luvali, so you're gonna try to go for a pincer maneuver where the aim for the players are gonna have to be the deciding factor for FlyQuest to retake.
The drop down play is not gonna be easy for Luvali, and at least for Bob, try and get pings for anyone up close. Try to work with this drop down while not knowing what's going down in main. Bob can at least deal with one person at a time, but it's another hero play from the captain.
And it was dirty at the beginning there for Slandy. I guess they didn't think there was going to be a third player playing inside that smoke or towards that garden. So you're just running across and just hoping that there's nobody there. You're not really checking the corner, and Bob almost got that pick. And if that pick was picked up by Bob, that was already spiked down and no opportunities there for the attack side for 100 Thieves to pick up the spike and try to go for that plant. But as it misses Slandy, she's able to turn around, get that at least a shock dart to get herself into a site, and another opener at 6 HP. That was huge there to allow 100 Thieves to win that round towards the end.
You got a ton of ults coming in. Could be the same special for 100 Thieves of the Hunter's Fury into A. What really hurt that round, though, was trying to suss out where Korra was, which at the corner was able to get a big double kill. So 100 Thieves have a set game plan around the Slandy Hunter's Fury, but can that lead them into a nice neural threat from Melia? Do they want to kind of play out the round a bit slower and work towards picks so you can get information before you really commit the big ults? And Marceline could try to get into the spotlight with the Dimensional Drift too. We're waiting to see her have her pop-off moment.
And that's the interesting thing too. You're looking at the pistol round the previous round where if you're having a Euro in your comp, you could run clone and you could have a Euro peak first so that they could TP away. But this is twice now that Jazikin's walking in trying to be a duelist entry as a Senti role. And fortunately, the corner was checked, but she just couldn't win that fight. And there was a little bit of a missed timing to allow for 100 Thieves to go for an immediate trade. So this timeout could be taken advantage of for 100 Thieves also to make sure that they clean that up.
Ooh, early paranoia. I've been waiting to see what FlyQuest cook up for the 100 Thieves push up through A main. We got this, I would say, mostly blind Hunter's Fury, but you know 100 Thieves have pushed this A main orb every round. So, like that FlyQuest, cook that up. Now you got the Dimensional Drift all the way through B. Forces the retreat from a Luvali, and with the Sheriff, you're going to do what you can. You can decloak in the closet, and 100 Thieves have their path set, but a Luvali has her shot set too. Disgusting. Now this may just stabilize the defense to get reinforcements in place. 100 Thieves may hesitate, but with the smokes in place, they'll try and suppress the defense. Now Luvali will have to hold back the funnel of 100 Thieves while the rest of FlyQuest have not made their way in because of the Jazzykins barrier. That took too long for FlyQuest to get in.
Even the hat gets the information on the last 3 players of FlyQuest, so there's no way you're retaking this with a judge and 2 shares.
Oh, it looked good at the beginning, but yeah, and he really stuck getting through. Wait, it's Game Changers after all. You gotta expect the unexpected at times. Null command activated. 100 Thieves are anchored in. The vet Jazzykins will not let you pass. The judge up close. No, it looks at the wrong place at the wrong time. And Slandy knows how to stay composed in these moments, and Ev will fall, and 100 Thieves still win.
And you could definitely see it there when Jazzykins is holding an angle and you're having great cross replacements like she has. It comes down to some very clean shots. So not having her entry this time around and just anchor up on a post plant. And it was, again, a little bit of miscomms on how you wanted to open up that site, though, for 100 Thieves, as the combination between the Hunter's Fury and that Dimensional Drift didn't really go in unison to really try to take down Luvali towards that back of that B site. I don't know if there was a lack of even flashes to allow Marceline to get out safely from that ult, but it doesn't matter. They're playing an anti-eco for the side of 100 Thieves. They're able to take the lead now on the attack. And that's 4 rounds on the attack. That's a great start to have here with 7 rounds played only.
For sure. 100 Thieves. They placed the cage early to Have Melia inserted here, and she feels like she's been discovered. This was kind of a nice bait and switch there, but Cora's presence in mid is still threatening. 100 Thieves will have to re-clear through that.
An unorthodox there from Bob to not clear that corner with the Aldrome, but at least she redeems himself with that kill. Takes down Sledding and also the spike. That's a rebound.
She's pushing up, and Melia has been great at just keeping B on lock. If that becomes an option for 100 Thieves, and based on that TP from Lydia, it's do or die. But at 13 HP, there was a sense of security, but Lydia did not actually check within the site, so Ev does get taken down. It costed blood, sweat, and tears for 100 Thieves, but the spike still goes down nonetheless, and it's up to Cora in a 1 versus 2. Makes it easy, and the last targets are hemorrhaging at the seams. Lydia needs a band-aid, and Cora looks at the wrong door at the wrong time, and Lydia is swift with it.
Lydia needs scenarios in the post plant so far. That's like 2 or 3 that she's able to clutch it out for the team. This time even at low HP versus the full HP of Cora. And it got, again, very messy getting into that site for 100 Thieves. You're thinking that the site's clear because you already got this pick onto Bob as she was pushed so aggressively towards that front of that site. Ev did an incredible job just sneaking through and staying behind the Radiant Knight boxes, to get that first surprise kill onto Melia, but unfortunately, too much util. Great aim for Lydia. Puts now 100 Thieves up at 2. Now an eco round for Cora, and the rest of FlyQuest trying to push towards B main, and it's denied by an Outlaw.
Dude, Melia knows how to play back and just mitigate so much of this B aggression. These extensions have not gone by Melia. It means 100 Thieves have time to work the map when you can depend on Melia to hold the left side for however long you need.
That's the good thing about it as well. And when it comes down to these type of plays for the set of 100 Thieves, and you understand here the economical situation for FlyQuest, that they're on an eco, they have a Blade Storm available. They might go for some sort of a shark attack towards that B main, and they even thought about a gelato push. So both players that could play very far back play the verticality as well for Lydia out towards that A main. It just makes it so easy for them to punish every single solo push coming out from FlyQuest. Even look at this util catching Ev. You're not going to be able to do much here.
Last player standing.
Yeah, this is looking like a flawless round for 100 Thieves, and being able to farm up all these ults really propelled them to an even better first half. And this is for qualification into the main event, and there's Melia getting that ult, and of course the flawless for 100 Thieves. That's what, their second flawless of the half?
Yeah, and that's the kill you wanted from Melia as well. She brought in here this Outlaw from that previous round, again dropping it outside of the map because now they know that FlyQuest are going for a buy. But that last kill she just got on Bob allows for 100 Thieves to have the neural theft as well, and to be a little bit spread out across the map, maybe trying to start pulling some rotates so that Melia could start playing the insert and then getting value of winning a single duel and then getting the information with the ult. She's been very good in those moments and these lurk timings that she finds towards that B main, so he and I pay attention to that.
Knife gets destroyed too from Ev, and FlyQuest usually have Thea throw out a paranoia, or you can even have flashes from Ev, but Cora, usually you want to pair this with a duelist or someone that can do something about it, man. Too many cooks in the kitchen. Everyone gets a bullet, but no one goes down.
That was such a nice timed flash though by Ev. That type of flash is so hard to turn away from, and unfortunately here you just couldn't get any picks with Thea running out in the open. They were spread out across that lane. The Omen wasn't blind, that was Lydia once again, and that just made it a lot more difficult for Thea to really choose her target. And that's an early punish coming out, but thankfully at least FlyQuest still has power of numbers towards the A side, although Bob potentially could be out of the equation when the hit comes through.
Yeah, Thea won't be here to smoke that off anymore, so nothing will obscure 100 Thieves, and they try to sit in their own smoke. Marceline gets found, and Ev just uses 100 Thieves smokes against them to conceal, but the Annihilation 100 Thieves are claiming bodies, and FlyQuest just don't know where to look. This is looking like almost a flawless round. I think FlyQuest were good at finding the duelists, but when 100 Thieves want a site, it is so hard to stop them.
Yeah. At least I felt like there was some sort of timing that FlyQuest could have had, because 100 Thieves on the execution were really focused on Jazzikins with the Annihilation more than throwing a wall into tree. So maybe you could have found a timing to push through there and start setting up the crossfires. But the Annihilation did catch Cora, so it dwindled down the numbers that they were trying to set up on that crossfire hold here up towards that A site. So Bob, I think at this point will try to save her weapon.
Neutralized.
I was gonna say look for exits at the same time. For me, it makes sense. I mean, I would have liked for her to just escape after that first kill, because now she has no money to bring into this next round and no weapons. But getting that first pick would allow for you to get at least closer to the Hunter's Fury, and then save that rifle going to the next round, because it seems as though the rest of the team wants to force into this. Ev and Cora already went for a buy, and it looks like the rest are going to try to follow to keep the economy kind of like the same.
Jazzykins is one of my favorite players because she is just such a hype girl on the team. Like, can talk some smack, can really get the confidence going for a team. So I understand Bob wanting to take that 1v1, okay? You love to take a win against the Yapper, but not this time. Because 7-3 now. 100 Thieves are doing all the talking. Ever since that FlyQuest timeout, they have not broken any win in the sales of 100 Thieves, and now being on a save mostly.
That's the thing.
Not gonna help.
They're the ones that went for the timeout, and it's 100 Thieves that actually are taking full advantage of it and taking the lead now by 4.
Yeah. A lot of success over at B, but Aloofly has the lockdown and doesn't feel very safe enough to use it. Cora carves their way through the market side. Knows there's a trip in front. 100 Thieves still playing from main. They have a deadlock barrier in their place, and Jazzykins is at the helm. The tip of the spear piercing through the defenses of FlyQuest. Now the spike teleported in. Lydia joins, and Thea puts them both down like dogs. That is an insane play that kills the round, what it seems, for 100 Thieves, and gives much needed upgrades to the FlyQuest side.
Right now, you need to have this recon dart and maybe start creating chaos with the Hunter's Fury so that Melly could find the timing.
30 seconds left.
Looks like they could find the timing. It's Melia now gonna discover the knife just to keep Melia in their place. The FlyQuests are sitting pretty. Time is on 100 Thieves. Less than 14 seconds to get the spike and plant it or end it on their terms. Slaney at less HP than everyone else always pulls through. I don't know how she keeps doing that.
6 HP before 5 HP now. It's just insane how much value they're getting as 100 Thieves and how they're getting away with these. Right now, with both players coming out, and Ev kind of had like the section cut out to not allow for them to flush across the lane. That would have given them the perfect opportunity to set the crossfire there with Thea, but unfortunately stays tucked in because they were being heavily pressured by the camera of Melia, and then it allows 100 Thieves to find a timing and double jump into the back of the site and take full pressure onto Thea. That was just unfortunate timing on how you're trying to play that as a team, but Ev is going to try to take the matter into their own hands. A first big pick, and also going out with the KO ult to try to flush them, the rest of 100 Thieves, towards a different area where they're currently still playing good numbers. A 3-2 stack that they have here, 3 on A with 2 on the B site.
I've been stoked to see how FlyQuest, if they were going to get more line presence going just after 100 Thieves just want that A orb almost every round. FlyQuest have swapped it up, trying for paranoia plays with Thea to knife plays from Ev, but Cora, I kind of usually you see a duelist kind of are involved in A aggression defensive plays like that, but Cora has usually been watching around that tree area, has it on lock. 100 Thieves with mid control, walking now right into Bob, which could give her the Hunter's Fury if this goes their way. And with the op too, not an easy place to check. Melia heads to the spawn, and that's an L for Slanty, traded by Jazzykins. The op up close and personal, catching rotations. Quick shot from Melia. Cora down, and FlyQuest scramble to keep their spawn safe. And Aloofly knows there's no help coming. Call 911, but it's for 100 Thieves. How does she get away with it? The flash at the perfect time to save too. Aloofly gets 3 that round.
Super clutch play coming out from the Killjoy, especially putting down the lockdown and forcing the pressure for 100 Thieves to close in and try to break that lockdown. If not, 2 would get detained. There was still a nice lurk coming through from Melia's side, but just not enough pressure into the B side to really take down this lockdown that was held on for so long. It took so many rounds before we could get value out of that lockdown or even a chance to even play it. And I was about to mention before, it didn't really matter for me seeing that, you know, Marceline died first because they were so good for 100 Thieves in terms of converting 4 versus 5, especially in the clutch scenarios towards the end when the spike gets planted. So great job for Illuvali to be able to hold that spike down and keep it from being planted and allow FlyQuest to close that gap and hopefully have something going for them here on their attack side as this default comp, which will be difficult now against a double Senti of 100 Thieves.
Double Senti, and one of them has a barrier at A, the spike over at B. There's a camera watching that. I like this insertion from Melia. Slandy try to command a lot of that attention with the cage up. Cora checks. Melia with the proactive swing. Puts down almost 3 of them with help of Slandy as well. FlyQuest get nothing out of this pistol, it seems. Giving confidence for 100 Thieves to go and check mid. And they've checked FlyQuest out.
What a crazy flick coming out there from Melia. I love the cage to bait out the first player as they spotted already Slandy towards that front of that B side. So you wouldn't think that somebody's in that corner, yet it's still being checked by Cora. And she was looking to swing to aim right into B main. Sees Cora in the last second and flicks on a 45-degree angle to go for the instant headshot. That is beautiful anchoring coming out from the side of the Senti of Melia. And we just talked about firepower, right? When it comes down to those moments where you're trying to throw your opponents for a loop and it doesn't work, at least you still have aim that could pull you out of these tough scenarios, and they just did that for 100 Thieves' side.
100 Thieves know they have the upper hand, so an Ares buy 2 from Slandy. Same strat for 100 Thieves. Now FlyQuest use the power of friendship. They overwhelm Marceline. They found that weaker side. Mid is open. It's going to get 100 Thieves scrambling to kind of cover up those gaps, but instead 100 Thieves are going to push the angles that they do have. The perimeter of the right side going in, and it's Jazzykins making that call with the captain of Lydia. And if they is not careful, the rest of FlyQuest are not careful, they're going to get shot in the back, or at the very least called down. Even at range, Jazzykins is quick to execute Thea.
Yeah, that's with a Spectre long range across the map, and that's going to hurt because that's no smokes to execute towards that site. It looked dangerous in the very beginning because the best rifle that you had is a Phantom playing solo inside the smoke. No time to react after the first kill, and you forfeit your weapon over to Ev. Again, who's been amazing throughout this stage so far as the second initiator for FlyQuest. Unfortunately, though, finding no value as everybody playing numbers this time around for 100 Thieves. They get the pick, they fall back, they know they've lost pressure towards middle, so now you pull out towards the extremities. A very nice reposition done now for 100 Thieves. It becomes easy kills now.
I like that 100 Thieves knew that they were in mid. They play from main, check the flank. Bob tried to go for the hero play and gets read like a book. The plant now in a 2 versus 4. FlyQuest have a lot to hold back, and it's Illuvali, who's been so clean with the Sheriff time and time again, could even use the turret as a shield if needed. Now being paranoid out, that's the window for 100 Thieves to execute, and that's all it took.
Over there.
Beautiful retake towards the end. And seems as though FlyQuest, they want to play the long game. So they went for full classics within that round. They still trust that they have what it takes here to start that comeback in the second half. So they lose pistol. Yeah, I think they've lost even both pistols so far, right? So that's going to suck for their end, but at least they get a plant down on their side. Oh, it looks like we already traded on pistols, excuse me. But at least they get a plant for their side for this third round to have rifles to work with. And you're going to have even footing right now and even playground for both of these teams going into this round number 15. It's not a real bonus per se. I like to point out for 100 Thieves because of the rifle that was purchased in that previous round carried over to this one as well. FlyQuest are looking to get that mid control in the very beginning.
100 Thieves being able to really support each other, and everyone has the potential to step up and be the hero in these rounds. Even when your duelist is having a hard day, like everyone from 100 Thieves has stepped up to the plate in the biggest way, but now FlyQuest have to get through quite a setup from the deadlock. A sonic sensor into trips, double sentinel util, quite the hoop to jump through for FlyQuest, and Cora has to be potentially the one to break all of those.
So this is what was missing a little bit here from Marceline, but we'll talk about that in a second. There's a little bit of pressure coming towards that B main, but looks like it's just to try to pull some rotates, and you're trying to open things up here for a fight into tree. Looks like that's now forfeited, but Marceline's been holding this angle the whole round. Unfortunately, will get punished for it.
The damage at least, and FlyQuest inspired to go to B, and 100 Thieves to try to race them to the punch. Slandy's got a lot of bullets. Does she have some help too? And it's at the very back. The Sentinel of Melia who gets smoked off. That's a great play from Core to open up the site. And Aluvli, it's just the dagger in the back pocket. All to Melia with the judge. Surely you get one for free. The spike down, and it's going to be even more complicated. The shotgun gets Melia uncomfortable. That was a great play from Bob and Aluvli too to frag out against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, nice try by Melia to try to stay alive in the back of the site, but again, I hate to be that person. I'm going to have to point out Marceline at that point when they're trying to fight for mid control and information. I fully respect that. You still have a TP that's able for you to get out of dodge. Yes, you got knife, but once you were not suppressed anymore, that TP was still up. It was about to expire. It's one of those moments where you could potentially even try to go for a jiggle, a jump peek, and TP out and find that mid-round information for your team, because both senties are set up towards that A site. So if you jump mid and you see how many players are there, it allows for you to get a little bit more information as you TP out and try to rearrange just like that. So now, as you notice, there's no pressure coming in towards that middle. Your TP's out, sets it up again, and still is able to move back into that same range to hold middle. So this is what I wanted to see from a couple of rounds ago. So I'm loving it now that Marceline changed that style and gets value out of that.
Spike down mid.
Ooh, the op rings true. And the spike is down. And at an open spot, okay, at least you still have your controller up. So Thea's going to allow the recovery of that spike. Now we're kind of reset back to square one with one less for FlyQuest.
And this is the hard part for FlyQuest. The wall gets thrown up towards tree, so it allows for two players to hold up towards A main. But if you're not breaking that wall, it's going to take even longer for you to really try to set up for a split.
Sonic and barrier too. This is just the no-fly zone for Cora. And okay, still has a smoke to protect herself. Bring some of the stuns from the Sentinel, but Jazzykin's got a heads up. Someone was at the door, and she will respond. And Marceline and friends, reinforcements on the way. Up through main, right through the heart of Bob. And Thea will be the next victim. Beautiful job from Marceline.
And that's what you need to start doing when it's FlyQuest. When you're playing against a double senti, that wall comes up, you or have to slow things down, work a different part around that map if you don't want to give an indication that you're trying to go for a late split towards that A site. So you probably have your B site starting to activate it a little bit more. Make some sort of presence while people are still holding quiet towards that A main. Once that wall breaks, that's when the defenders will start second guessing and moving around and maybe walk into a mistake. But now, instead of breaking the wall, you're updrafting through it, and you're leaving your KJ kind of stranded to try to cross over to a split to the A side solo, and that spike out in the open towards tree. That's just unfortunate looks here for FlyQuest's execution. And Marceline, ever since she bought out this operator, she's been unstoppable right now on the defensive side. And this is that second timeout picked up in the none of them chosen by 100 Thieves, by the way, in this map so far. So a lot of pain points, Lemon Kiwi. First off, on the execution. Secondly, how do you avoid Marceline's operator with this composition that you're bringing out here and what you've learned so far for FlyQuest on your attack side?
Yeah, because you've seen Marceline with the op at the very back towards mid. And now you kind of saw the wealth of Sentinel util, sonic sensor, barriers, and everything in tree. So how can you enable Cora to get rid of that? Maybe using Ev. I don't know what it's going to take. And we're just kind of ignoring that part and just go through a straight flood through A. But right now it's full of all the concentration from the Sentinels is going to be on the right side of the map. Let's see what we can do at B. But Slandy has been a deadly thorn in the FlyQuest side when it comes to anchoring through, and now not letting any of the Sova util come through. FlyQuest wastes no time, but they do lose their duelist, who got caged off from the rest of the team. And Ev tries to set up the team for success off of some flashes, but still not finding any shots to get 100 Thieves sweating at all. Now it's Bob that tries to win shots, and Slandy even gave her a chance. Studies the shot, studies 100 Thieves at a match point.
Melia is such a nuisance in the back of that site with the way that she's playing around her cages. She's so good in that util to stall out that push from FlyQuest. And I really thought that it was one of those, hey, let's just grab an orb here for Ev and get that KO out into the B site, which would have been perfect because nobody was really playing anti-KO ults here for the side of 100 Thieves. Now you're just going to try for the Hail Mary. Force buy, double ults here just to hopefully salvage round number 6. If not, that's GG map 1 here.
Oh, Jowsykins could get a kidnap. Just go for the full commit. A net, a flash. 100 Thieves looking to farm. 100, but oh wait. There's a Hunter's Fury. Oh, it does get some tags. FlyQuest, can they even go to punish? Aluli has to go through a one-way smoke. At least FlyQuest benefit from it, but there's the annihilation, and it does get one, so Jowsykins' life was worth something. No, it is freed. 100 Thieves, they had Melia around the corner, but just did not want to try and push that 1 versus 3. They're waiting for the rotations, the flank to find pressure. It's 100 Thieves, it's Marceline, it's Slandy with the final kills. 13-5. That is a statement from the Thieves.
And that's why 100 Thieves are very comfortable here picking this map of Ascent. They've been really good at it so far, bringing out this composition and stepping away here from that default comp. And you saw how it worked in unison and in greatness in terms of how they held their attack side to get what was it, 8 rounds on the attack on that first half. That's a great start and a great way here for 100 Thieves to bring that confidence into the series.
And I thought I was expecting more out of FlyQuest because they went from banning Ascent so much to actually even picking it. So you thought Coach Joe had drummed up something good, that FlyQuest felt confident on this map. But 100 Thieves, they are some different beasts. But the series is not over yet. Up next, we have Bind. That's FlyQuest special. We'll find out what they have up their sleeve after this break.
Gives you wings.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
100 Thieves are one map away from making the main event of our Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon, but we got the FlyQuest map pick coming up, y'all, so I'm excited.
Yeah, and again, a tough call right now for FlyQuest. I think from the way I'm looking at this and how the vetoes came through is just FlyQuest trying to go with surprises throughout the whole series against 100 Thieves. You've mentioned it, Lemon Kiwi. They usually second ban, first ban, Ascent, and now they want to leave it floating for the last 2 weeks just to think that they might have a good way to play here for FlyQuest's side on a map like Ascent. But going into Bind, what is that uncertainty? What is the new comp that they'll pull out through? But at least before we get into that talking point, you could definitely see here on how much value across the board 100 Thieves were within that map. If you're looking at it and it's like, oh, I remember what happened. Slanty at 5 HP, owning. Slanty at 6 HP, owning. Lydia in the clutches. Jazzykins, when it comes down to anchoring post plans, has been amazing here for 100 Thieves. And then Marceline pulling out the operator on defense didn't give a chance for FlyQuest to find any type of footing at all in that first map.
Jazzykins is just a wolf in sheep's clothing. Like, don't care what role you put her on, she's still gonna shoot like a duelist.
Yeah.
And that's the Jazzykins we know and love. And as we go into Bind coming up, that team really loves to run the double duelist. And guess who's the second one? It's Jazzykins, which would make a lot more sense. It is definitely going to put a lot of worry in the FlyQuest fans, but obviously they picked that map for a reason. We talked about Coach Joe obviously having a lot of good plans. They brought the confidence for FlyQuest to pick this map, but now it's actually about converting what the plans that you have in scrims into an official match, which you pointed out did not work out in the last couple of officials.
Yeah, and now you're looking at it. I just want to go on that point that you just mentioned on Jazzykins. It's going into this this raise role. If you haven't really followed Jazzykins throughout her career in Game Changers or as a pro player for the side of Jazzykins, back in like the magical days, she was like that star duelist here for the team and the up and comer and the one that everybody had their eyes set on, as if Cloud9 doesn't keep her, somebody else is going to pick her up as that star duelist. But you've seen throughout the C9 White days, even on maps like Ascent, she started pulling out a Sage as well, being a battle Sage for the team, and then now flexing into different roles from challengers to collegiate into this one as well, and really finding a better footing here in terms of a Senti role for the team. I think it just is a role that fits her quite well from a duelist to a Senti, because as a Senti, you could still focus on your own aim when all your util is down. You don't have to focus on entering for the site for the team and just on finding your right timings to duel against that one single player. And she's been doing a great job at that so far.
And FlyQuest's roster has been fluid. I mean, through most of Game Changers, they've moved pieces in and out. And the last time that FlyQuest did go to this map, they had Lace in. And Lace comes in and out, depending on life, you know. And for a Louvely, and a Louvely's going to be in. So how much does that change the game plan? Obviously not much if FlyQuest are still going to pick it. But my question is, what is the composition of FlyQuest going to look like when last time they ran the Sky, the Gecko, the Brim, the Neon, the Viper?
That's right. So when we talk about how fluid they are, they're also trying to be fluid in compositions on this map. Even the first time that they played it, I think it was like a week 1, if I'm not mistaken. They came into like the GMD classic of pulling on an Astra for the comp and trying to get things going. And there you go. This is a 3rd iteration of this roster now for FlyQuest, and I'm actually down for this. There's a little bit less in terms of C's combinations that you could really do here as Ev is going into that Sky. So Cora as this Raze is going to be a little bit more, or has to be a little more self-sufficient on how she's going to enter towards these sites. And you know that this is going to be very difficult, because this is also one of these maps where she was punished a lot when there's not enough util to help her out. This is probably why Bob is changing over to this chamber, so that she could be like secondary entry, or just owning with just her own aim to open up areas around the map here for the team to rotate around with how fast you could move with these TPs.
Yeah, FlyQuest will be able to work the map very well because of Bob and having all these lurk options. But like you pointed out, or were alluding to, that I'd love to see more support for Cora, because I mean, she was incredible at getting these solo plays, really having the cape on her back, being fluid around the map. But maybe just going back to a more fundamental, like, play around your initiator, have these deep flashes from Ev with the birds, with the dog, whatever information you want to get, and have Core go in after that, because sometimes the Sentinel util really hurt core on these moments where you just couldn't escape from it.
That's when you're going to be satcheling in, you have to be on your toes and aware of where your opponents are going to be at, because remember, I'm just thinking about that round where they had that blade storm and they rushed out towards Gelato and they tried to go for a pop flash play so that Cora could dash forward, but she doesn't clear just under her on that entrance of Gelato. So you have to make sure that you're kind of like head on a swivel and making sure that your pathing is perfect on the satchels so that you land on your feet as soon as possible and fight for that duel. So FlyQuest, they come out with something new once again, and hopefully it pays dividends as they're going for this 4-1 control. Showers in the first place. As we mentioned here, Bob is going to play the solo mission towards B.
Just no util for Marceline, so just gonna dip out of that one real quick. So FlyQuest have already found a gap, and through all the smokes, haven't really been discovered. So 100 Thieves are just gonna have their backs against the wall, and Bob, I mean, has cleared out 2 from B, but I mean, the spike's already pretty solidified over at A, but with everyone dead, maybe Olivia's gonna take a second guess on that, but that's a long road.
Yeah, and thankfully, if you're looking at the minimap, and we know there's nobody really cutting the rotations that you have there from Aluvali, so thankfully, Bob was able to open up here that 2-piece in the front of that B main. If not, that was already GG for the round for 100 Thieves. Now very doable because you have so much space taken now from Bob, looking all the way back towards that spawn. So Aluvali, if she moves into this site, should be playing for spawn here.
I thought maybe 100 Thieves would want to take the TP, but they're also just doing the buddy system.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Okay.
Now the jig is up, and here comes 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and we're just going to wait it out for a bit. So it'll be ghost to ghost for both sides. And the thing is, 100 Thieves are staying as a group. So for both teams, you're going to try to clear different corners. And if Slimy throws out a haunt, is going to give the position away of where 100 Thieves is coming from. And that will get FlyQuest ready to play that 2 versus 2 on a pulse plan.
FlyQuest have the good read. It's not going to be coming from defender spawn, but time is running out. 100 Thieves have to march in, and Bob already take care of the haunt. Some damage in, feeds them into Aluvali, and here's the 1 versus 1. Defuse not halfway, and Bob's patience pays off. Really did everything to win that round for FlyQuest.
And that's why it was going to be dangerous. Instead of planning towards that back of the spawn, that you already had that line being watched by Bob, and they both could try to just hold that setup towards that back and play the post plant themselves by flipping the map over. Keeping it inside tin was definitely looking like a doable scenario in that 1v1 when you saw Slimy going onto that spike. But thankfully, it was just enough on the edge on the left side of tin that allows here for Bob to see if somebody's going to be fully sticking to try to get it halfway or not, so that Bob could Bob could play that 1v1 to perfection. So a piston round save for the side of FlyQuest, thanks to the heroics of Bob.
I got the Avengers assembling here, and Thea, just the easiest 3K. Slanty's gonna nope out of there, but 100 Thieves went for the Hail Mary, and now FlyQuest. Well, the decision was made for them. Got the 3K. Let's see who else is home. Potential ace for Thea. Melia's in U-Haul. Who's gonna steal this away from Thea? Oh, don't let it happen.
Yeah, Cora's knife out, trying to find her. Ah, no!
Almost the iBUYPOWER ace, but hey, man. That was a great heads-up play from Thea, just sticking to the corner, expecting some kind of shenanigans from 100 Thieves.
And this is a great start for FlyQuest, too. A lot of, if you're looking at the roster now, 3 of them are halfway, even a little bit halfway off the Viper ult here for the side of Thea. So they now have, the chance to slow things down for a bit for this round. Despite it being a bonus round for them, they still have some great weapons carried over into this round. 2 rifles and Outlaw. So continue to take Showers control, take that orb, work your fist around that. Bot got value for.
Okay, the satchel in. Cora means business. Lady's gonna swing into her too. Can't step up to the goal like that. And Cora doesn't need like all this util. She just needs to be steady and with the dog clear from Ev. That's the type of layering that FlyQuest need to do to support that duelist.
And the type of spacing that Cora uses as well. Doesn't go for the double satchel to go for the overextension into Showers. Lands right at her feet and instantly gets the opener. That's the type of opening I want to see now for Cora, and it's working out well for FlyQuest here in this 3rd round.
He has an important job to cut off this U-Haul. Get 100 Thieves uncomfortable. Here's the pressure. Melia dropped. Thea's not done. Lydia's the next victim, and it's just as easy as that. And it's just all left to Jazzykins to pick up the pieces, but at this point, you just save, right?
Yeah, for sure. With 100 Thieves, Jazzykins all the way down to 0. Has full kit to work with, so she has util to try to stay alive as the spike just got planted. The thing is, once again, I was keeping an eye out on these pips. Showers control, who's planting, and it seems as though you're still putting a lot of importance into Ev trying to grab these cabbages. So remember, when we talked about lack of util that could really help Korra to enter towards these sites with the double satchels, then at least those cabbages will seek towards the right person and close that gap to where their opponents could be. So that is probably the type of game plan that you're looking now for FlyQuest to allow Korra to engage a little bit more in these type of entries for the team.
Still do a lot of work on this map, just on these half buys. If you're got enough money for a judge, if shower seems to be a problem, that is my favorite place to play a judge. So FlyQuest definitely abusing that showers route. Haven't had really a frontline blocker to stop that. Sometimes it's Marceline, sometimes it's nobody. And 100 Thieves have tried to throw a lot at FlyQuest and have not been able to stop Korra, who's kind of clearing the way on that side.
Yeah, I definitely start using these judges like, well, with how we're currently satchelating for the side of FlyQuest, it's a good idea to go towards that showers, but if Korra's satchelating the way that she does, it's too much space here for the judge to get value, although none of them are really... Oh yeah, actually, Melia just got one here and is playing towards U-Haul. U-Haul and Hookah, close range towards Long B. I mean, every single corner with the judge on every single map is quite good. And now she's playing it even better as FlyQuest has inserted a couple of players to try to take U-Haul control in these A-side splits when they're trying to commit here in this area. So it might work out for their favor. They have the right numbers towards this A-site, because that's where FlyQuest are moving to in the mid-round.
Slandy gets bailed out there by the Viper wall. Good information for 100 Thieves, but now FlyQuest is teleported. Here's the satchel in, and Jazzykins holds her ground. A great anchor. And FlyQuest have been cut down. Their forces are still going to try and plant. There's still a Brimstone alive with smokes to try and protect this plant. Bob works on the picks. There's only so much time that I guess you could kill, but who cares when you just kill better than 100 Thieves? The setup is there. Melia is going to try and stop this with the judge within the smokes. That can still be really impactful. Slandy just with the jump spot gets punished by Ev. Melia still has to try and come up with something, and well, if FlyQuest are gonna come towards her, then that's free upgrade for Melia. Never mind.
Yeah, fortunately, the weapon being picked up. Pretty sure she's playing right-handed models, so she didn't see Aluvali just around the corner there towards towel boxes and just got picked off. But I gotta say, that was a nice little move there by FlyQuest. Aluvali moving up towards Long B alone, and once she got spotted here at that spot, 100 Thieves went for the instant rotate, because who the hell wants to execute towards the site without the Brimstone? So you would think that the rest of them are trying to go for a hookah split. So you had the full rotate come through, with the exception of Jazzykins at triple box. Was it for Jazzykins 2K, that would have been a much easier, cleaner round for FlyQuest, but at least they got the job done. The round in their favor, even orb control back in their favor as well. As Bob pulls out the op on Hookah's side, the rest of them are still going back into that trusted 4-1 scenario for FlyQuest.
I'm gonna say Bob with the op. It's Bob, but I don't like that. I don't like it as much, but we'll still call her to go. FlyQuest. So, I mean, Bob's impact has already been felt, just from single-handedly winning the pistol to just being a menace that will keep 100 Thieves on their toes. Now off this Viper wall, FlyQuest scaling up. The Jazzykins will spot that. The flash will get 100 Thieves nervous. Here's first contact. Jazzykins keeps them up, and FlyQuest trade back and forth. The Seekers get pierced through by the op, and 100 Thieves survive for now, but the infiltration has already begun, and FlyQuest throwing nades now into U-Haul. If FlyQuest still, I mean, Korra still wins that. She's incredible in these 1v1 scenarios.
Now with the spike plan too, I think this might be another scenario Melia has to save. Already walking back towards hell, and there you go, yeah. I think it was still a great start for 100 Thieves, with Jazzykins getting the opener that she did towards the bottom here of short A. The thing is, I thought you tried to go for the full exit, especially with the Viper wall coming up, Seekers and Flash to get true value of where their opponents could be, but thankfully they still had power of numbers for the side of FlyQuest with this continuous 4-1 setup they're playing here towards this A site. And that kind of leaves Showers left for stranded when everybody's so focused to fight out towards short that Cora gets immediate value for supporting teammates, getting the backstab up towards that U-Haul, and then also allowing FlyQuest to get around back in. So from what was a very tough start into a very bad finish for the side of FlyQuest on that first map, a 5-13 loss, really turned it around here on their map pick of Bind. And you're starting to see why here. You just talked about it before we got into this map, Lemon Kiwi. The practice that you put into this map, the new composition that you're pulling out, you're trusting that whatever goes into scrims can translate now into the server. And so far it's been done well, because I feel like there hasn't been too much pressure in terms of retaliation on the side of 100 Thieves. We are playing it a little bit too passively, I'd like to say, for 100 Thieves' end, where you're playing passive U-Haul, passive triple, no real extremity control on their side, not trying to find information into hookah as well with, you know, the comp that you bring here for the side of 100 Thieves. There's still great opportunities to find early mid-round information that's not fully being utilized by the side of the defense, and I hope this is what's being taught now during this timeout for the side of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, a lot of good ults coming into the next round, and 100 Thieves need a stop here, but won't have a good buy. But speaking of opportunities, I mean, FlyQuest have always been an organization so good at developing talent. Like, Cora, this is the best team that she has been on in terms of results and prestige, and look how she's still able to perform consistently throughout these matches and to be the primary duelist over people like Bob and others that could be stepping into those shoes. And Cora, you don't even need to dump all this utility behind her for her to still at least get her one. So a lot of dependence on Cora to open up the A site, which has been the most popular hit for FlyQuest. Now, post 100 Thieves timeout, it's going to be that 2-3 split.
War into Crossfire into hookah as well. So I'm liking that you're doing these changes on the side of 100 Thieves, but you're doing this on an eco. So hopefully it's not going to be your full game plan going into the gun round, because you're kind of alluding here into FlyQuest that you are trying to take a little bit more some sort of aggressive map control here. If you lose towards long B, at least you have hookah on your side.
Just kind of like a blind orbital strike. 100 Thieves, we're just going to be playing back. Now reinforcements are on the way, and FlyQuest just line up the ducks. Line up the pins, go for the strike, and 100 Thieves, I mean, they have Nightfall, they have Dimensional Drift, but this is just not a good round to really go for that big investment, not when anyone's really scratched the surface of the fortress, the bunker that is FlyQuest.
And you would think here that you're overcompensating for the side of FlyQuest to engage here with the Brimstone, but on your end, you could still cycle more ults here. The Viper spit into the next, Cora with the entry, with the rocket into the next round, so it's working out quite well to make sure that you have a very strong lead here going into the second map. Again, especially how the results panned out on the first map for your side, where nothing was working on your end. You couldn't really run defaults, you couldn't run crossfire setups, you couldn't really get real entries and you know, ping pong swings for the side of FlyQuest. And now it's looking a lot cleaner on their attack side here of Bind. Now you'll have to see, what are we going to try to do now to try to engage Thea to get the pit out? And it seems, again, to go into this 4-1. And now you see the timeout. What are we going to try to do with this? An op in the side of Marceline that brought full value on that previous map of Ascent. But if that gets smoked out right away here at the beginning, okay, you're going to go for that forward line. This is what I want to see here.
What a showstopper. It'd be a real scary opportunity for Cora. She's getting aggressive. And oh, the teleport out. Good bait for Lydia. Now the 100 Thieves invest 2 members into Showers. They finally put a stop into what seemed like such a free route for FlyQuest. But the plan will still continue. It's creeping up through the smoke as Thea, if they can get her in a post-plant scenario, never mind. She will have the Viper's pit for next round, I guess. I
think she even made noise. I think that the little icon in the minimap moved out a little bit too quickly, and she was easily spotted, found, and picked off here by Jazzikins, and I'm pretty sure she was trying to block line of sight by sneaking through a pit in the back. And now just everybody's going to get picked off by one by one with this op.
with the 6-0 star, FlyQuest are so rich they could repurchase all the ops if they need to, but it's a good round for 100 Thieves to build up towards those ults, and LEFU is the only one without an ult. Now FlyQuest will have to think going forward, how are they gonna change up their util usage to get through showers a little bit easier for someone like Cora, especially when you're gonna have Lydia and Marceline be there with a potential teleport.
And it looks so difficult for them to hold this round for FlyQuest. Last second TP will probably get them towards Hookah, but both of them just got hit by the Nightfall with 13 seconds left.
Oh, wait!
10 seconds
Expect
left.
the unexpected! How does Ev get away with that? The Nightfall thrown from 100 Thieves and a double kill from Jazzy, left with Ev to clean all of it up. And Melia, the last survivor. That was an interesting end of the round. A lot of ults coming out.
Yeah, she was just hanging out in Hookah, and that's the... Again, the silver lining with Slaney getting picked off the way that she did, because the Nightfall blinded and deafened both players inside that A site. So they never heard the Showstopper come up. They never heard even the Satchels come up from the top of the APC. So she gets a full rocket. Speaking of Jazzikins, right onto 2 players and saves around there for 100 Thieves. Because Ev, that was a superstar play that they just did. Beautiful flash around the corner, blinds 2 players, lines up 2 as well, and almost gets the wall bang onto Jazzikins. Imagine if they did. That rocket would have never gone out into that round. And you could already see it. They lost the round, their first round of this map, and already Coach Joe calls a timeout for the side of FlyQuest because they don't want to give the opportunity for 100 Thieves to start catching up, because he realizes now that out of that previous timeout, they did talk about having early map control. They went for showers pressure and even a double swing kind of, so that the op, even if it misses, Lydia is there to support. So FlyQuest, I think now, is going to the next track book to not go for this 4-1 split and to think things differently, rather, as they have Seekers to work with to start entering here with this B side, apparently.
Yeah, not a lot of rounds have gone towards B. And
Why armor, Ev?
Troublesome. Yeah, to
There you go.
deal with Slandy and Melia with the wall that could come up, and Slandy likes to peek early. And that's why Slandy and Melia's numbers look like that. They just have not been able to have any gunfights, really.
Bring them down.
Same sort of setup. If you have your Molly out, wall up, Slandy gets to check and gets away with it.
I love, but unfortunately the wrong side.
I've got your trail.
Alright. Seekers for Ev.
Found one.
Information. What is the weaker site? Alright, the chase down to someone within the site here. Over at B. FlyQuest will send the showstopper in to do all the talking, just blindly through all the smokes. I mean, FlyQuest have really encased this site. Really need the kills to feel secure, and Cora pushes out solo. Here's the trade from Ev. The orbital strike from Lydia to try and reestablish this defense, and with Slandy at the helm, it's very possible. 100 Thieves got the spike drop from FlyQuest, and now you got an op that has to travel around with all the smokes within, and Ev journeys on by themselves. And that just gets punished by Lydia. 1v1 to end the round, and Bob swaps out the op for the Vandal. Now wrapping around through elbow. This is quite the ring around the rosy, but 13 seconds left. Bob's gonna have to make contact soon. Lydia's not... Oh, now just turning around. 5 seconds. Bob is gonna plant. Lydia just has to prevent it, but Bob is quicker to the trigger.
Oh, one of those moments where Lydia had it.
These guns we use are okay.
She's been so good in that first map, but unfortunately just couldn't capitalize on that first contact play against Bob, trying to get the plant down on that B site. 4 seconds as Bob engaged into that spike plant. Should have been a freebie, but Bob wins that duel towards the end. I still have to add some commitment, though, into how 100 Thieves kind of anchored up towards that site. I think they kind of ultied Lydia's ult onto Slaney on purpose so that she could find a surprise kill outside of the tin. It got some value. FlyQuest is able to reset that economy right away.
Another sheriff, but you know, the GC sheriffs are something else. You don't know that lore, ask anybody. FlyQuest have to get through B, and it was just a smoke hell, and it was very difficult for FlyQuest to get around. Even with the weapon advantage, they're just not feeling too good, especially without any kind of hookah push. And the lurk from Thea and Bob too. Feeling more confident about that setup too. Marceline, you gotta finish off what you started. Bob's not gonna bite down on that bait. No, thank you. Let's dog up. They'll have their Vipers wall up, and there's the flank from Hookah coming through mid, and it has to be a Louvely that keeps that in check with the Vandal. It gets the double, a 1v2 that is critical to really sealing this round for FlyQuest. 100 Thieves have good ideas on these saves, but FlyQuest are determined to send us into a map 3.
And great heads up play here by FlyQuest. As soon as the first player drops down towards the market, the rest of them is, okay, well, Bob already found one player in the front of Showers at the very beginning. They have to be a little bit weaker up towards that A site because you've noticed 2 players are flanking towards that back end. One of them is kind of pinned, trying to fight against Bob, trying to lurk up. So you have one person watching that flank towards market. The other one engages to start rushing into the A site, pinch into Showers. And I was gonna say Bob's your uncle, but Bob's still fragging on the server here as this chamber. She's currently holding out now on trying to counter against the Viper's Pit on short.
Bob can be auntie, I guess.
Yeah.
But oh wait, Jazzy Kittens. That's mother right there. Always delivering on the big kills. 100 Thieves start off and much need any round that they can get, especially with where the economy is. This is a must win, it feels, just to get back on your high horse.
Yeah, this is a great start for 100 Thieves. So a rare 5-on-4 early start that they get on their side with the denial of that push from Cora all the way up towards Long B. But you see what happened before here. Louvely inserted towards this B site. If she's going to start making noise on that side too, I might have to keep those players at bay. But so far, 100 Thieves are still playing power of numbers, trusting into the pit, keeping their 3 players towards this B site.
And Ev could still try to flash within the pit and see if he can flush out the rats from the pit. But right now, Ev is just going to stay put. Let FlyQuest work the right side of the map. First flashes out. Some movement, but Slandy holds on. The 100 Thieves backline tries to push back against FlyQuest, who sealed their half of the real estate with the Brim smokes. Marceline's on the other side. Will have the ult, but I think you can just play this from front to back if you're 100 Thieves. Smokes go down. Marceline is quick to react. And that means FlyQuest could find themselves 6 feet under, but the 1v3 is not possible for Thea. And a much needed round for 100 Thieves.
Great patience by Marceline. That had to come down to reaction when the smoke dissipates so that she reacts to where their opponents could be, flicks onto the first kill, and already knew where the second player was at because of some noise that were made while we were planning here towards this A site. That said, the adjustments right after to pull that pit down just to make sure that Thea cannot hide anywhere inside of Milia's pit. And everybody gets her pretty much pinned, cornered into U-Haul and easily takes her down. That's a nice little reaction back and an answer back here for 100 Thieves, where it's been FlyQuest commanding the lead throughout this whole map. Trying to go for a C's name, anticipating a double satchel right into Showers, and if they hear it, then that's where they'll throw their util.
Now the dog is going to reveal somebody with an op near U-Haul. And the offensive op, though, Bob gets dropped. And that means go to plan B. Literally, Melia's in one and done spot. Oh, this is a neat trick on the other side of the wall, too. And FlyQuest know it's coming. Thea has to address it. And Melia still gets the heads-up kill.
I've got your trail.
FlyQuest have made their way through Hookah, though, but not having any eyes on B Long is going to be a problem. The Seekers reveal Melia, and she can't stand up against the forces of FlyQuest. They overwhelm her. The 100 Thieves have to try and retake, and off of the Jazzykins opener, the showstopper double. It's possible for the Thieves. And the Prowler is bait, and FlyQuest fall.
Beautiful util by 100 Thieves, too, on that retake for that 3 versus 1. Jazzikin was with the most important kill in the first place to get the showstopper at the ready. So she enters right away, catches Ev off guard, takes them down. And then the rest was just history on how great they utilized nades, C's, and Prowler. to flesh out. I think that was Aluvili as the last player remaining here for FlyQuest. And what was it? We had a 7-1 scoreline. At the Spheres here for the scoreline so far, but 100 Thieves are doing a good job here cutting down that lead. One more round and they're going to be able to regain that confidence moving into that second half. But if not, FlyQuest, if they're able to shut this down right away, especially seeing defensive ops in the hands of Lydia,
too for 100 Thieves, so
that will give him much better confidence here to try to push this into a set. Oh, sorry, to a
aggression from over at B Long, and that's where the Bob Op was sitting. So Marceline gets punished. Now it's an opener for FlyQuest to work with. But really, you're dogging up towards Showers. Pressure on Slandy.
A little slow to start, though. We're still trying to clear early.
She wants to play back, and it just kind of throws it out preemptively.
It doesn't hit anybody at all either. So 100 Thieves,
thinking they were
they're playing a little bit into the unknown here after they lost their player early in Marceline. And with those ults util, they find no information, so FlyQuest has a window to split this A site.
FlyQuest able to dodge at least one ult. Now have to push through the smoke, and Slandy has the lineup. Jazzykins by her side. Crossfire 2. FlyQuest will have to explode in. They still have a flash 2 from Ev. There's the first nade. The flash stepping into the smoke. Still sought out. FlyQuest have all their ducks in a row. And Lydia is going to head out of dodge. The Molly gets a kill somehow. Sure, I guess. Now this is possible. Lydia gets back into heaven too with the op. This will be a deadly angle. FlyQuest will have to cower and hide. And at least with the spike down, they can do that. And Bob, every sightline that she has, she owns. Melia's left in a 1 versus 4. Pretty impossible task.
It's a shame you have to die, but you are not.
And this ends 9-3, so not the worst scoreline, despite, like you said, this starting 7-1.
All right, so we're going to continue forward here. Sorry about that, a little bit of a stutter going through as we're back into the second half. 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. It's FlyQuest on defense this time around. And we talked about just earlier on the round that needed to be won here for FlyQuest's side in order for them to try to push this into Abyss.
Okay, here's the plant for 100 Thieves. FlyQuest on their way. One flash left for Ev. Do 100 Thieves want to cross this line of no return? Smoke's in place. 100 Thieves able to buy a lot of time, but now Jazzy Kids has to be front and center and give some ideas of what angles to sit at. Meanwhile, FlyQuest have already warded through U-Haul. And Thea makes a big hero play. Lydia's at the back end, challenging this, looking into the sun in a 1 versus 3, and the plan falls apart for 100 Thieves. And FlyQuest just take this one step at a time and stomp their way through the Thieves.
That's 2 pistols now for the side of FlyQuest on this map of Bind. This is a great start and a great confidence builder here going into the second half. And with that confidence, they're bringing in a lot of weaponry in the anti-eco. So you have an Outlaw, a Vandal, a Stinger buy though for 100 Thieves because they do have a spike plant. I'm down for that, but it's also very dangerous because you have this Outlaw from Bob. And you know how good she's been with these snipe rifles from the first map until now. So if she chooses correctly, which it seems like she is, TP's on the top of the APC, she might have free reign to get 2 picks here up to short A.
Bob has been critical. Some tackle player on this team, but even she knows when to take a step back and choose a quality opportunity, and most sometimes it just jumps into your lap like that. Within the smoke, using it against the Thieves. FlyQuest back, trying to retake through all the mazes of smokes. At least through heaven. Could be Thea marking her territory, but 100 Thieves are now hiding, and FlyQuest have to check these corners. Bob does a good job. FlyQuest have found that weaker point through U-Haul to try and break through. And the Thieves now are against the wall and into a corner. And FlyQuest, the power of friendship is all it takes. Get this one up to 11.
I like the idea too. That's a little bit of 100 Thieves moves themselves when they go for that smoke on the top of the APC and have Austin kind of just satchel on top of it and try to get an opener in there. But Bob, great reaction time to get that pick. And at the same time, as I mentioned before, all of them were at half shields except for one player on the side of 100 Thieves. So everything becomes easy pop shots to fully cancel out the stinger buy on the side of 100 Thieves. Now you're going to have to gamble through. I mean, at this point, it's 11-3. Do you want to keep going for stinger buys? Do you want to try to just save again and go for the OT instead? And that is where it will get difficult now for 100 Thieves to decide on.
What a turnaround, too. We just thought 100 Thieves were just based on the firepower and everything they brought on Ascent. 13-5. That did FlyQuest have enough in them to really push back against one of the best teams that we have here? And this is definitely giving map 3 vibes. Holy cow, FlyQuest have majorly improved their Ascent and are heading into a direction of well, this is annihilation.
Yeah, I mean, greatly improved the bind for sure after the results that they had in the past. So remember those different compositions that we talked about in the past 2 weeks of play that they tried to utilize there on bind, right? It was a 5-13 scoreline, 7-13 scoreline. Now you're coming in with what seems to be finally the winning recipe where players are kind of really comfortable within their roles. Ev, not the first time that they're going to play a Sky here on this map. Bob playing a chamber so that she could just focus on herself and just own the way that she does. And it seems to be that winning factor, especially didn't have a chance to talk about the Fragile Nigel of Thea. 16-8 so far and doing a great job too on supporting the team to try to push this onto Abyss.
We're just sorting out a technical pause. There we go. I was like, timeout, technical pause. Okay. Yeah, because our Discord kind of went down, so I'm imagining maybe there's some comms issues, but once we get that sorted, we'll be all good. But hey, I thought the double duelist was going to be the real killer for 100 Thieves, especially with just how much momentum, just how much their confidence really was brought through on Ascent. And I mean, Jazzykins and Marceline are definitely putting up those numbers. It's just, you've been getting through Bob, to sorting out Cora through showers, through everyone from FlyQuest having their moments.
Yeah, and it comes down to what I was mentioning before too. When they're playing the defensive side for 100 Thieves, it was just a little bit too passive. And once they finally started figuring out how they could counter on the side of FlyQuest, and they won one round, Coach Joe went for an instant timeout just to counter it back and not give that momentum back for 100 Thieves. So it really looked like the game plan was well thought out for FlyQuest, a little bit too late on a reaction from the coaching staff of 100 Thieves, and you've been forced to play comeback the whole time here on this map.
Oh, Bob almost gave Melia a haircut there, but meanwhile, Lydia's the one looking around, and Bob gets the shot that she wanted all along. 100 Thieves really stuck in this round. It would have to take a hero play out of Marceline with the flashes, and now she's already been discovered. Tough road ahead of Marceline, the 1v2. Wait! The first shot is clean. Trying to stay still to finish off the second. Record gets the trade. Thea locks up Hookah, and FlyQuest go to match point.
Coming back from that tech pause too, you saw that 100 Thieves didn't want to invest into another stinger bind, just try to close that gap that way. So it was the Hail Mary to try to get that into that second round after the first round plant, sorry, on the half. Now you're just going to try to play the rifles for the rest and try to force this into overtime if you can. The thing is, very difficult. You're already having a very potent op for the side of Thea. She might be wanting you to use that early into Sands from the looks of it, or maybe put the orb down and ult into long B. But that could already lock down an early section of the map for bind for FlyQuest. Just nail this and push this to Abyss.
Ooh. Second time Illuvi's been punished, and well, now the round is just gifted over to 100 Thieves after a very aggressive play in showers from FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked that ult to come out somewhere at least. You get to funnel players across here to Bob, who's holding the Outlaw once again. Two of them can get one-shotted by the Outlaw, but instead, you went for these battles just to hold out towards Shower your op isn't at, where your Outlaw player isn't at. Looks like Bob was just playing short A from, or watching short A, whether doubling up on Showers, and everybody's just jiggle peeking, where even Thea got caught into hookah. So all of those plans they were trying to pull up before, maybe not going to work this time around, but Coach Joe probably still has another timeout to work with, while the rest of FlyQuest still has a lot of money to work with. So that gives him a chance here to probably reset into this next round. Even if Bob stays alive for the remainder of this timer as well. I mean, Melee just came out from spawn. This is a free kill.
Do better.
So anyways, as you're staying back towards the spawn for Bob, it still gives a chance here for Thea, for Ev to talk things through and try to figure out how they could pick up the next round. And if it works according to plan, Coach Joe won't call the timeout. If there's a timeout, then there's probably something that Coach Joe doesn't like, and they want to try to leverage here the ults that are available now for FlyQuest.
Gun here.
Forcing a repurchase out of Jazzykins may cause some issues in the 100 Thieves side, but FlyQuest just need one. But sometimes at the finish line, that's when you can start to trip up, just when things look so done. Bob with the op. Ooh. That has held down A in the best way, and she does not miss those shots. Sometimes, but yes, we'll confirm it.
We're going for it. So there's that trip that's set within that smoke, so you hold that area, and now you can play a 3-2. We are a little bit overextended for the side of Aluvali, but this position has already gotten great value in the past. If you remember, if you watch the VCTs, Robbie PK from Loud had a 3K on that map, on this map in that very corner. But Bob won't get a kill.
Whoa. Wow. He usually doesn't miss those. That is an opener that 100 Thieves very happy to have. And they're going to start making their way through the right side. But extension that you talked about, we have to pay attention to it. Louvely is all the way through Fountain. Very slowly but surely, though. While Ev will just go through spawn. So here's the offensive nightfall for 100 Thieves to try and deal with this pitch. And Thea has a lot on her shoulders to deal with this. Even the nade through, you hear the satchel, you get the spike down. And 100 Thieves have carved their way towards a site. And another chance to live on through this map. Meanwhile, Louvely has made their way through Fountain. Now through a main. And this is where they really needed to get some flank pressure going, but 100 Thieves had a right game plan around that nightfall.
And you still have cycled ults that are available here for FlyQuest, so Build a False for Bob, Showstopper for Korra. If 100 Thieves are reading into this, I'd probably try to place Marceline here towards this A side, just to try to spot where the rocket could be. It seems as though it's currently being held by Korra towards this A site, looking to potentially even push forward at that spot. So you, oh no, I was gonna say you need Marceline to move forward so she could TP away if needed be.
Okay. You guys keep knocking at the door. Korra's gonna answer with a showstopper, so this could be that big hero play if 100 Thieves are grouped up in the right way. FlyQuest ready to push the envelope. Sometimes you gotta go back to those fundamentals. You just need the one round, like I said. Now Solo is heading through hookah. Bob is out. Now reclearing through the dimensional drift is on the chase and will decloak right into hookah and gets the chase down on Thea. Jazzykins is also on top of the box after a satchel, so good ideas from 100 Thieves get them established into B. Now back in elbow. Round the corner. FlyQuest will shelter from the storm for now. Now there's pressure coming through hookah, all thanks to Louvely. So many angles from FlyQuest, and even with the satchel, you cannot deter Louvely. And the dog comes through the front side of FlyQuest. And 100 Thieves are surrounded. And through main, Lydia will try to assist if the Viper wall does not stand in her way. Ev comes out after the flash, and Marceline within 10 holds her own. Slandy's by her side too. Couple more seconds. Beautiful high-low swing. And Bob down for the count to 4K for the duelist.
Dude, Marceline is doing a great job activating in the later halves of these map. Entries the first time around, 1v1 against Bob into Showers. This time gets a 4K within that round for 100 Thieves to actually capitalize for the 6th. That said, the way that they entered was beautiful. I was gonna mention, if Marceline's away right now where you're close to the showstopper, it's like, oh no, you're gonna get so much value from Korra. But it's Slandy with a Prowler, spots her first, pushes off the line. Then you get the Dimensional Drift going up towards Long, who avoids the Dota False, pushes Bob away, and then 100 Thieves are able to enter towards that site. So despite them being backs against the wall for the second map, I love that they stayed very calm to understand the scenario of what they're up against and leverage the correct utility to really gain that space at the right time and in the right way for the set of 100 Thieves. And finally, as we talked about, the amount of ults that were still available, the economy that was still available for the son of FlyQuest to turn it out. Now it's abysmal for their side, and Coach Joe now realizes, okay, it's time for me to push that button and try to maybe leverage what I could build up here within this round for the sacks and also for the next round when Aluvali is going to get her ult.
3 in a row for 100 Thieves. This is not a sprint now. This is a marathon. You have to play perfect from here on out. Any slip up could cost 100 Thieves the map. It's Jazzykin's showstopper, looking for a good stack up, even just throwing it at the Showers entrance. FlyQuest have liked to hold it there.
Okay, nice little idea.
Working. Now just deterring all the util. Bob's in her usual place. 100 Thieves go unchecked through Showers. It's only Thea. Marshall just threw Heaven, which could get smoked off, which could isolate the site. So that means Korra has to step up. Jump peeking. Hearing the Prowler. Not sure if that even did damage. So now you got the Orbital Strike from the offense to try and clear the way, to cause the chaos that 100 Thieves need to thrive in. And it's the hero Jazzy that makes this round still winnable. Bob goes undiscovered here in the corner. But not gonna be checked. The spike gets down. Jazzy clutches yet again. But now 6 feet under is 2 versus 1. FlyQuest with a map win to send us into the third. Melia goes to another site.
Had to come down to that. A lack of discipline for 100 Thieves to trade off each other instantly, and everybody's getting caught off by great timings by FlyQuest. But at least now Melia has advantage, has position. Could delay now. And angle with the shot.
Poison orb emitting.
Tough angle.
Poison's off.
One enemy remaining.
And here's the contact, and Ev finishes it. Great double swing. Aluvli a sacrifice, but the preparation, the hard work of FlyQuest pays off. And we go to a third map.
And a timeout wasn't even needed by Coach Joe after all to think about the next round. It was again the GC Sheriffs that saves the round here for the side of FlyQuest Red. Beautiful shots coming through where 100 Thieves still did a great job utilizing early utility to figure out where players could be at. And once they actually start engaging into the sites, it's the Sheriffs once again, the Marshall holding up towards this A side. And now I'm excited because I get to see Abyss. I haven't seen this in a very long time, and I'm happy that I get to taste it now with the Game Changers.
Yeah, 13-5 for 100 Thieves on the first map, 13-6 for FlyQuest on the second. We have a gauntlet, but now this next map, as you said, is where the preparation will truly show. How many ideas, how many plans do we have around Abyss? Well, we're about to find out. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick?
I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The final map to decide who is going to the main event against two heavy hitters in our VALORANT Game Changers presented by Verizon. After the FlyQuest knockout on Bind, I'm stoked for what awaits us on Abyss, fans.
Same here, because you talked about knockouts, and I thought it was really over as soon as I saw 100 Thieves dominate here on that first map of Ascent. And when FlyQuest finding no real results in the last two times to play that map, I thought it was GG right there. But there was so much going on in favor of FlyQuest, where for me, it almost looked like what they were using as their composition allowed for them to do a lot of individual plays and finding great value as in terms of how comfortable they could be in the best roles they could be for the side of FlyQuest. So you already see here lots of good first bloods on the side of FlyQuest. I mean, it was kind of even there, so it's surprising too on the side of 100 Thieves that you can convert a lot of these first bloods on the side of the Thieves. That said, though, this sets up the stakes quite well here for this third map, where you get into Abyss, where we don't know what to expect, what compositions we're going to be coming out with for either of these teams. It's probably, is it like the first time that we're actually seeing it played so far in North America since this map rotation going into the latest patch? So I'm actually looking forward to this.
Yeah, like FlyQuest, last time they were on Abyss was like back in 2024 and not anytime recently. And that's when it was just Thea and Ev and other members on the squad. So maybe they can bring some of those game plans, but imagine the understanding of this map has changed quite a bit since then. So excited to see why this was even floated, because I mean, FlyQuest tried to get rid of Corrode. I mean, they did get rid of Corrode pretty earlier on, just based on 100 Thieves having success and also picking Corrode in the past.
Yeah, Abyss is definitely a fun map to revisit now that it's back into the map pool, and to test out what's in theory by the coaches, because, you know, ever since the last time we've seen Abyss, there was no Neon going into the rotation, although maybe there was, but a lot of players were still focusing a lot more on Jet. If one thing that was for sure that wasn't available as a duelist is Waylay. So trying to go for Waylay or Yoru plays for the dives could be actually quite good. And also trying to see if going back into like Viper compositions could really help out a team to take full control here of how you want to manipulate the map here on your attack side. So if it doesn't come down to that, we've also seen some very basic compositions as like the Ascent mode with the Jet double initiator could still get value for a certain team. So if you're looking at it from the side of 100 Thieves, is that something that hasn't been practiced in the past? You could still pull out this, for the side of FlyQuest, you could still pull out what you did here on Ascent to try to win here your map of Abyss.
And we saw the work that Cora did on Jet when it came to that very first map. And Cora's the type of duelist that you don't need to give her 1,000 flashes or anything. Just information. Even Cora can go in solo and blind and she'll still do work. So I'm excited to see Cora potentially back on the Jet, whilst on the other side, a lot rides on Marceline, and she was playing mostly the Yoru before. So will we get to see the Jet matchup? Is Jazzykins wanting a second duelist? And whatever Jazzykins play, she'll end up still fragging like a duelist. But yeah, this is to determine who's going to the main event, y'all, and whoever loses won't be out. They'll just be 3-3, and they'll have to duke it out tomorrow for that last spot.
That's right. It's not over yet for either of these teams if they lose this series. As you know, winning team gets to move on, but losing team still has another chance. I want to go back into composition as well, where maybe I could think about why FlyQuest brings this into the map rotation for their side going to this third map as a surprise pick. Remember, Bind before, one of the compositions that they used as well was an Astra. And an Astra was also being quite well utilized by a team like G2, for example, when you try to combine that with a Yoru. You had the Dimensional Drift behind the Cosmic Divide. You try to flash out throughout the walls. We've seen those plays on Split as well. This could be a great opportunity for a team like FlyQuest to try to get something done with that as well. Although we've seen great value from Marceline more into an op, I'm not too sure if we're going to try to leverage that type of chaos with the Dimensional Drift. So we'll have to see once we're able to get here into the game.
Yeah, not only Marceline's up, but Bob has purchased this time and time again, and you just saw how impactful she is with whatever gun you put in Bob's hands. But every player on all of these teams, these are just some of the best that we have in Game Changers, outside of course, the SRG God Squad, and these are some of the top challengers to try and dethrone those gals. And I think I'm looking forward to seeing how the initiators turn out. So kind of Slandy and Ev, the big flash initiators, at least for the Fade, and also the KO on the other side, and how they can set up Cora and Marceline for success, and even just get that information depending on if they're going to be riding out some Sova.
Yeah, that's right. If you don't remember here, looking at this map of Abyss, something that was super important in the past was taking mid control. So you're seeing, at least for the side of Lydia of 100 Thieves, you are trying to bring out this this Astra on your end, but there's no Euro to follow it up. They're actually utilizing a Breach. I haven't seen a Breach utilized again back since like G2 days where Juna P was kind of using it, but that was also before the Breach nerf, where the fault line was a lot more potent than it is now. So I'm intrigued to see if 100 Thieves has a good read here going into Abyss with these changes happening now into the meta. As FlyQuest, though, I love that we're going to something, I like to say, basic. You're slicing off maps a lot with the Harbor. You're trying to get your Gecko to just plant the spike, and you're playing around as the wingman as your 6-man, and you're trying to just frag around that. So I haven't seen Bob on a KO in a very long time, though, so I am actually looking forward to that, too.
It's a lot of firepower. Even FlyQuest have been fun where they've, ran in, or no, maybe that was Jazzykins, where there was like some ISO Yoru, or ISO Reyna on Icebox, but Icebox not in the lineup. But Game Changers loves to innovate some compositions sometimes, but really surprised and impressed by the level of flexibility we've had from both these rosters. People like Jazzykins who can go to any role, people like Bob that can fill out any slot that you ask for, and now going on agents that I would say they're lesser known for because they could play anything, but ones that they don't have as much experience in. So we'll be 100 Thieves on the offense that hope to benefit a lot from the explosivity of someone like Jazzykins.
The good thing too is that even though Game Changers like to come out and cook up compositions, it's been copied and utilized even in pro play at the VCTs. I think about YDZ's composition on Ascent when they played Device in Chamber, and now Fnatic uses it, G2 uses it, and a lot of teams started pivoting towards that side. So maybe this might be the next iteration of how you could approach Abyss going into champs. We'll soon find out, though, as 100 Thieves are going for a lot of mid control, but it's been separated out by Thea's early wall, and that's a wall that's quite comfortable for Thea until that happens on that push on B main, on A main.
Wow, that is a deep harbor wall. It does not make 100 Thieves nervous at all. If anything, they wanted to step up and punish the harbor, but it's Thea that shuts the door on this round. And through all the chaos, Thea found the shot. 100 Thieves left to try and pick up the spike, but Melia is surrounded by the entire squad while Lydia was scaling her way through B. The captain has to put the cape on her back. Here's the first jump. Tries to put shots on the other side of the wall, but nonetheless, it's FlyQuest with the first pistol.
What a big round coming up from Thea, continuing her reign from that last map of Bun where she was top fragging for the side of FlyQuest Red. This time around, it's a great pivot by 100 Thieves because when they lost that first player towards A main, that was already identified that 4 players were pushing up against them, so you have to try to push aggressively into the mid choke point over towards B. And then you're able to get 2 kills like that, close range from Thea. That shouldn't usually happen, but that's what happens when you have that fragging capability for the side of FlyQuest, and they're able to capitalize now 3 pistol rounds in a row, forcing now 100 Thieves onto an eco where they're going to slow things down for a bit, letting themselves get known here towards this A main so they could maybe get orb control. And it's going to get picked up now by Slandy.
Got like a cheerleader pyramid from FlyQuest. I would have... Oh, maybe we'll still get to see this in action. This Slandy doesn't have recon or drone. The fault line, which will dismantle the pyramid. Marceline picks off 2, and FlyQuest just have 4 try and salvage this, and 1 is enough to get her immortal and away from this fight. And 100 Thieves now have an anchor that they have to still dig out from this site. Or doesn't get tagged by the recon, so tries to put pot shots within the entry until Lydia clears that out. Still took some time for 100 Thieves to get that done, allowing for reinforcements from FlyQuest to join the party. Thea's around the corner. Oh, 1 could still be up top. Oh, Slandy got a bit of a trim on the haircut. Thea looks to hunt it down. Slandy is sick with it. 2 versus 1 on the post plant. Bob should still be expecting Slandy. Maybe thought that she dropped down and got away, but Slandy's just different. She's still there.
Yeah, and the first great start for 100 Thieves where it was the fault line we just talked about with the changes onto that breach, how much value you could get. I think her fault line hit all 3 players going for that high, low, lower stack on the top of that A main that forced some players to push through, allowing Marceline to swing out and getting 2 beautiful sheriff kills openings for the side of 100 Thieves. Then it just makes it so difficult for FlyQuest to rotate across. For me, you're looking at this map of Abyss, very similar to, I like to say, Kuro, where the rotates are so hard to do and long if you're not going to cut through middle. So as you're rotating back, you have 0 information. The top of that A side got full value for you, and they're going back into the pistol round. Double flash, trying to fight towards main, but 100 Thieves are ready this time.
It's the wide swing from Cora, thinking there was just 1 holding spawn, but 100 Thieves hid their numbers until it was the right moment to strike. Right it was. That's an opener, and FlyQuest, the gamble will have to be reset back to square one and around the corner.
And even the bubble comes up too. That will give you another orb control picked up by Slaney. So going back into initiators, trying to grab the ults. And Aluvali trying to go for a hero play, but she gets picked off, and that's going to make it even more difficult now for the anchor players towards this A site.
You just felt like if you're a FlyQuest, you need to do something before the breach team just explodes onto the site. Especially if Marceline gets comfortable. She had 3 that round before FlyQuest responded. 100 Thieves will pivot sites, and it's going to be even more difficult for FlyQuest to retake, but some weapons being left behind. Hey, there's a Vandal, and they still have a Guardian.
That was nice too. When she dashed across, she got the information of those 2 players in the back of the A site. So that calls for that pivot across, and now you're playing a beautiful plant to watch from the window, to play within that site. It comes down to this 1v1 as well between Melia and Thea right now in the back of middle.
Last player standing.
Melia lines it up, knocks it down. And now the rest is history. 100 Thieves with a big response, and this is for going into the main event where everyone's trying to make their mark, having big banners to represent. Now Ev is just trying to bait people out with the Astra post plan and the fault lines too. Ev is just playing dodgeball against what's left of the 100 Thieves, so 4 Vandals into the next.
And starting to see the value of what they're trying to bring here for the composition for 100 Thieves. Although the Aftershock is not going to get you the best value towards this A site, but it will definitely be good for you to utilize here, anchoring up towards this B site post plant. Then you have Sucks, Shock Darts, so much good utils for the stall in the onto the post plant. So for FlyQuest, understanding these rounds as we continue to evolve from round after round, they're going to have to make sure here that this pulse plant utility is not available for the side of 100 Thieves. They're doing a great job to create that pressure at the very beginning, though. They're trying to fight and force out this util, especially coming down to this rifle round.
Is Ev cooking? Bob makes first contact, able to call out that mid-presence. But Ev is like they want to just wait out the smoke instead of go for any kind of crazy play. At least play off the call from Bob.
Outjump's not even going to work out. Slaney was trying to sell a fake towards this A side, but because Bob already saw 2 players leaning towards B when she was fighting on middle, especially with Melia falling down, they know this hit's coming towards B. Thea once again has to stall.
Yeah, it's tough to do on the harbor, but down this alleyway just tries to isolate the 1v1, and as 100 Thieves trickle into the site, Thea finds what she can. The rest of 100 Thieves are able to find shelter and a plant. But this is where Ev can have a big impact with these flashes. Wingman won't be able to reach all the way back there. The rest of 100 Thieves playing through main, and Jazzykins tries to hide her presence, but FlyQuest, the backline is strong! Jazzykins is only good for 1. FlyQuest had the upper hand and had the high ground too.
High ground, upper hand, and even 100's Fury. And it looked at the very beginning that Slaney was the only one staying within that site. And then the call had to be made. You have to readjust here to allow Slaney to go back towards that spawn so that they could play the Hunter's Fury on the post plant. But they both kind of swung out just to try to help out Jazzykins, who's creating a ruckus within this B site. And just unfortunately, both of them gets caught out in the open. And there's nothing that Jazzykins could do towards the end. No value off the Hunter's Fury. At least you could carry it over into this round. And Melia is actually using an attack side up. So I think she's going to try to leverage this into a late pick into middle to fight against Bob, who's been trying to find the early information as a KO.
Yeah, Bob has been a nuisance there. And I don't even know if 100 Thieves have... Well, now they may know where... Or Melia has been sussed out, but... Ev could also assist in a big way. Bob is going to ditch it.
That was so close.
Thieves knocking at the door of B, and they found that solo defender, but Bob has already rotated in and is starting to cut and bite at the heel of 100 Thieves.
Here.
Able to ditch Bob.
Planted.
It's just Marceline left on the site. There's that first Lear from FlyQuest, but the drone from 100 Thieves did see where the push is coming from the defenders. Not a lot at the disposal of FlyQuest. Just Ev. Molly's in a flash. Oh! It's tagging up the Reyna. Wait.
The Dizzy
Chorus
saved her.
still gets a kill too. Oh, the Dizzy. I was wondering. Get down, Mrs. President, I guess. Fault line to stop, and here's that Hunter's Fury. Ooh, the delay, the mind games. FlyQuest both tagged. Jazzykins just the cherry on top gets the third.
My gosh, I was so lucky that Korra stayed alive on that one when she swung out from heaven. I was just about to mention, as three of them are finally playing the post plan outside to secure the round or try to secure the round with the Hunter's Fury, you just left Marceline alone on the site though. I would have kind of preferred maybe a 2-2 setup so that Jazzykin's util, because she already used her Aftershock, could be leveraged to maybe flash double fight in that spot. And if Marceline finds contact, you leverage the Hunter's Fury right into what I like to call Aquarium or Grass or Ivy on that connector of the B side back into B. But instead, it comes down to trust the op, trust to rotate across, trust that Marceline could stay alive within that site, and then Slendy still gets value with the Hunter's Fury to stop the Gecko ult. So that was a great way here for 100 Thieves to salvage that previous round. Now you have a big ult round on the side here of FlyQuest if you want to utilize it. And this timeout, with the economy that you currently have, I can kind of see it. If you want to try to leverage maybe a couple of hero rifles around these ults, I'd be down to leverage, or I'd be down to try that out, especially when it comes back to the flood retakes, because you know that usually Jazzykins would use the Rolling Thunder to create that space. So play offsite, use the Reckoning in the Thrash, and then you start entering back in for the flood retake on the side of FlyQuest.
See if FlyQuest can waste out that Rolling Thunder and keep themselves safe. With mostly pistols, it's not looking good for FlyQuest. At least power in numbers, right? But on these lower buys, FlyQuest like to be funny. They like to kind of just jump out when bears come down and try to surprise the 100 Thieves. See if it works out, but for now, FlyQuest just gonna hold their positions.
It's Marceline trying to peek out first, and you see right in the back of spawn the fault line being set up by Jazzykins to try to support wherever she scales in that space. So now he gets spotted, she pings it out.
Deploying drone.
You just have to delay here on the side of Louvely, but no stars to work with anymore.
The drone may have not spotted this. Reyna, Sakura's good for one. She's able to fade back out, dodge the breach, so do 100 Thieves. That's the Rolling Thunder. No, not feeling good, and not after the null command from Bob.
Yeah, it's going to slow things down for a bit, so this has to be a double insert play. No, it's going to be a fake once again, so Slandy only has Recon Dart. And this insert Armelia could have been a big pick onto Thea to start. And now the jig is up, and you just have to count on aim to hopefully open up the space here for the side of 100 Thieves.
Melia's not going to extend either. Just making sure space is kept and you don't take any unnecessary risks. And
30 seconds left.
This is a good pivot for 100 Thieves. And they're very spread out too. I mean, even look where Slandy is. You have cameras and trips all the way through the flank in case FlyQuest try anything funny. Now the Reckoning thrown. Aya targeting Melia, and she's gone. 100 Thieves now sealed off from the site, and FlyQuest can jump on the spike, and 100 Thieves. They have shock bolts, they have a Rolling Thunder. It has to come out, the spike has been tapped. 100 Thieves can't see what's happening, and Thea's on the other side. The gatekeeper of the waterfall, and 100 Thieves, as soon as that drops, so do the rest of FlyQuest, just like dominoes. It's a 1v1, and Ev cannot hold on anymore.
Whew, that was close there, but well done for 100 Thieves. That was basically the winning condition for the side of the Thieves. Yes, we talked about the amount of ults that could be utilized for FlyQuest, but it would have got so much more value if they were able to flush out that Rolling Thunder first. They did a great job stalling over towards that A site, but then giving up B just allowed Jazzykins to move in solo into the site, or move into the site for a plant rather, without getting punished or flushed out. So she gets to save the Rolling Thunder for the post plan, and that's what got the most value there for 100 Thieves. Beautiful shock darts from Slandy as well to prevent the wingman plant. Now this forward position by Korra, not spotted by the dart, but unfortunately was jumping up on the boxes and can reset on time to fight against Marceline. Another beautiful opener, first blood, to kick things off here for 100 Thieves on this A side.
Another orb 2, one away from the Cosmic Divide. Lydia lurking through B. It's definitely been the weaker side when it's just a solo harbor and Bob has to be fluid between the both sites. You know, watching through mid and sometimes getting encounters there, but FlyQuest seem to want to reestablish themselves on A after losing Korra, and it's going to make the job even tougher for Thea to hold.
Standard exec as well. This should be an open site one more time for 100 Thieves to go for a plant. Always planning at this spot seems to be giving them the most and best value. Especially when Jazzigan's still alive, she stays within the site. Could play, I was gonna say could play back site so she could leverage the aftershock, but trying to use that to create more space for the team.
Cosmic Divide won't even help Illusionally because 100 Thieves are gonna be in their face. They're even on the high ground. All blinded, FlyQuest couldn't benefit, but wait, that Gecko, the Dizzy, got a lot of value. 100 Thieves have broken in, they've kicked down the door, and Slanty's at 30 HP doing everything, and it's 5-2. What a clean round from 100 Thieves.
And that's the unfortunate part for FlyQuest. Even if the Dizzy got value on both players playing on the top of Heaven's side, the Dizzy doesn't flash for too long. So that split second and that solo cage thrown by Melia, Slanty's able to use that as a one-way. As soon as she doesn't get blinded anymore, she goes for that duel into Ivy and wins that fight, and even gets a second one on top of that. It was a little bit of delay behind that, the Gecko Dizzy, to allow FlyQuest to get real value on how they were flooding back towards that site. And now you're starting to see the weakness here from 100 Thieves that they can start exploiting towards this B site. So you continue with this conditioning towards this A site. Marceline clearing the corner, fault lines at the ready. You take ore control, and then now you start lurking and you start executing based off the ults that you get. Because I think this is Sova ult, and then you can just plow into the site with Hunter's Fury and also a Cosmic Divide.
Korra has been on the front lines saluting against 100 Thieves, but this time at the back, and that's the opening, the gap that Marceline exploits while going unchecked. And FlyQuest have been trying to change things up, and now on mostly Sheriffs. You do what you can with what you got.
Right here.
Marceline will be right at the front. There's even a trip there too, courtesy of Melia. Not a lot of safe places for FlyQuest to exploit. Oh, and Marceline already dumping bullets into them. The leader's gonna keep Marceline good, and she dances against trouble, and FlyQuest have broken in. Aluvli continues to deliver on the Sheriff, and Thea gonna play off of that perfectly. The Cove will allow a defuse to try and get halfway. Slanty responds to the call through the Cosmic Divide, sealing things off. You've stopped the defuse for now. Someone has to go check, and Lydia becomes the victim, and FlyQuest extend beyond it, but don't have the time to defuse. What a heads-up play for Slanty to save the round.
Yeah, another clutch coming in for the Hunter's Fury, and that's 2 of them available within 8 rounds. So the value that they have, how I think it goes back to that same story as we've mentioned and we've witnessed on Vine, where the roles have reversed. You're playing a little bit too passively on the side of FlyQuest, and you're always given so much A-side control. The only time where they tried to go for these 4-1s is when they had an eco or a piss around for double flashes, even triple flashes, to fight for A main control. This time they're going to do it with rifles, but there's already a read here from 100 Thieves to just default more towards this A-side middle. Which is very nice.
FlyQuest, really. FlyQuest just trying to support each other against the entries of Marceline that have been so deadly at A main, and now with Silence, FlyQuest could extend there and try to deal with Melia or gift her a neural theft opportunity, but that's gonna be ditched. Cosmic Divide puts down the road, paves this for 100 Thieves to get a free, once again, B-site plant.
So nice. Just keeping the insert from Melia to hear all that noise, and here's that double flash. They say, like, if you can start pushing towards this B side, it's piss around all over again.
Bob has a flash to lead them in, and well, who cares about that? Bob makes entry. Jazzykins respects it, tries to flash and keep FlyQuest suppressed. And oh, that flick was clean. I thought Jazzykins was going off the map, but man, FlyQuest had to punish. Now have to seal off 100 Thieves from stopping the defuse, and the frags come in for FlyQuest, and it's just Lydia And the defuse still rings in, and FlyQuest get the round.
Couldn't get the spray there onto the wingman to cancel that plan, but there was just too many players to deal with, and no opportunities this time to get the clutch out of Lydia, especially when you have 3 players spamming and protecting the wingman for you to try to play the offsite plant in that scenario. It did try to stay within the sites, what I wanted to see in the past too, when I was saying, okay, you can't leave too many players in the back lines and leave one player solo within sight. But it's just unfortunate there that there was just too much util still left available for FlyQuest to flood back with, and too much for 100 Thieves to deal with to find safe haven and safe space to work with. Now a change of pace though. 100 Thieves are trying to look for mid control, and it's an early blade storm from Marceline, and they're trying to break that door potentially. And if it gets broken though, that's 3 players looking to fight back within that doorway.
Well, this is their moment. Says hello to the Sentinel. Slandy will respect that space, but Thea through mid is going to try and regain control. What Ev started. 100 Thieves can at least depend on a B plant after what Lydia has cleared out.
Just unfortunate miscoms coming out for 100 Thieves. It seems as though Jazzikins was set up to fault line and help Marceline get that line into that connector towards that A site, while the other 2 are trying to just open the door and try to go 2v1 against Ev inside the breakable door. And that's the only rifle that you carried forward that got immediately lost. Now Slandy's looking to pick it up, but gotta say they could have been more players to help. The blade storm was available. That could have opened things up and try to take full control of middle at the start. But at least we get a plant.
A lot of cutoff opportunities for 100 Thieves too, where Lydia is sitting, I guess where Slandy was. She's still good for 1 though. With the knife thrown, Lydia's been discovered. So now some space for FlyQuest. Rolling Thunder to juggle up FlyQuest, and Jazzykins
player standing.
at least gets value from her own ults. But wait, Ev just still carves their way through. And FlyQuest are catching up.
That was a nice try. I think on a 2v4 on an eco, I could respect what they were trying to do. Rolling Thunder just to try to have Jazzikins delay and maybe to get one where she did. And then you just saw Lydia trying to book it back because she still had 3 stars to work with. She could delay even more with the stars. But as she was trying to backpedal, Evs does a great job to throw their wingman. Gets the stun. Lydia can't escape. Ev chases her down. And then that leaves Jazzikin alone on an island, looking to face against Heaven and Ivy at the same time, and nothing you could do. And as you've mentioned now, 2 rounds picked up and the gap's been closed. A dominant start that we had from 100 Thieves, but since the timeout, we've cleaned up the act a bit for FlyQuest on how we're playing these flood retakes.
FlyQuest not only broke that 4-round win streak that 100 Thieves are on, but FlyQuest are really soaring. Now at the front door. FlyQuest, this plan to try and halt Marceline has to be in effect. Kind of a delayed push for 100 Thieves, not even tapping the orb quite yet. Be a real plan to use the smoke and even a pull for Louvely, but
yeah, it seems for 100 Thieves are just trying to play content at the beginning, and then when the smoke was a little bit deeper, they tapped on the spike to see if there's going to be any flashes coming out of it. So this is an opportunity for them to cut noise and fight for an entry, and it almost found the opportunity. That might be the call now to just full exec.
Marceline, Queen of the Hill, at the stopper, and it's the Reckoning to do just that. It's a bit too much chaos. And Cora helps FlyQuest work their way in, but now they're fragging now that the Reckoning has expired. Lydia, the captain, and Melia all work together. They storm against Ev, holding the corner. Spike is down, and the Thrash going to lock down this last member. Ev, that's disrespectful. Wait, Thrash doesn't even get there. The Spike has been grabbed, and Melia escapes.
They're cutting to rotate. You're going to have to go through middle to try to get the plant down. I don't think you have time to go here.
10 seconds left.
Oh, it'll be close.
Just got it. But the other one's already closing that gap here towards Ivy.
0.1 seconds left. Can Melia pull off the Red Bull clutch? And it's Bob with a flash. No Dizzy for Ev, but still a wingman that'll force action from Melia. No.
I must wait a moment.
Not even more time for Melia. She can play safe. She's already got the duel against Bob. The spike's been tapped. and she has to play mind games against Ev, who's on the high ground, and Melia, what's the Red Bull clutch?
What a sick round there by Melia. What a flick that she just got there onto Ev on that 1 versus 2. That was just an opportune timing for FlyQuest. The wingman just dissipated right in the front of where Melia was positioned. So they thought that she was still playing back towards B main with the camera being set up. She finds the timing, isolates 2 fights.
That goes there.
And Ev still played it smart to take the upper ground. Yet Melia goes for flick after flick and then connects with a bullet between the eyes of Ev, the kill leader on the side of FlyQuest, keeping 100 Thieves in the lead by 3 going to the last round of the half. That may defeat the morale here for allowing FlyQuest to get 5 rounds and for 100 Thieves to maybe even take the lead by 4.
Still not a full buy from the FlyQuest side when you have a Guardian and still a Stinger. Last round of the half. It'd be an 8-4 situation. All depends on that opener, which has been pretty back and forth. Which hasn't been too many encounters on the A main side. FlyQuest would rather minimize those risks. 100 Thieves will end at B yet again. Bob is just checking anyone in the nest.
5-player hit too. Now you can't dash into the site, but you're also still playing passively here for Fly. Bob tries to go for the hero play and she already loses all of that space that could be available here for FlyQuest to retake at the beginning. So that'll make the retake even harder, especially after this plant. Slandy now has another 100 Sphere to work with.
Caught starring. And Bob at the null command too, and not having her on this retake is gonna hurt. But the Lear, just as good. 100 Thieves. Got the well, got some time to kill. Alt line, offensive Hunter's Fury. That's the 100 Thieves special. To try and seal the round. FlyQuest have to act the pieces in position. And it's FlyQuest that just get wiped out. And it does end up being an 8-4 half for 100 Thieves.
And you still had a super late lurk from Lydia that hasn't been shown throughout the whole half. That was looking so good for 100 Thieves and how they elaborated and concocted that post-plant hold for 100 Thieves. Again, I think falling at your own demise here is counting too much on the Fled retake's capability of this composition for the side of FlyQuest. But thankfully, this comp is going to be as potent on the attack side to allow at least some plants rather on your attack for FlyQuest. Let's see if they could at least hold it. And from the looks of it, it looks like they want to play some very close range battles thanks to sectioning out the map with the harbor utility, and you're playing frenzies as a death ball close range for mid control.
100 Thieves ended Ascent 8-4 on their first half and then closed it out. So qualification into the main event at arm's reach. FlyQuest was needing a much needed pistol and just using the harbor wall to gain all this space, but the wires get crossed and cuts. Slandy converts a big double kill. 100 Thieves are in position to just cross to FlyQuest as soon as they step towards the spike. Now Louvely has a 1v4 and now a 0v4. 100 Thieves with the pistol.
It became a great, we had the great ingredients, unfortunately, for that pistol round for the side of FlyQuest, but it's just missing somebody to break that recon dart. Doesn't allow for them to really close that gap. That ping got like, what, 3 players? So it was just easy there for FlyQuest, sorry, for 100 Thieves. Even if they were getting flash gooped up, they could just counter spray right through the pings of that recon. And nothing there that FlyQuest could really do off that pistol round. And they didn't even get a plant, and they're still going for a stinger buy. Marceline, unfortunately, not at the right spot, but they still have a pretty decent buy to try to hold this stinger buy.
Okay, 2 trips have been hit. Melia just trying to jump as much damage as they can, but it's enough time for Slandy and Marceline to get into position. And FlyQuest have barely any space to work with, but a gap left, and Ev the damage, giving Thea in a 1 versus 2 a much more doable position, especially with the spike already down. A lot of pushback has been met. The stinger up close. Have enough bullets to deal with it. 6 left and not enough. Lydia with the win.
Oh, so close. Almost very doable for FlyQuest, but it was hella expensive for them to get that plant down. So you're now carrying over 24 plus a 300. Maybe could go for some small shields rifles. But that was such great delays coming out from the util from Melia to allow Marceline to rotate across and get a lot of pings with the outlaw and getting 2 picks out of that. And I stand corrected actually with the what you have currently is small shields and sheriff only into the buy. So not too much to carry over. I'm gonna try to hopefully buy enough to buy within the next and hoping that these sheriffs are gonna ring true.
That's very deja vu from Ascent when 100 Thieves took the second pistol and they had an 8-4. FlyQuest really have to play flawlessly on lower buys and just the recons have been killing them. Once again, it goes unchecked. Ev discovered, caught lacking. And that's the opener for 100 Thieves.
Another great start for the defensive side or just for the 100 Thieves organization as a whole. Everybody's rotating back towards this B side as they realize the A side's shut down by all that breach util. Which Jazzigan's actually never really used a fault line to hold them back in the first place. It just went for an early pick in the very beginning. Now double trips could be bane of their existence rather once again until this knife hits though.
They found my wire.
Being met by a lot more pushback, and there is pushback. Shots from the high ground. Melia has really come alive in the second half. This is just impact play after impact play.
Yeah, and the fact that she was able to pull up her cage just before she got hit by the knife, so she allows herself to just sneak through on the top of the B site. Even if her trips get broken down, the selfless play also from her teammate to push into the smoke to take one before she falls, allowing here Melia to sneak through and get a pick in a 2K to allow 100 Thieves now to put themselves at 11. Very one-sided that we've seen so far in terms of results in all of these maps, but they've always been so close when you look at the final moments of the rounds.
Now when you have to throw the game plan out the window, 100 Thieves are just more adaptive, more fluid. Now on the defense, they'll be sealed off by the harbor wall, and who's going to want to extend out of this? FlyQuest. Bev with no flashes, but teamwork makes the dream work. The FlyQuest revealed within the site. Another Slandy recon helps them get shots through the wall, but FlyQuest just bite back even harder. FlyQuest, you gotta applaud their resilience and being able to still kick back when the odds are against them.
Yeah, and great job by Ev to be able to get all those picks too, and for Bob, most importantly, winning that fight against Marceline with, I think, 11 HP remaining in first place. Marceline did a great job with just continuing the pressure and finding the timing to get the backstab rather onto FlyQuest. We're still trying to set up within this B site. But that was technically a bonus round that you had for 100 Thieves. Remember how expensive it was for FlyQuest to try to go for that force buy in that second round and still not get a round on their end. So now it's 100 Thieves moving back through with still a very strong buy and Hunter's Fury to work with for Slandy.
Marceline, okay, is a lot of trust into Jazzy. One flash out around the corner. That's a big ping. 1, 2, letting them walk by, but not live on. 3 for Marceline. Ev, Cardinal, 1 and done. 4 for Marceline. Ace at the ready. And the last one left. No, Aluvalit denies the ace. But I don't know if you can deny the inevitable. It's a 1 versus 4, and I think Aluvalit would like to
Too easy. Too easy.
Right now, we don't want to overcook for 100 Thieves. She did a great job staying back towards that spawn and using a distance to her advantage where she spots heads first and wins that duel against Slandy. That said, though, she still has the spike to go pick up. Looks like she's going to try to go for it.
It's just, as soon as you're revealed, it's just the wasps will swarm. And 100 Thieves, match point, series point, main event on the horizon, and the last timeout. Well, at least if FlyQuest don't pull through anyway. They got the ults.
Yeah, that's the silver lining for the side of the attack. It almost feels that they had a nice ult to try to take control of middle in that previous round, but I feel like the Thrash failed to clear that left side of the bookshelf, which allowed Marceline to get such a highlight reel in that previous round. 2 easy kills from the back, especially when the recon even pings players again. So you're looking at 2 different things that within that single round that really foiled your plans. trying to run behind and closing the gap behind a harbor wall. Remember that pistol round we talked about when they're trying to do that with frenzies? Recon Dart spotted 3 players. And now nobody's going to focus on watching that bookshelf because you're so focused on finally breaking that that Recon Dart. Marceline does a great job. Now they have so many rounds to work with. They have their own cycle ults to work with for 100 Thieves too. When we talked about what's available for FlyQuest, it'll be a very difficult ask here for FlyQuest to try to bring this to overtime.
They're able to put up a fight on Ascent when it came to that first half, but 100 Thieves, once they get rolling, it is hard to put a stop to that pain train. FlyQuest leaning towards A. They really got hurt by the Sentinel setup of Melia. It's really turned up in the second half here of Abyss.
You are divided.
Now the Cosmic Divide seals off that left window. Harbor wall, cascade right through the back. Camera gets destroyed. Slandy helps suppress with the Hunter's Fury, and Melia gets away with stopping the duelist from FlyQuest. Where FlyQuest respond with their own ultimates, the Reckoning to drown out 100 Thieves, but Marceline, the only duelist, and a deadly one at that, has truly peaked in her performance when it comes to this map. 22 kills and climbing. Speaking of climbing, no more of that. 8 HP though. Melia can only do so much besides be a threatening presence. And the FlyQuest threat has been thwarted, and 100 Thieves will advance to the main event.
Big congratulations to 100 Thieves. With what's been going on with the roster too, changing the coaching staff in the mid-stage too, and then also showing that they still have what it takes to be one of the top teams that we currently have in Game Changers in North America. They solidify a great third map against their opponents of FlyQuest Red. And 100 Thieves, I mean, this could be a team, the new up-and-comer team that could maybe surpass FlyQuest. And we might be able to see them into a grand finals once again, or for the first time against here SRG.
Yeah, when you saw this Aussie and Friends roster from the beginning, you were like, this roster is way too stacked to not be signed. And 100 Thieves did the scouting, and man, they got a good one. Going to the main event, this has to be a top threat. But still, the goal is in mind of who could dethrone the Shopify Rebellion Gold Squad. And finally, you have all these powerhouses on 100 Thieves that have come together, namely Jazzykins, a veteran, to other people that have stepped up. Even Marceline had a fantastic Abyss after having a slower start in Ascent. I like that everyone really turned up and kept improving and didn't let kind of that map 2 loss get to them too much.
Yeah, same thing. I got to commend at least with what came through from FlyQuest, with how the results came from Ascent on that first map, for them to bounce back the way that they did on the map that they were not that great at on Bind, and still was able to get a 13-6 victory against 100 Thieves. That commends FlyQuest into how much they're able to change last second and how much they're able to change last minute to still find some positivity out of it. So they're not out of it. Speaking of that, they still have a chance here going into tomorrow and after tomorrow, depending what their schedule is going to be at, to still have a chance here to move into the main event.
If FlyQuest don't make the main event, I'm gonna freak out. I will crash out. Like, there is no Game Changers main event without FlyQuest, so we believe in them. But I'm gonna be excited to be hearing from 100 Thieves in our upcoming interview about who they're looking forward to facing at the main event and what their hopes are for GCC later on. So stay tuned for that.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in roll. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip society. Underdog, overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
electronic invention I want you to see.
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. You just saw pure cinema between 100 Thieves FlyQuest. What a banger that was. Taking the map picks and in dominant ways, but at the end it was 100 Thieves winning.
That's what I want to say too, and just to highlight, even if the scoreboard doesn't really give justice to these rounds though between these two teams, because there were so many scenarios where it came down to like a 1v1, retakes that were perfect, retakes that were so close to be able to get the defuse, but just not enough because you had somebody like Slandy that still has a Hunter's Fury going on that side here for the side of 100 Thieves. So I think it really, looking at how this whole series, or more specifically this third map, is you still had, you know, great ideas on what FlyQuest is trying to pull out in this last map, what they prepared going into this game, but unfortunately fell victim to their own preparation, as they didn't really counter on the fact that there's ways to even stall their flood retakes, and there's ways to even counter how you're playing passively on sites. And it was just difficult here for FlyQuest to find the right footing here to fight back on Abyss.
Well, it was easy for someone like Marceline. Holy cow. You better know her name from now on. 12 openings from 100 Thieves. 10 of those were from Marceline. Like, absolute menace, and really stepped up from that first initial map of Ascent to really blossoming on the Jet here on Abyss.
Yeah, definitely. And especially when it comes down to what we were mentioning in past weeks, where 100 Thieves had a hard time activating Marceline in the first place because of lack of util, but she did a great job this time around with the util around Abyss. Remember the amount of times that she was dashing into B site or A site, and there was always players blinded, stunned, so she gets free kills out of all of that. So it was very, very nice how everything was well thought out by 100 Thieves to capitalize that third map.
The great crew on 100 Thieves, but a great crew needs a great captain, so our Verizon post-match interview will feature none other than Lydia. Thank you so much for joining us. A big congratulations to making that main event. How'd the series go for you personally? Because you had some pop-off moments, Lydia. On Ascent, we were going crazy for you. You ladies looked unstoppable.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Honestly, we felt like we were in the driver's seat for the most of the series. I know that map 2 was very shaky, and we definitely came out like on the back foot. But even after losing map 2, the vibes were high, energy was good. It honestly just like didn't even shake us in the slightest. We were like, all right, let's go next. Like, you know, let's go into map 3. This is something that we were excited to finally show. This is a map that I feel fits our play style and our team dynamic really well. And so I feel like we showed that coming out with this Abyss map 3.
Awesome. I actually wanted to piggyback off that, Lydia, because you talk about that map 3 of Abyss. This is the most recent look that we've seen of Abyss ever since the map pool changes going into even champs here in Paris on Friday. So how much time did you have to get into preparations for Abyss? And what was the reasoning behind bringing a breach back into the comp when you know the breach has gotten a couple of nerfs here and there in the past patches?
So the breach is actually our most recent addition. We spent like a few days completely drilling Abyss with a different comp, and then we sat down, I think it was literally 2 days ago, and we were like, something's not working. And our IGL Slandy, she was like, okay, what do we want to change? And Jazzy is so adamant about making Breach work. I don't know. Everyone asks why Jazzykins is not on a duelist and why Jazzykins is on Breach. She wants it, bro. Like, she wants it so bad. But she honestly plays it really well. And I think having the duelist background, she knows how to set up Marceline in like the most beneficial ways. And so she and Marceline work together super, super well on that like initiator duelist combo. So we really like it. It's fun. It fits our play style pretty well. And it's just, it doesn't get like, we have a lot that we can limit test with the comp.
Yeah, I mean, that teamwork showed on every map, and you guys just work so well together. What's it been like, by the way, going from Aussie and friends to under this 100 Thieves banner, like having all these content creators and fans watch partying and cheering you on? Is that pressure, or is that like the extra hype that y'all need to get that confidence up?
We honestly love it. I think it's so cool to, be able to say that we represent 100 Thieves. Being like, a GC name under such an amazing org is like so awesome, especially for the scene. But we love it. I don't really think we feel pressure necessarily whenever it comes to people supporting us, but we do feel a lot of love. And we are so thankful for everyone who is like going out of their way to support it, because we think, like GC deserves the love, and the effort that we're putting in and other teams are putting in deserves to be seen. So
I agree with that. And I actually wanted to piggyback off that as well, because you were just talking about how, it's nice to see that 100 Thieves picked you up. I feel like originally, though, you joined 100 Thieves as a content creator, but I also remember, you going as Tupperware and going into the first iterations of GC and trying to compete. How come there was such a long break before we saw you back on the scene again? Did you want to take this break, or did you always want to compete? How did it fall apart, or how did it come around for you to get back into the saddle and fragging in a server like you did on Ascent?
I definitely needed a competitive break. And it was very nice, and I did like it a lot. But there's something in me that always just like itches to compete. I realized that I was taking my ranked games a little too seriously. And I was probably not the nicest person to some of my ranked teammates. And then I mean, if you look at our team, it's like 3 retired pro players and then 2 absolute demons. So I hit up Slandy, and Slandy hit up Jazzy. We were like, what if we just came back? Like, what if we just came back and we fragged out and we had fun? Whatever happens, happens. And then 100 Thieves was like, this can happen. So it's awesome. It's so cool. And like the group that we've built, we're super close. We have so much respect for one another, and we just love playing the game together.
Yeah, and sorry, you were just mentioning like whatever happens, happens as long as you have fun. But now you've already made it to a main event. There's a possibility that you guys could even go deep in this as well. So has that perspective changed where now it lights up even that competitive fire from the retired pros into 100 Thieves?
We're definitely all very, very competitive. And we take every match that we play, every day of practice super, super seriously. But that being said, like a really good base that we have is that we do want to have fun with what we're doing. We never want it to feel too forced, and we never want it to feel too much like, we're running headfirst into a brick wall. Vibes are always high, energy is always there. And we're always making sure that at the end, we are enjoying what we're doing. And I think that's why we thrive so much together, because it's not just, hey, we have to log on and play a game for 8 hours a day. It's, oh, we get to go show up and crack jokes with our friends, and and we get to also perfect our craft. And it's a really, really good environment. So we're super excited going into main event. We're feeling really confident. We've been like ironing out a few kinks that every team goes through at some point. So but we're really excited to go into it.
I mean, yeah, if you love your job, if you're having fun, you'll never work a day in your life. So
Exactly.
it really showed that your bonds have really solidified over all the weeks of the Swiss stage. But now the main event is coming up. You got SRG, YFPX, Wadada are in along with you guys. How do you think your team measures up against the best of the best?
I think we've shown how we measure up against the best of the best. I mean, we held our own really significantly against SRG, and we were feeling really confident even after that week. We also gave a really good fight despite all of the internal difficulties that we've been facing against YFP. So I think we are still going in feeling just as confident as we were before. We still think that we are easily a top 3 team, no doubt. And I really think we're going to show that this upcoming main event.
You've already proven it to me, at least, and to everyone watching. A big congratulations once again for making that main event, Lydia. You popped off today. Big congratulations. Go and celebrate and have some more fun with the team, and we'll see you for the main event.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Oh, what a banger interview. I love Lydia. I love 100 Thieves. And man, I'm glad that even though they dropped that map too, they did not look, apparently feel shaken at all.
It always helps when you also win another 13-5/13-6 on that third map when, you got it handed to you, unfortunately, on that second map. But I guess they understood where they kind of faltered within that second map on Bind, and they fixed that correctly where they didn't give that space available there for their opponents of FlyQuest. And now it's nice to see them in the main event.
And we have one more match, and this was just the appetizer. Up next, we got Blue Otter versus YDZ, so stick around, y'all. That's going to be another good one. We'll see you after the break.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by guys with electronics.
100 Thieves have made it to the main event, but now we enter Elimination Station between Blue Otter and YDZ, both sitting at 2 and 3. So hoping to survive another day here at the VALORANT Game Changers presented by Verizon, Mr. Bansilly.
Yeah, and it's going to be a fun one too, because it's two teams that not many people have heard of, including myself as well, between Blue Otter and YDZ. Although the org around Blue Otter has been around for quite a while within Challengers and Game Changers, the roster is still quite new. But now we could see the schedule of what's going on too for what's happening currently here. We got Raidiant GG and Radiant Beam also running more matches at the same time, while currently live the Hikikomori and Ghost Gaming matchup is still going on, tied 1-1. So there's plenty of VALORANT Game Changers North America action happening right now, and making sure here that you have all those tabs open to support GC.
Yeah, this has been some bangers, and you see all the big orgs coming in to even 100 Thieves, orgs like FlyQuest sticking around, Blue Otter, which we are very familiar with from the Challenger scene, going to support GC, which we are very happy to see. Also, a lot of the names from the Blue Otter side, so we get to just kick things off. Oh, that's a whole lot of Blue Otter. Oasis, Kobe, May, Lover, and Sia. Course, trying to get more experience in the scene.
Yeah, and the Blue Otters look definitely angry, and it almost feels it's the type of playstyle that Blue Otter brings into the Game Changers this time around. A full roster that was previously known as Equinox, and I think only got recently picked up by Blue Otter, I think after like week 1 of the stage. And the reason why I'm talking about angry Blue Otters is because we're seeing a lot of like double duelists, a lot of aggression compositions coming out from this team, and to me it just screams that they want to just brawl out every single one of these maps.
Oh yeah, and they did exactly that in their very first week. Equinox, aka Blue Otter, took 100 Thieves, a top 3 team, to game 3, and they duke it out to like already I think an overtime on that map too to win. So I think they're very much an underrated team, and one that has high potential, hence why they got the attention of the Blue Otter banner. And my eyes will be on someone like Oasis, top frags, dropping 50 kills over 2 maps against Empire. Very impressed with them. Their chamber has been a big difference maker for Blue Otter.
Yeah, for me it's more the compositions that they bring from map to map. I think one of their ones being Lotus, they had different iterations going to that one, from even I think like a Waylay and a Yoru, and then like double duelists on Lotus, and then just continuing to brawl out the way that they are, as their playstyle. So I'm looking forward to see how that's going to pan out here against their opponents, YDZ, because both of these organizations or both of these teams are also teams that are pretty aggressive going into the Game Changers in itself, whereas YDZ for me though is a little bit more of an unknown going into this stage of Game Changers and even into this year. It's nice to see that they're starting to get a little bit of recognition as well, as they've made it into the Swiss stage, and they're looking to continue to create ruckus. And I think you bring up a great point at the same time, by the way, Lemon Kiwi, when you said that, you know, there's a reason why these teams are being sought out and looked after, and also the reason why we're playing an elimination game where both of them are currently 2 and 3. So you're looking at 2 rosters that are like kind of fairly new, competing into the stage, but also being able to put up some big fights against some big teams and some big names. And it always goes down to like a 50-50 of if they can make it through or not.
YDZ did put up a fight. I mean, they dodged elimination just last week when they took that game 3 against TV. And they're a team that have a lot of fun compositions. We talk about the Game Changers innovation. Well, this team likes to operate also around the double duelist, depending on the map, between Luna and Neon. Luna likes the Neon, while as I think it's Nova who likes the Yoru and the ISO. They like to play a lot of the ISO Yoru comps.
Yeah, and now we're getting to see the maps too, and I think this is actually quite nice as we talk about players who are very comfortable playing their own roles, and it doesn't really matter to think about the current meta, and you just think outside of the box and what you want to bring in into your own play style. And it fits quite well because both of these teams are kind of just banning whatever they don't want to play and playing on their best maps. So Lotus for the side of Blue Otter has always been a strong suit for them. Haven for the side of YDZ, I think they're currently like 7-1 or something like that, going out to Haven if I'm not mistaken. And a lot of it goes down to that double duelist composition that you mentioned before, Euro and an ISO, going with the Fnatic comp. And it seems as though they're very comfortable and understand what value this composition brings. And then last but not least, it comes down to another abyss where both of these teams are now going away from stepping away from the comfort zone and then battling out where it's into the unknown, literally, of abyss.
Yeah, starting off on Lotus, not so good for YDZ after they took a 5-13 loss against TV. And that was that map too that had them reset. And I guess ready to go to eventually take that series on Ascent at the very end. But interesting comps around the Neon, the Fade, kind of a more traditional comp. While as on the other side, the Equinox, you said they're a powerhouse when it comes to Lotus. This is their choice. Blue Water, 5-0, 100% win rate. Even using the Waylay ISO with a Clove last time. So the Clove is going to return, but excited for the Chamber too.
And that's the thing. That's a third iteration that we're seeing around this roster. And it almost looks like you're not playing a double duelist, but you kind of can with Colby playing as his Chamber. And this comes back to, I think, even an EG composition in terms of that playstyle where you had even Derek Overwatch himself that played some Chamber for the team and dropped 30 on that map. So I think Blue Water has seen something that they've liked from EG's comp, something that it could take away as well from May continuing to play this Clove, something that Ye has also utilized on this very map. While for YDZ, you're talking about something a little bit more controlled. There is a Neon, but no really breach to support. But I think you're still very good in terms of being self-sufficient around Neon's own concuss and engaging for herself, while you have a supporting cast around what Rover could really do here to help Luna get a lot of value on this map.
And then Oasis on the Raze, so going to be facing off against Device as the Sentinel, and I guess, you know, all the smokes and stuff, the Viper kind of being the pseudo Sentinel. So Oasis hoping to jump past, I guess, Device wall while hoping to be self-sufficient while isolated, or hopefully Blue Water do a good enough job to check out these Vice walls, while Luna may not be as lucky with the air momentum, but otherwise the speed, that's difficult to control, especially more mechanically demanding to play a Neon.
Yeah, I'm looking at Blue Water's composition as well, is especially with them starting off on defense. I think it's a great way for them to kick off this map. So their map pick, and they were able to start on defense first, although it is a three-sided map where you could really rotate around with these protocols of like picking up Orb on C, tapping into door on A, trying to activate lurks, especially when you're able to play double controller on the composition for YDZ. I'm expecting a little bit of that to happen. But when you have somebody like Colby that's going to play a Chamber that could just lock down C by himself with aggressive angles, or getting double support on that side, and then you have even Vice utility to hold off B, there's going to be a lot they're going to have to utilize on the side of YDZ to try to break open this defense. And you also have a Clove that could just meddle when you're trying to hit the site, and you just anchor up the way that you can with that agent. Even though it looks like as a controller you can't really do that, but it seems as though Clove for me, I believe that Clove is definitely a little bit more of a jack of all trades type of agent that could really be self-sufficient on both attack and defense.
And a lot of role swaps on the Blue Water side, all very flexible, but also maybe just a long-term project where Lover is usually playing a lot of the duelists, like the Yoru, the Neon. Oasis is the one who's played Chamber last. Colby is that initiator flex, so kind of a lot of different looks from the Blue Water side, hoping to settle in on these agents in particular.
So you're already seeing it here. So you have Colby starting off on the C side as that Chamber. He's going to look for control towards that mound, and when he finds contact, there's a flash that could support.
And Kobe going to be trying to dominate this hill while having the support of the Vice, of Sia in the back. But this door could open and YDZ could collapse, and there's the Paranoia Throne and even the Seas, but it grabs no one. Blue Water somehow escaped.
Easy TP out, but that gives good information that the hit's coming towards that C site. Nobody from Blue Water is currently rotating yet because they're trusting the firepower that you currently have with this double anchor up on C.
Nova's trying to find the right tempo too while roaming around A, because it's not a fully committed push for YDZ at this point. It's the Prowler up close. You clear that. You can see this Neon really ramp up if needed, but YDZ just trying to maybe get some confidence from a first pick, and it may just be off of the back of Nova clearing the way through A.
You're doing such a good job for YDZ. This is all a fake on the A side. It'll be open for C to plant. Thankfully, at least the trip is still going to get sounded with this pitch.
30
with this
seconds
patch,
left.
rather. But the plant will still come down for YDZ towards C.
Go, go, go. What a hesitation from Blue Water. They rotated that side, had util in the hand, but Nova's quicker to the punch.
Spike
It's
planted.
a good fake, as you mentioned, so Spike goes down. Even enough time for Luna to extend. Frenzy gonna be limited on bullets, depending on how many people you encounter. And here's the swing and the stun and the trust and the Cloudsy to confirm. It's great. Bodes well for the YDZ chances. Kobe, okay, does finish off Luna. Even gets the double. Runs out of bullets. It's up to May to finish off what they started. But Cloudsy, an absolute menace for YDZ.
And that's exactly how you want to work that map with this composition here of the double controller for YDZ. You add pressure on front B. You open that door over to split towards that C side. You cut noise. You get your lurk activated from Nova to tap the door towards A. And then you cut noise again. Then you go for the re-hit towards the A side as a fake, and you see that Blue Water got their ankles broken. All of them were kind of congregated towards the defender spawn as the spike finally got planted towards that C site. And there was so much space taken by YDZ to push up towards that spawn and flip that map. So very nicely done, but that's an early round that Blue Water has to now understand. Yeah, exactly that, how you're going to try to spread across the map here for YDZ, and they do a great punish to start.
I can appreciate Luna trying to hit close with the slide no scope Marshall. Like, okay, we're cooking, we're heating up. But YDZ not gonna get anything out of that, and Nova will have to make the most out of the rubble control.
And they're good
Blue Water
here.
have their vice wall set up too on C.
That's the exact thing I was going to mention. Because that wall is not being pressured, they could push so many players in this eco towards this B lean while you count on your chamber to open things up. So a beautiful wall by Nova doesn't allow the chamber to get an aggressive line. And now that's a timing that will force Blue Water to play the retake towards the A site.
Haunt, prone, Kobe, out.
Toxin screen down.
Nova's been the one that kind of sparks up the pushes for YDZ. Now has to hold the right lane. Blue Water don't have much to advance on. So Blue Water just have to play this from front to back, and Nova clears that back right corner. So Blue Water with pressure through stairs. Within the smoke is Rover. Trying to find the right timing to swing against Oasis. The aim check and the defuse almost gets clutch there.
I almost felt the bullets went stray too as they were lining up to get the first pick, and then suddenly it takes down May at the same time. I was going to say there was not too much utility available for Blue Water to really retake the site because they didn't have C's, they didn't have any nades. So you just had to move in as a team. So they leveraged their close smokes, got in, create a diversion with those players pushing through against a post planner hold of YDZ, and then you just had May attempt to just clutch it with the defuse. Thankfully, it didn't happen. You still have a strong buy for YDZ in your bonus round because you capitalized with so many players still alive.
Okay. Nova's still in this. And Kobe is back on the hill. And now Luna ramps up and tries to bait. No way does Luna get away with that at 4 HP. Sia will still punish, but that was still a lot for Luna to get through. And now the vice wall is set up for B, so a lot more attention will be called from Sia to watch C.
So that's YDZ, yeah, exactly that. Has to work that pressure again, find some information. So they prowler towards rubble, but they haven't really engaged into that area. So Blue Water knows, at least for now, it's a potential fake, especially after that haunt being thrown. So you can kind of just keep Oasis at that spot, and they can just anchor up towards that A site. And Sia is just going to listen for information once YDZ decides to re-hit towards the C site as a group.
Toxin screen down.
And Sia is just going to be in a position to call this out and escape. Of course, having a flash would enable them in that fight, but almost would rather set it up at back B in that hallway. But reinforcements have arrived. May and Waterfall. Plant goes through. Now, Blue Water are on the clock. You got Thorns right in May's way. YDZ don't want to be playing through sand either. They want to be in a position to trade and be the firing squad. Blue Water have their flash denied, it seems, from Sia. Kind of a slow-going affair, but here's the flood in from Blue Water. The satchel thrown from Oasis to try and dislodge YDZ, but cute Asa. His corner is theirs. Lover gets them down for the count. And Blue Water do a good job of trading, but eventually YDZ hold the ground.
And it's Nova and CloudZ at 5 and 7 HP respectively. And I even think Nova had 7 HP walking into the C site because they had to do a mini Bogdan's Law to switch weapons around. And somehow they're able to hold that pulse plant. You talked about a flash denial as CEO is trying to throw that Arc Rose back into the C site. But it was supposed to be a combination with Lover's Haunt so that it could potentially get value off a blind Haunt and ping some players out so they could spam through the smoke. But unfortunately, it was missed time and both of that util got broken quite easily, forcing now Blue Water to be on another eco, and they're actually pinging to be careful for this split. So you're showing the same type of hand potentially here for YDZ with his Prowler in front of B, but now it's just an all-out move into the B site. Keep your Omen in the back here as Clouds is going to get that information, and that might engage the hit for the rest of YDZ to just convert into the B site.
Door is open, the opportunity is there, but YDZ had to really scrap through it. It's not clean against mostly pistols of Blue Water. And now it's becoming cleaner as YDZ settle in, step forward towards the C site. Kobe, though, still being threatening towards the right side of the map, but will take them some time to rejoin where the objective will be.
That was a clean shot by Colby. At the same time, though, it's good damage that that Blue Water has done for this round. Especially when YDZ seems so committed to open that door and pincer towards this mount again and get the player towards that back of that top C entrance. Got a backstab on a couple.
Definitely possible with how split YDZ are right now. Coming through Waterfall, only one place Blue Water can be. A lot of low HP members. Kobe. Asa here. Oh, good swing. Better shots. And it's just a 1v1, but no time for Lover. Have to be a win now, and it's YDZ on a hot streak.
You'll definitely take it from the side of Blue Water to be able to do so much damage like that with an eco. Pressuring out towards that C mountain, even getting those two players that were still alive somehow flip the map where they found themselves towards the C side attacker spawn. And you lose those players, you still ended up on a 1v1. I'm going to take that any day here as a coach or a fan of Blue Water. And now that allows for them to build the econ. Full shields. They have a Nightfall to work with because of all of these shots that were coming through here as well for the eco of Blue Water and carrying these over from round to round with these deaths as well. They have a chance now to start to fight back on their defensive side.
Prowler's going to reveal Kobe and... no escape there. Okay, able to teleport out. Sure, Blue Water will have Kobe at 11 HP. Orb grab for YDZ in a Steel Garden. That should deny a lot. Even just clear out A. Wait, been some trouble through spawn. Blue Water starting to flank. It's a Nightfall from YDZ. They're going for plan B after being discovered. Counter Nightfall from the defense. Won't even get the tail of YDZ, so they go unaffected. And a deep push from Luna. It's going to catch Blue Water off guard. And the overdrive kicks into gear. May will have another chance at life. And now there's a lot of numbers for Blue Water. And somehow went from A to B to ending at C for YDZ.
May's going to die, but at least hurt the plant towards that C side could start the push here and call the rotate from Blue Water. So the space that they gain allows Blue Water to start setting up this split into from Waterfall, C mountain pressure.
Difficult route to push through for Blue Water. Going through Waterfall, not knowing what's at the very back of the site. Cloudsy all on their own. They've clutched before. 1v2. They just have to stop the fight from getting diffused. And what was that? A Red Bull clutch? Insane.
And Cloudsy just understands where they have to spray when it comes down to the plant hugging into the wall. Even if the smoke doesn't allow for you to see too much, you could just look at the line of the wall of how it comes up here on that left side. You go for that spray, aligning the wall bang, and you get a beautiful shot. Even the first one, though, I barely saw the head of that second player trying to defend the diffuser. You talked about YDZ taking full control. They absolutely have it now. The opportunity that Blue Water had with the Nightfall before fully canceled, but the other hope is now the Tilda False of the Chamber of Colby on that scene now spotted.
And they've been able to go back and forth against Luna. Trying to find the right opportunities to really ramp up as the Neon. And Oasis maybe trying to protect this Vice Wall a bit better. It's been checked almost every round. Trying to switch things up and catch YDZ off guard, but just caught sidestepping, so couldn't get a clean shot into Luna. And back to square one.
And it works for the pivot towards A. I mean, you already went for a head-to-head battle with the Rays. You know that the Tilda False and the Prowler saw at least one player on Mount, and that's been a position that Colby's been holding every single time. So it's just an easy push and a pivot back from YDZ towards the A side and reading it correctly. It's a weak site. There's only 2 players there, one anchored in with only a pistol. While May just got smoked out.
No Nightfall for Lover to try and hold this back while stunned. Luna's on the hunt. The Steel Garden to just...
30 seconds left.
Oh, cut the heel and I guess catch anyone from Blue Water that could be lurking around. Now this is Luna really ramping up and why they're the primary duelist of this team. But hey, Rover caught a bit lacking. The op has been heard. Kobe just gets aim checked and succeeds.
That's the retake with the Yop. He's mentioning Asa trolling with the ult because you're playing against an anti-eco. They already had business. Maybe it's just to try to eliminate potentially the Tilda False away here from Colby, and they respect how much damage Colby could do with the Yop, especially those type of shots. But now it is 6 unanswered rounds for YDZ and Op on the attack side for Cute Asa still. And a rifle round on the side of Blue Water, and they unfortunately still haven't found real ways to take control of that map. They're doing it correctly, at least at the very beginning, to try to take control of Rubble with this 3-player push. The chamber up towards that C site, leaving the wall towards B. What happens in the mid round? How do you continue to move forward? How can you gain that space? That all hasn't been thought out yet.
Ooh. I said YDZ are trying a different approach to that C-mount control from Blue Water, but now knowing that Blue Water are not going to immediately peak, it's going to be a little bit tricky without investing until Kobe at a different spot catches Cute Ace off guard, and May wins over into Rubble. Kobe really creating some threat here towards spawn. And I mean, YDZ haven't even left spawn. This is so cooked. And the 6th win streak ends to a flawless by Blue Water.
And that is what we wanted more. What was going to happen towards the mid round? The triple control towards Rubble becomes a triple push. They close down that gap. The wall, yes, definitely got tested, but nobody was really pushing towards that C side yet. So they still had an understanding that YDZ were still holding back towards that spawn. And Colby just tucks in where he could TP away, but also where he's not going to get affected by a Vice Flash. So he gets 2 beautiful openers, catching Cute Asa and Cloudsy off guard, allowing finally Blue Water to pick up a round just off heroic plays. He only had a Headhunter and got a kill with that. I mean, didn't even use the Guardian that he bought.
Okay, Oasis. They've been on Rubble duty, and YDZ trying to wait out the smoke. That's when you can get staggered from each other while trying to cross it. Lurk is going to reveal that lurk on the right side. And YDZ are trying to re-clear through their own spawn with all the pressure Blue Water have been throwing at them towards that. I don't blame YDZ for wanting to take this one step at a time, and Kobe just gets sussed out. Great read from YDZ. They're learning every round, but Luna has been isolated by the Vice Wall, but there's no one within C to do anything about it.
Yeah, especially that you're playing solo on site. You do have an important ult to work with for C, so wait for the rotate. Make sure you clear out towards that front B site, that there's no late lurks, and then you can just flood back with the ult.
The Prowler's already been used. Lover won't have another one. It's a Steel Garden to break in. Oasis on the hunt. Oh, Rover's at 24 HP. I can't believe that didn't get the kill. Cute Asa this round alive. Rover just gets spammed through the smoke. Still two left. The spike is being defused. The spike is being held. And Cloudsy can't say anything about it.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part of how YDZ didn't play that pulse plant to perfection. They were able to prowl out and they know that the site was open. They pushed C away into Waterfall, yet we didn't try to move up and get a plant towards Mountain where the last two players are playing towards to. How the hell do you want to try to defend the spike when it's being so deep down towards that bend? You can't really help out for the spray, so you're running back into a player's just set up to mow you down when you're running through the entrance of the C site. But if anything, though, it's still nice from Blue Water how they retook that site. And now they have a chance really to get a good idea of how to play this map.
Okay, Blue Water.
Poison's off.
Definitely feeling the heat here. A big ol' Uncle Odin here from Lover. Just screaming through all these smokes. If YDZ are not careful, they're gonna have to skip past that. Luna hoping to scrap through with the stinger, and there's the Odin being revealed. Surprised YDZ still want to try and explore this obstacle course, because UDA isn't making too much headway towards C, and Cloudsy gets the opening. May got a little too impatient, stepped up, and Cloudsy has just been on a tear this entire map, but the coast is not completely clear. YDZ are not safe. They'll have thorns to deny stairs, and they're still trying to bait the attention of Blue Water, but these positions have been denied, and YDZ now have a site to plant in.
You're exactly right. It's just the impatience. May swinging out when the Prowler's still trying to clear towards the left side, but they don't really have anybody watching Rubble. Now it makes the retake impossible because you have an op to try to retake with a rifle. Yeah, you still maybe have an Arc Rose to try to flash towards that back of the site, but if YDZ is not showing leg, there's no excuse for you to retake this site. They show, not leg, they show their hair. It got denied.
Yeah, not the Bob.
Last player standing.
Kobe has been so clean in those shots, but the earlier mistakes from Blue Water will cost the round, and now this op will not be kept any longer. If anything, maybe gifted to YDZ if they want to pick that up. Not interested.
Yeah, I think especially with the neon that they have, they want to be quite more explosive in the way that they're trying to hit the sites. Although I would still respect getting an op on the attack side because they are defaulting very slowly at the very beginning. So using the op to maybe cut lines could be a good call, but maybe not needed yet because you're still in the lead 7-2. If anything, though, they're doing a great job understanding where Colby's kind of like really setting up. If you're looking from round to round, he's always in a different spot, setting his TP in a different spot, and just trying to find an edge and an advantage here against YDZ. But they flush him out every time.
Blue Water just so aggressive from pushing through C spawn. Now they're doing it from the A side. Are they going to want to cross that threshold? YDZ. And that control they have is their spawn, and maybe towards B, and they're going to Nightfall after dodging the Vice Wall. So Lover gets out of the way. May carves their way through spawn, and YDZ just have to set their sights forward, and so they do as a unit. A death ball. They storm into C, and that's where they'll end up, and Luna just isn't slowing down. They almost went into Mound and could have been a victim. Gotta take it one step at a time.
How good are they at moving around the map here for YDZ? We'll talk about that in a second, though, because now Blue Water will try to retake the site from the front mounds, and nope, not like that.
Wow, through the smoke. Okay, now there's just two teams barking at the other side of smoke. Steel Garden run from the offense. Blue Water, that's just to kill some time, and now even the neon wall up. I like all these tricks. Blue Water just barely getting any sight lines to see where the threat is.
Gotta save.
Such a difficult sight. Yeah, enough time has been wasted. This is the decision.
And the decision they made to even pivot towards Waterfall, I think it was intuition more than understanding what was going on as well. Because when they went for the Nightfall, nobody was towards Baby Door. Nobody got hit from heaven. And then you also saw a push coming out from the A site where Nova actually died to. I think it was May pushing in the front of the A site entrance. So they're like, okay, well, there's a lot of pressure on the extremities, especially with this type of aggressive push. Let's just go towards Waterfall. and they meet nobody in that area for YDZ, which allows for them to just plant quite easily and play the pulse plant that they did. A nice little answer back where Blue Water thought that they started to understand here and get a little bit more out of these rounds with how Kobe has opened up the rounds for the team. But he needs a little bit more from his teammates here to try to close this gap.
And the Kobe did have a Prowler on their way, so YDZ are trying new things, and Nova, this is a new round for them as well. What an opener. This is inspirational plays. YDZ, of course, gonna head towards A. Oh, there's some loud stomping from Blue Water through B, so I like the neon walls from Luna to kind of break up that play. Now this could be an important cutoff through breakable door, and Nova could be the hero once again. The crouch threw them off though, and May has found a way to get behind YDZ. Can you get in their heads too? Door opens. Kudesa has to answer one, and both sides of the door stopped. Even getting around. That would have been a funny triple kill, but YDZ are certainly heading for a dominant map win too.
And now you have to give it to the lurk this time around from Nova. The amount of times that Blue Water has been pressing towards that rubble and then holding it or pushing through. This time Nova sees that there's no real prowlers coming deep into the A area, so he's like, all right, let me just, they're like, let me just try to find a timing. Walks out, gets a double kill out in the open, and then just sneak bites the delay, allowing the rest of YDZ to rotate across. For a team, for Blue Water, who's been so dominant, you mentioned 5-0 on this map, especially as the Equinox roster, they are not able to find anything here on the YDZ's map. Attack side.
Yeah, the big playmaker has been Kobe, and maybe it is due to the Blue Water role swaps or trying out different comps, different agents, but
Toxins going up.
Ultimately it's just maybe needing this map 1 as a wake-up call, or maybe they'll truly flourish on the second half.
Toxin screen down.
I'm really believing in Lover here. We'll be going head-to-head against Nova. Potentially stop this push from YDZ, and Lover's going to be needed. Actually, the Nightfall could be thrown. But who can really get eyes and ears going to make that call? Oh, Nova strikes quickly. The Nightfall may not even have time to be thrown. YDZ already on track to plant with the pit in place. This is a fortress.
There's still a gap, though, on the back of that site. So they're planning towards main. I would have liked for these two players to start holding towards that left side. Leave the Omen to find the information first, and then let the other two play within that pit and control left side stairs. And they do that to perfection so far.
May will have the ult to keep fighting if they choose to. Now Blue Water will be exploring within the pit. And Kobe denies any kind of flank. And now their attention needs to be called on the front lines. There's the Clovold activated. Blue Water evicting everyone from within the pit. And it's successful for Blue Water to get them to a 3-9 half.
Comes down to the heads up play from Kobe once again. The Sixth Sense to just stay anchored up to look towards that spawn. They think right now at the scenario where YDZ were at a disadvantage on what, a 3 versus 4, that somebody has to try to make a play. Rover did just that, walked into the crosshair, set up by Kobe with a total false, falls down for the 8th time of that half, getting no value off that flank. And it doesn't allow for the last two players to get good ground control to hold that pulse plant. So it came down to that.
A gift.
Blue Water now, at least they get the last round of the half. And now they take the attack side. But I don't think it's going to be as easy for them either. They're not playing double controller. You can't lurk as well. You're still counting as on Kobe to open things up solo here, and he's starting things off on the A site.
It'll be tough on the offense. Especially against the Neon, so Chamber does get revealed. Spike left behind, and now it's time to figure out what is going to be the Sentinel setup from Kudesa. Where is that wall going to be? The thorns that stay in Oasis's way. Now YDZ's attention will be called now that that's been triggered. The Prowler reveals them close, so Blue Water, I like that they're working the map and taking as much util out of YDZ's hands as they can. Now using the flash of Sia. Oh, that paranoia from YDZ, well timed, and the smoke too. Blue Water are about to storm in. Now they're gonna pivot towards C, right into the hands of someone like Rover and Cute Asa that have been powerhouses in the past. And shutting down that duelist is a good start to this pistol. Blue Water still trying to figure out where they want to end
30
up.
seconds
Yeah, again.
Go through the walls, and Cloudsy just thought the right click was enough. Didn't keep shooting. And Luna wants to hit the back line where they can. Blue Water really trapped within the site, starting to get surrounded by YDZ. And just a haunt left from Rover. Blue Water gonna take matters into their own hands and push out these duels one by one and take these 3 versus 1s all they can. That Vice Wall buys so much good time for Blue Water. YDZ cut off a little bit. Nova takes an L. Cute Asa Rover up next. And it's just a firing squad. But wait, may have to convert 4 to make that winnable for Blue Water.
Dude, great shots coming out from Rover. We just talked about him being 1 and 8 going into the half, and gets a beautiful triple kill and almost saves that round there for YDZ for the retake. Kudasa kind of trolled to just not wait for his teammate, or their teammates rather, so they could double swing outside of that wall, so they could really help that third player who's just left on an island trying to keep them at bay. And I think that was Nova moving forward, if I'm not mistaken. That said, Blue Water, they were able to fight back the way that it did, flip the map back in their favor to break towards breakable after they got that plan towards B.
I'm out of here.
Now fighting Chan's on the attack side. Luna's just trying to go for a solo play inside.
Oh, we didn't see it. You know what? Didn't even see it. All good, Luna. That's so hard to play the Neon when you got to ramp up like that. I was trying to play off the C's that was thrown, but it was shaky, and now Blue Water take advantage of the weaker point of the map, but maybe too comfortable because now it's being met by a lot of force. Still Blue Water clear through that, and now the lane is clear to go plan A.
Easy kills with classics too. We'll take that any day for the side of YDZ on a full classic save. Good here on YDZ to flip that map.
Spike planted.
Planning here for the spawn. Now Nova, I mean Kudasa just got spotted because they just broke that wall left towards that C side.
Toxin screen down.
Kind of just double set up for the exits on that at that point. It's okay if you don't get any kill towards the end if Blue Water decide to retreat back towards the spawn.
Toxin screen
You're not going to give any orbs away to your opponents.
I'm just trying to change up the weapons, and YDZ are going to fight through this. Trying to get to double digits and isolate the duels while they can. Oasis and Lover gotta lock in. Just have to buy a few more seconds. Prowler does distract Cute Asa, and that'll seal the deal. And this is take the pistol and the anti-eco. So important for Blue Water to try and climb back in this game.
Yeah, Nova left Kudasa for dry because they found a rifle on the ground, so you'll bring that Phantom into the next, so we'll take that. I mean, 5 classics, sorry, 3 kills and a rifle picked up. We're in a comfortable spot now to play the anti-bonus. They have their gun round right now. Odin for Luna, surprisingly enough, so you would expect usually Luna trying to create aggression. But this instead is the one that's anchoring towards the A side passively with the Odin, while the rest of the team are looking for early info. This Haunt's about to get set up to watch towards that front of the A site. If there's no pressure coming through, a lot of them are going to start rotating and leading. Oh no, the Haunt missed.
All good, didn't see it.
Yeah.
we just gotta say that every time. Just forget. And YDZ. I would like them to slow down too, because you overcook, you get impatient, that's where you can get punished, and that's more of a Blue Water thing to be overly aggressive and impatient, so you don't want to fall for that. YDZ are just hold their positions.
But that's the thing, because of the Haunt missing at the very beginning, they have 0 information at the early round. So now you're just smoking up and trying to guess, and you're guessing that it's a push on that side, you waste more utility. Now you cut noise on the side of the attack, you can surprise him here, and finally, Luna's able to fall back.
Now the Viper Wall up kind of resets things and allows YDZ to cover their tracks. Now a Haunt reveals no one close. And if anything, May should be the one making first contact, especially having the ult.
30 seconds left.
The Ghost, it's not going to be pretty, so... Yoden and a Prowler all up in Oasis's face. Okay, keep them busy while the rest of Blue Water hope to still find where that Vice Wall is. And Kobe not only discovers that, but Rover too. 10 seconds. And the wall is going to delay things. Kobe is crispy today. The plant barely with 2 seconds left. The retakes in position, and Blue Water's reinforcements a little delayed to support the OBJ players. Now it's a 2 versus 2. It's
Last
Nova
player standing.
expecting the deep push from the Clove. Now it's just Sia. Buy time. Still got Thorns too, so
Can't do it anymore. You gotta create the element of surprise. You can't let them know you pushed into heaven.
oh, saw the first person and didn't go for the shot right away. The hesitation kills them, and YDZ at the very end will get the defuse with less than 2 seconds to spare to get to double digits.
Yeah, well done here for YDZ on the anchoring once again. Seeing the Odin come into play from Luna's side, and when you're trying to do similar things for Blue Water, as soon as you're trying to get close to open up the door, an Odin sprays at you after Rover finds you with the haunt. So there's nothing really you could do to sell that fake here on that A site. So the C site players were ready to deny and delay enough on that site. But Colby did such a great job once again opening things up for Blue Water. He gets 2 picks in the very beginning into the B site. They maintain their patience so that Lover could come through before the wall procs up so they could get a clean plant. If not, they would have lost on time. But then unfortunately, with everything else that was happening on a 2 versus 2, yeah, they just couldn't find the right positioning in the end and just couldn't find the element of surprise as you're trying to clutch that for Sia. And that's a timeout being called by YDZ, interestingly enough, because they just won that previous round. And they just want to make sure here that there's no opportunity for Blue Water to get value out of that plant and that loss to reset the economy from the side of YDZ.
YDZ is still trying to figure out the tempo that they want to play at. You can tell that Luna wants to get active, you know, and also technical pause. Hopefully it's not any more Discord problems, but
love that. No, I
Luna's
still hear
trying to
you.
get okay, good. I will talk to myself. Yeah, Luna's trying to get active, trying to get involved, but now you're trying to play mind games against Blue Water of whether Luna is fully committing off the stuns or just trying to get Blue Water paranoid and kind of frozen into place. So, and also YDZ have a Nightfall. If they do want to get overly active, that could be a fun play.
I think that's definitely the thing you want to talk about too during your timeout is if this Nightfall will definitely come into play. If we're looking at how things have been going so far, though, for this matchup between these two teams, is that both Blue Water and YDZ, they seem to be wanting to play the map fairly slowly and still trying to create the pressure up towards these extremities. The only real problem that they have, though, is that even if they can't lurk the way that the capability of like the double controller that YDZ has, Blue Water still has an ace under their sleeve, which is being Kobe. If you're going to try to challenge that on the defense, Kobe's going to shut you down 100% with how he's been shooting so far with all these scope rifles. And you see how passive they're playing. They're not trying to find that C-mount control. They're playing a 2-2-1.
Not finding that Vice Wall, though, almost hurt Blue Water's chances to plan that last round, so I think it's still sitting on B. May is still trying to trigger it. Oh, actually got caught on the other side! Yeah, that's funny. Not funny for them.
We blame the Viper Wall for that.
Yeah. It's tricky. Even I could see it. But now I need to see if Cloudsy's going to want to throw a Paranoia out, and this could be great, but Q-Dace is not in a position to really swing off that. It all depends on the timing. If Waste is just going to satchel in. You haven't seen that kind of craziness from them yet.
This has to be a finish towards the C site no matter what, because now the only range that you have for Clove is to smoke towards Waterfall. If nobody's showing their hand for the side of YDZ and they're still giving up space, you're waiting for the smoke to dissipate and you're just going to try to run through.
Face your fear!
Oasis is waiting for the entry. The Nightfall begins. Oasis dashes in. The Seas reveals, but only the L that YDZ Oh, they can't do much about it. Even with the surprises, Blue Water just swing it out of the park. And wait, okay, kind of teleported into that. All good. 1 versus 3. Luna has to get active with Odin. 32 HP, a high-low, and that's a great setup for Blue Water.
And that's a great pivot back. I do like the idea that YDZ had at the beginning, because they're getting this wall pressured every single time towards that front of the B side that they place. So they set up 2 players in that area. As you spray that, you prevent the attackers from really trying to proc up that wall in the very beginning, so you're forcing them to execute towards the site. The only thing that's difficult, though, after you take down the Clove trying to break that wall, is that you didn't really have anything to hold back against a Nightfall execute. You tried to, but that Prowler that forced the off angle from whoever is playing towards that ramp. And that happens as well. When Colby, again, is challenging towards the A side and picks you off, this is, again, a big win con for Blue Water, having Colby playing separately on his own.
Hey, just revealing that player up close. You had the heads up, but Rover still was the better shot. The Sheriff's so deadly. Not a weapon that YDZ can easily recover, but if Blue Water are going to ditch the scene of the crime, then yeah, YDZ are going to upgrade.
They'll upgrade, but unfortunately to the cost of losing the A site, where Blue Water are moving into the right there right now. Nova, as soon as they land, foot on the ground, picked off.
Good pivot for Blue Water. Numbers still in their favor too. In time to even head to the hill and watching over stairs. Great lineup for Oasis. This is why they're
out of charges.
One of the scariest in the lobby.
Going out.
YDZ have a Nightfall too, and maybe Blue Water expecting it, trying to play at range, out of sight, out of mind. A flash for Blue Water to get proactive. YDZ a little worried on where this attack could be coming from. YDZ are just running out of time, and now the kills are gifted to them, but the spike is ticking down. YDZ gotta find the energy. At this point, you just gotta watch this round sail by you.
Oh, the 140. And I feel like QAsa should have waited for their teammates right towards the A-start retake, because you talk about the Nightfall available, but they also had the Steel Garden available too for YDZ. If they were able to group up, you could start scaling with the Nightfall to see what type of information you get within the site. And as you deafen players within, you have no choice but to try to fall back or maybe go for the fight. Well, most likely you try to fall back in that area, then you can use the Steel Garden with the extra space that you've gained, and then you have a chance to turn things around when you have a 3 versus 4. I understand that this was a half-buy / eco for the side of YDZ, but those 2 ults would have evened the playing field for YDZ.
My blinded.
Haunt denied. YDZ want to hold their ground, even have a paranoia from Cloudsy, or no, that's already been used, so Blue Water ditching that. I think they discovered the Vice Wall, I'm not sure, but 2 Prowlers still left. You need that to clear through all these nooks and crannies over on the Rubble side.
Yeah, right now it seems that they just want to play the contact for Blue Water. Making sure here that Rubble's checked, and as soon as you start moving up towards the door, start the second Prowler into tree if you're going to try to split into this A site.
Hey, knock knock, who's there? It's Oasis, but counter Nightfall from the defense. Buy themselves some time. They're out on the high ground. Oasis clears the site, but just it's not gonna have the audio cue of where everybody is. And okay, there's a lot of cooks in this kitchen. Blue Water just not able to stop it. And at the back lines, the Pistols lover is clean with it. Nova makes sure that YDZ stay on top of this round. The defuse heading towards the end. Kobe just can't stop it, runs out of bullets. And YDZ get to 11.
And you see the value that you get now when you're when you're put in a great position to utilize the Steel Garden. All of that util, or should I say, all the weapons denied. And look how fast they're flooding back within the site for YDZ. It was almost a nice clutch, but a beautiful sneak by Nova prevented Colby from pushing out and going for a heroic play for Blue Water to close that gap.
Now we wait.
But now YDZ still have a lot of ults to work with within this round. And all of Blue Water looks like they're still congregating to figure out where they want to start things off first.
Hey, getting active, getting silly. Luna just causing destruction, but just couldn't get the finishing blow. And there was just no support for Luna. Everyone's just so far away, just going for the solo heroic plays, only good for one. And Blue Water still on track. The Prowler, I mean, Rover's playing so far back. They are giving Blue Water tree and staircase and everything.
Well, through smoke gets the kill too. That's unlucky. Sia's down, and that's a player advantage for the side of YDZ. Yeah, despite Luna only getting one kill, it's still good enough for one kill and breaking the armor from May. Slight advantage coming out for the defense. May has to go for hero play and gets it.
Wow. Now causing havoc in the back lines. Cloudsy could find an angle coming through the staircase side. I'm gonna have anything. Maybe deny the spike plant. Was there a response here? Here's Kobe gonna fight against that and kind of being silly with it. And Cloudsy's gonna teleport out to dodge the trap.
30 seconds left.
Just trying to survive. If anything, though, they still have a good chance to fight the 1 versus 2. They know where the last 2 players are at. The door got open, the second one planted.
May did not move. Now trying to just swing together. 1 and 2 staggering in. That was so doable for Cloudsy, but Kobe is on top of this lobby.
Dude, Cloudsy was looking for a highlight reel of just killing players through smokes and boxes. That was so close. First one through a smoke, second one with the wall bang as the one was planning for the side of Blue Water. But thankfully, the last 2 players are able to pick that back up, pull up their pants, and making sure here that Blue Water can close that round. And finally, we're seeing the economy being broken once again on the side of YDZ. Blue Water once again closing that gap and potentially seeing that there's composition, although looked like it was much stronger for a defensive side hold.
That's a good spot.
They got manipulated a lot around the map, but now on the attack side, they're doing a good job just out-aiming YDZ on the lurks and the pushes and the scaling that they're making.
Luna up to no good again, but trying to do good, obviously. Now with the Bucky up close. Oh, the bot is going to reveal this. They don't know it's a Bucky.
Go, go, go.
Oh.
How did you?
Oh. Well, I tried, Luna. I tried.
Traded what?
Jig is up.
You're traded 100 and, or 96 HP if you didn't have armor for Luna versus, what, 10 on what Oasis has left?
Definitely a win for the Blue Water side.
Face your fear!
Wait, the Nightfall is going to affect Nova and just tried to hold back as best as they can, but Blue Water, it's just a trail of blood behind them. Fully established into C. Now you gotta decide how you're gonna try and figure this one out, and you're at 4 HP with a Bucky and a Sheriff.
Exists once again, trying to win fights here off duels.
1 enemy remaining.
Aw, Rover tried with the Haunt, maybe get the timing while they were shooting the util. Be a nice exit, but I would doubt you would come through the top of the site.
Or you get
Now
wall
I guess
banged
you
in
have
3
to.
seconds.
Do they know?
Gotta go.
Oh, they know, they know. Oasis, good finish there. At least Luna is very entertaining to watch.
Definitely. And if anything, though, Blue Water is doing a great job even cycling ults. So you respect here that they went for Nightfall and also the ult from May just to make sure that they clear space, they get the information to get further space as well in the pulse plant. And they still have Sia's ult to work with within this round. So YDZ, this is quite interesting. You're looking at what was it, a 9-3 half, right? And then for Blue Otter using 0 timeouts and now forcing both timeouts of YDZ into the second half. That's how comfortable Blue Otter has been, despite it looking like they were, again, getting their ankles broken in that first half on how they were being pushed around and shoved around on the defensive side. But they have great ult cycles, great scaling. Everybody's putting up numbers across the board here for the side of the attack. Now YDZ, as much pressure there as they're trying to add or even anchoring up in the right spots, you're seeing so many of these rounds where they're setting up a 2-2-1 with Luna's playing solo up towards Rubble's side where they have the correct read. But when it comes down to the mid rounding, and Luna realizes, okay, there's a minute left. They could be rotating back towards my side. I gotta fall back for a bit. But there's really not the extra support coming through with Luna to help out. Blue Water is just really doing a good job in getting these post plant and eliminations in their favor.
Water definitely ramping up in the second half. 6-2 in rounds on their offense, so a lot of good impact with their ultimates. And now Sia can help break them in using a steel garden and a pit very deep into rubble. This is interesting from Nova, and the judge too. This is a no-fly zone.
But that's the thing. It doesn't cover rubble. It doesn't cover the door. Right now, you're just creating fear that there's somebody behind in tree and there's somebody playing inside the pit. You have to start moving and creating noise towards B and C. That's where, once again, they have a perfect 2-2-1 for the side of YDZ to try to counteract and counterbalance that.
Teleport's ready.
So it's up to Blue Water to start figuring out here where their opponents could be setting up.
Someone opens the door for Kobe. That would be a nice sight line, especially with no smokes being available. But Kobe's more on B watch as like a nice backup plan. Things don't work out. We have Fauzi still with the paranoia with the Prowler. Something is up. The Steel Garden. It's time to evacuate if you're YDZ. And over. I don't know if they got caught. Blue Water though. They're stepping up to the plate, and YDZ are around the corner. They're gonna just let this plant go by, and Luna at least gets the punish, and now it's a bloodbath. Still, Fauzi can work with the Sentinel player, trades back and forth, and YDZ back in the game. Lover in a corner, isolated away, and that's a great smoke to do just that. And Kobe has to be the hero. No vision on the spike. And this gets defused, and this gets to YDZ to match point.
Oof. And Kobe once again almost getting the clutch, but just unfortunate when it comes down to the 1v1, just not enough time. Needed to get up to the mound to see the top of the hood here of Cloudsy defusing. But there's still two players pressuring against them. You wanted Rover to, unfortunately, hopefully get that one pick on that 1 versus 1 for, I think it was even Lover, swinging out on the other side. So Rover to Lover, fade on fade, but unfortunately couldn't hold it. I think, sorry, it was Lover that needed to win that fight and didn't. See, I got my names confused because of that one letter. So it's YDZ.
I got
getting
Nova
a
and
retake.
Neon confused.
Yeah. See, I blame text this time.
YDZ. I think they got to bring fire to the fire because they're kind of letting Blue Water do whatever and fight for retakes. It's worked out for YDZ. That was their third one round of this half. It's been very difficult for YDZ to close out these rounds. Now Oasis gonna help the team get a victory here with the showstopper right through B. Blindly not making contact. I don't think getting a kill this game either with that. And Luna, first blood with the judge of all things. Now threat levels from all sides and closing in Blue Water and even a Steel Garden, but it doesn't activate in time. May just comes jumping out with the shorty. The fuse will continue through and Oasis gets found, and YDZ will be taking map number 1, 13-9. In, I would say, dominant fashion, although their defense took some time to get used to.
Took some time to get used to, but when they actually did get those retakes, it looked really clean on that side. Just the way that they fought from the revolving door on that B side and even flanking from the front B from the Neon, I thought that was really cool. But yes, it was definitely looking like there was a slow comeback coming out here from Blue Water. If anything, you have to commend how Colby has been playing for the side of Blue Water. Unfortunately, they lose their map pick. So hopefully they could turn it around here on the Haven. That has also been the best map that we've had for YDZ so far in this Game Changers.
This series definitely looking like it's going YDZ's way, especially when we talked about Blue Water's success, their unbeatable success on Lotus. That has been cracked in half. So YDZ going to be bringing them to their playground of Haven, as Van Stilly said. We hope y'all will stick around. We'll see you on the other side of the break. YDZ breaks the unlosable win streak of Blue Water on Lotus, and now it's YDZ's map pick, so we'll see how the series ends up, fans.
Yeah, especially when YDZ is playing, what, 7-1, if I mentioned before, on Haven, where they're playing the double duelist of the ISO and Yoru. But I want to focus on Lotus to kick things off of what went really well here for the side of YDZ, especially it was all a story of the attack side, I think, for both of these teams. But it's definitely a tougher hill, to climb for the side of Blue Water when you're already trailing behind 9-3 at that point. Thankfully, you want a pistol round that allow for you to start bringing these rounds back in your favor. But YDZ did such a great job just understanding the value that they have around the comp and what they could work with in terms of all these lurks and inserts that are playing across the map here on their attack side.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Cloudsy, especially on the Omen. I always love when a name fits the agent that they play, but yeah. Cloudsy, just from the very beginning of the map, the confidence that they let in, extending out of the site, making those plays. I mean, not the MVP, but the MVP in my mind when it comes to impact, but a lot of first kills coming out from Nova.
Agreed. I think I'm thinking about the Cloudsy 2-1 or 1-2 clutch they had over on the C site when he was trying to get the first headshot, the wall bang into the smoke. The amount of wall bangs and smoke kills he was getting on the defensive side, almost even winning, I think it was a 1-4. He did whatever he could on that side here for YDZ, but definitely was a great effort across the board. Even though the fades for both Rover and Lover didn't put up big numbers, I think it was just valuable what they were doing for the team. They were just staying alive, making sure that Haunt was out at the beginning of the round. First Prowler was out at 140. The first Prowler comes out at the minute. The second Haunt comes out in the mid-round. So you're basically trying to gather as much information as you could so that the stack around the rest of the site could be in the best condition for you to try to hold these aggressive bushes. It's very hard to do on a 3-sided map like Lotus, which could be very similar once we get into Haven.
Speaking of Haven, I mean, both these teams have had unconventional looks, have had a lot of role swaps of who's playing duelists, how many duelists, what is going to be the sentinel of choice, and the initiator to complement with it. So this is the YDZ pick, and they'll be on defense first. So I would expect some more chamber out of the Kobe side, but that could also swap because I remember Oasis also playing a lot of chamber.
Exactly, and it could also be a mirror match, if I'm not mistaken. Looking back at it, like the last 2 iterations of this Haven map that Blue Water has played has been going with the Fnatic comp, where the first 2 iterations was playing a double duelist, but with a neon, but not really anything that we're seeing that's out of the ordinary or that really supports that neon. Usually with the neon comp that we see these days has still a little bit of a breach to support, even though the breach has been nerfed. Or it's just a neon that is a solo duelist. But this time around, again, for Blue Water, they still potentially want to stick around with this double duelist play.
And this is to decide who still lives on in the Swiss stage, because both these teams are 2-3. You need to win 4 before you lose 4, or you're out. And I think I didn't know what to expect before coming into the series, but based on the fact that Blue Water went to 3 maps against 100 Thieves, they kind of gave me this underdog potential, and Blue Water, the org, recognizing that and signing the Equinox roster, while as YDZ have floated under a lot of radars, but they took Catface to map 3. They played close to YPX in week 1, so YDZ battled to a game 3 against TV just last week just to still even be in a position to qualify. So this is quite the turnaround and a revitalization of YDZ coming to the end of the Swiss stage.
Definitely. And now on Haven, we'll have to see what the agent comps come out here for these 2 teams. But again, I'm expecting a mirror match out of these. And again, what I like is that we've had a lot of good rounds coming out from Cloudsy, from Colby, from either ends of both YDZ and Blue Water. And yeah, a little bit of a change. There's still this ISO and Yoru for the side of Blue Water, but Oasis comes out with a Clove. There's not really too much that's going to change around of how you're going to fight around the map, with the exception of that paranoia that they will not have on the side of Blue Water. And if you're looking at a map like Haven, and the main controller that you usually have on this map is the Omen for most of these plays, because it allows for you to really get good value off the big bust of a flash that you have that could fully split off a site on A and C. So we'll have to see if Blue Water has a way to fix the issue that they might not have here with the paranoia that's not available for them.
I love a Clove because with the ult too, you can just have this run it down style with the ISO that could lead that way with the wall, and even just the presence of an ISO is gonna deny the chances of, well, at least kind of discourage any purchases of operators or snipers in general when you can just mitigate that first shot. So see how both these teams settle in after a 13-9 win from YDZ on Lotus, although the Blue Water comeback was certainly very real on that second half after being down 3-9.
Now backs against the wall for sure for Blue Water. You just mentioned before that this is an elimination game for both of these teams, and if YDZ is able to pull through on their best map of Haven, that gives them a chance to fight another day and try to make it into the main event. Both of these teams just trying to stay alive here in this fight. Is now Blue Water on the attack side. Again, no paranoia, to really engage into the site hits. Then it'll have to come down to Colby as well. What he could do with this Yoru. He's going to need to stick with the pack as they're trying to start off at least with some pressure on grass.
Looking forward to seeing kind of how aggressive Blue Water can be, because they started on defense last map and even they were trying to run through the spawn. So on offense, this is going to suit their playstyle very well. And Kobe was already top fragging last map, and now on a duelist, they can be a little bit more self-sufficient. Over at A, while this duelist here of May makes first contact over at B. Droning up through garage, that goes uncontested, and YDZ trying to expect a C hit.
We've already inserted May right into garage though, so this pressure on A side is going to be huge.
Ooh, lurking around, May. Oh, he has the attention of Q&Asa there at the back. He's holding this position and, well, holding what seems to be the whole left side of the map hostage. Because once Blue Water end up at A, I mean, YDZ would have to rotate through there. Just this insertion is so annoying for YDZ. But Blue Water haven't really made their mind up on where they want to end up, and eventually May gets found.
Now you have to hit towards the A site. You have no more insert towards garage. Thankfully, though, you're playing soft side on YDZ.
30 seconds
left. You had so
left.
much pressure in the front of the A site, so plant should still be coming down here for Blue Water.
Okay, Nova up to no good. The flash, the drop down. No one's in hell, but Nova is now. And Kobe and the rest of the Blue Water hope to shut the door, and even through a nice paranoia from Cloudsy was not enough to deter this post plant. A small opening for YDZ, some space to work with. Q-Asa heads towards the back. This is the player from Maine. Duke sitting out against Kobe, but at 5 HP. What more can you ask for? Blue Waters just have to finish off what they started. Spike is smoked off. The recon won't reveal much within the smoke. Cloudsy waits for the repeak, while Sia is just waiting to step in at any moment. And there it is, Blue Water with a much-needed pistol.
Great way to play that pulse plant for Lover and Sia for sure. Getting that recon into the smoke. If you're diffusing in there, you can just start spraying it if you ping somebody inside that smoke. But if anything, it started off very chaotic for the side of Blue Water. They didn't really know where they wanted to hit yet with the insert that they had towards garage. Like I said, I felt like Blue Water wanted to make, or they should have made some more pressure towards the A side so they could force rotates, and then May could start activating. But May got NC pushed out first, they got spotted, and now you're just going back and forth. But thankfully, with 30 seconds left, YDZ also had no real information, so they decided to fall back from the A site, which allowed then Blue Water for the gamble hit towards the A site to even set up for a good pulse plant in the end.
It's nice for Blue Water to get momentum on their side earlier on, because they were down
right here
1-6. Or I guess just 0-6 after dropping the first pistol on Lotus and having to play from that big of a deficit. Now that's going to be a familiar scenario after losing Oasis. Blue Water just like to have these solo insertions and kind of a see what you get kind of scenario. Clone does get shot down from someone within B, but now that that's smoked off, Blue Water still have to re-clear it.
You're gonna have to go back and clearing the garage and maybe getting the close smoke into the top window again. Thankfully, with the Clove being down where Oasis is at, you could still help out the team to stir some lanes.
Okay. Got Nova within smoke. Trying to find some funny timing and at least get away with one. No, May is on duty, on watch. YDZ are coming in through the flank and even through garage. Cute Ace has an important 1v1, but the Guardian's too strong. Love turns into hate, and the anti-eco turns into a win for Blue Water.
And now we'll have to see how YDZ will want to adapt to this. The last 2 rounds, you've seen Blue Water create a lot of pressure in front of Grass and B site. On pistol round was made with the double tap. Previous round was Oasis. When they even had weapon advantage, they're still sending a solo player lurking up towards this B site. YDZ looks like they're trying to punish that. They have both their duelists playing in front of that B site. TPs need to be set up though, so they can go for fast rotates. And finally, you see you see Nova setting that up, and then maybe they're gonna start that walk down.
Here's the walk down from Blue Water just to get Fior 2 away from the dimensional drift. And at the front as the smoke collapses down, YDZ even gets some nice reveals off the recon from Rover. Is it Rover's on the other side of the map, but maybe it was the trips. Either way, Blue Water get absolutely nothing out of this push.
Yeah, it was definitely the trip kill that was set up towards that front. Even if Cute Asa gets picked off later on, they've done a great job here anchoring up that side, and I love the smoke drops. There's not that many players that I've seen doing it Game Changers so far. I can only think of Darkest, if I'm not mistaken, that was doing it here on the side of Challengers. That said, that's going to slow things down for Blue Water. There's only 45 seconds left, and they're split across the map. We talked about the inserts that they did a good job with in previous rounds. They don't really have that late insert yet. They're waiting here for Sia to get the camera back up as it was broken earlier on by Nova.
Take flight.
Not get punished here.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, this would be the most cooked place to leave a spike. YDZ are still have to duel against that Sova, while Oasis tries to provide an alternate angle, but left side of the map, a lot more supplied with warm bodies from the defense. Blue Water, it's do or die.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds left to plant, and Rover lurks around, and it's shock bolts that won't deter the objective. Now YDZ have the numbers, but they're really not organized on dealing. With Blue Water still within the site, thinking maybe they're going to play through main. Now Cloudsy has to come from behind, 20 HP, and Sia just steady with it.
Yeah,
win streak for Blue Water.
Just came down to good duels out from Blue Water towards the end. Because, again, as you're waiting for the camera on the side of Sia, they throw the camera down towards Sewers, but then you're also droning at the same time towards Garage and also walking up towards Long C. So if you're trying to sell some sort of a fake, I mean, you're throwing 3 different fakes at the same time and 3 isolated lanes being picked up by Blue Water that could easily get punished.
Yes.
I felt that with the 2 players from YDZ, they could have maybe punished that drone that was coming through towards the garage by double spamming towards that box. And then finally, by giving up that space, Blue Water is able to take that over and win those fights and still get a plant towards that B site and win that round. And it forces YDZ on an eco, triple walk down. The amount of times that they're being pressured in the first 2 rounds on middle, they almost found an opening there.
Yeah, that was close. Nova almost hit the shot that mattered, but Blue Water are just going to stay put now, expecting shenanigans out of YDZ, which almost looked like a high-low or some kind of stack from YDZ in mid, thinking Blue Water were going to keep pushing. But it's YDZ getting close to spawn. Crossfire being created. Blue Water thinking something is suspicious, and Oasis just keeps on farming kills. Another one.
Fortunate there. Just stay back towards that spawn and let YDZ walk towards you. And Blue Water gets an easy plant now towards the C site. Cloudsy just got spotted. Maybe he can do some damage. Oh, poor Sia. Caught a stray. When Cloudsy was trying to aim at the jumping around of, I think that was May. Blue Water should be getting the round anyway.
A lot of wind in their sails. Takes some time for Blue Water to work the map, and a lot of They spread themselves thin, but eventually works out. And I mean, that time it was YDZ on a save. And that'll force them to call a timeout to figure out these ultimates. Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft are the big ones to watch.
We've seen really zero pressure coming out from Blue Water over on the A site. I think at this point you could just kind of leave Rover solo into long A, recon, find some information early. If the recon doesn't ping anybody towards that side, you can finally get your players potentially into stuffing out that B and C side. The amount of times if you're trying to walk down towards that B to punish or Oasis or May, it hasn't happened anymore since we've gotten even footing in terms of rifles. They have to give it up that they have to start giving up that plan here for YDZ on the defense, at least for now. If that's the call here, try to see if they could punish on those extremities with that Hunter's Fury.
Now YDZ need to find a way to stop this before it gets way too out of hand. And this is the season on the line. Only 2 game changer stages. Don't want to go out this way. 9-0-2. The YDZ just need to calm themselves down and kind of assess what they've learned in the last 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Which they had some good stops over at C. I think more presence in Garage would help a lot too.
Especially when your brand new team's forming up within this stage. The best thing you could do right now is not really try to make it through circuit points, because that's most likely going to all be taken by SRG anyways. So you have to make top 2, or sorry, you have to win stage 2 to get a spot at GCC.
Hey, Hunter's Fury helps support the A main push from Nova, who's going to teleport out, and Blue Water are left to make the most out of this without Kobe, because that was maybe a big win condition to have that dimensional drift, start putting pressure in the back of A. And that's gonna be even tougher. And Luna doesn't call themselves the Odin for YDZ for no reason, okay? You do not want to mess with this.
And they blew their ult early too to try to get some damage, which is definitely respectable. They're still a player ahead. But now in the mid round where you're gonna have to start second guessing here, Blue Water has their own ults to work with too. The re-clear for the walk down. Sia's waiting for it.
A big old barrel to spot, so Sia Neural Theft to try and get Blue Water back into this round.
30
That's gonna
seconds
inspire
left.
a lot. Now knowing where the defenders are, gonna get in their heads and get the lineup too. Beautiful double kill from Sia. Just to turn this in their favor with the Neural Theft as well. Now those pings are gone. YDZ don't have any corpses to use their Neural Theft on, but just get open sightlines to catch a stray like that. And Lover gets a good cutoff from B. This is danger at multiple angles for Cute Asa, so just gonna have to gift this round over. I was worried they were running into the site with their knife out, but 4K for Sia nonetheless.
I mean, that was still insane that you're running out with a knife and swinging through to jump spot when 2 players can just spray inside that smoke. Lots of respect given for the side of Blue Water to not continue to spray and just hold that patient line so that the re-swing from Cute Asa gets fully punished. I really thought here towards the end that Lover was staying alive in front of that B. I mean, they had the insert, they're trying to go for the late lurk, but at the same time, have Hunter's Fury to work with. Just let your players inside that site as you're already set up on that crossfire for Blue Water to just hold that line. If it has to come down to it, then you win off time with the Hunter's Fury, but everything worked out according to plan in terms of aim for the side of Blue Water.
They found my wife.
Now they're playing the site and go.
My turn.
Job's not done. Oasis is back in. Neural Theft advantage for the defense. Blue Water getting the attack done, but Oasis is back and kicking, and the rest of YDZ have to deal with that. The flank, it's real with stingers. It's gonna be like shooting marshmallows at that range. Blue Water should be pretty happy with this setup.
Yeah. Looks like Cute Asa was just trying to stay alive as much as they can. Saying, help me, I'm stuck with just a pistol in my hands. Oh no, that flash blinds Nova too.
That's so sad.
They got both of the players on the site, but unfortunately blinded themselves too, so they couldn't go for the hero play. But yeah, it almost worked out in their favor. There was a nice little headshot in the very beginning. But then unfortunately, even with the neural theft, you couldn't really get yourself in good positions here for YDZ to hold the defensive line on C. So really, the only time that we've really seen some blue water pressure on this A site was since that timeout from YDZ. Looks like they wanted to disrespect the Hunter's Fury being played and drawn up by YDZ's side. And then after that, as soon as we've gone back to kind of just even footing and even thwarted the plan from YDZ, we go back to the tried and true. Work towards that from B site, work towards C site, and just get your rounds on your side.
And it's been perfect for Blue Water. I mean, the results speak for themselves. 6-0. And you got a kill contract, Hunter's Fury.
It's you and me.
Okay, here's the first kill contract against Rover. And Rover wins that. Okay, well, sometimes the kills just are gifted to you like that. YDZ even more stable on the A side. And not a lurk from Blue Water anywhere else for a backup plan.
That's huge. Even breaking the clone before he even sounds the trip allows now Kudasa once again to get a good stronghold towards the A site.
My eyes are yours.
Wait a minute. Blue Water really trapped and now have to re-clear through the rest of the map. Kobe just gonna generate as much threat as they can. Exchange shots, and hey, if they get picks, even better, but Blue Water exhaust every second of these rounds to just maximize the odds of them succeeding.
Luna's falling back on site too because they want to just use their own ult as soon as they hear the spike being planted.
30 seconds left.
Kobe trying to get cut off on rotations or at least flank from behind. Dimensional drift from YDZ to try and get the first round on the board, and it's very possible. They've already got the first blood, all thanks to Rover. Now you just gotta suss out where this last duelist is, and against the wall and everything. Luna wins that WoW flash. Very well-deserved body shots there.
Yeah, that wall protected them for sure, and I really thought they were trying to just delay as much as they could from tapping onto the spike because they over-rotated over at the A site when there was a little bit of pressure from Blue Water being pushed on that side. And you saw from that minimap, two of them were still moving towards that C site. So for them to try to win that space back or win some time, I would expect an ult onto C, but instead drops down, has teammates to work with Cloud-Z. And just able to play the high-low in tandem to just hold out the pulse plant from Blue Otter's attempt to set up here on the pulse plant. First round finally comes in for YDZ.
Scanning ahead. Found.
Blue Water's going for say 8-side pressure.
Some information off the Rover recon that goes unshot. Blue Water now pressured through short. Blue long. The camera? Cute Asa will see all of this coming, so now the more immediate danger is coming from short. The kill contract? Either way. Okay, there we go. Wins that one against the opposition. And YDZ, they have found the game plan to really crack Blue Water and get a win streak going for themselves. Depends on Nova on the flank. Oh, it's gross. And GG Lover. YDZ 2 in a row.
Yeah, nice little fight in the gulag from Luna up against May. We don't really see it, but at least they get that pick. That's huge because that also doesn't allow the wall to come up here for Blue Water to start executing towards the A site. And as you're coming through, well, some nice anchoring being done here on the defensive side once again from Cute Asa. Cute Asa is doing a great job here on the defensive side despite being trailing behind by 4 rounds here for YDZ. And finally, you're starting to see that pressure come out from, or feel that pressure from the side of Blue Water. So they need to stop right now that momentum. 2 in a row seems to be enough here for Blue Water to start pressing on the brakes.
Maybe just ditch the A site unless... Well, now that the kill contracts are all over with, those have been signed, sealed, and delivered. If you think about just going to a more traditional approach of A, and you see kind of the pings that Blue Water are planning this out. Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft, and Sia's always good for those, so wondering if Sia is going to want to lurk around to give that opportunity, or if they're just going to want to death ball into A.
Mind you that this is Blue Water's needed map to win. It comes down to if they're able to win this one. We're trading maps across for both YDZ and Blue Water. The thing is, as well, for Blue Water is they're coming with a slightly different composition with Oasis on this Clove. Haven't seen it do too much yet here for the side of Blue Water on their attack side. It's mainly been just around Sia's entries.
Destabilizing.
As a Sentinel, mind you.
Yeah, Blue Water's
Fake teleport.
been stronger on the offensive sides, and we even saw that on Lotus. Most of their rounds won on that. Just suits their play style of being able to dictate the pace of the map and explore and be aggressive when the time is right. Speaking of that, Cloud's very forward in this nook. And Kobe just gets caught, teleports out, and Cloudsy gets away with it. Oh, never mind. I thought they did, but where May was, that's the cutoff on rotations. Now YDZ have to struggle through Garage, and maybe they'll have timing with the wall.
Yeah, it was a Garage split, and pulled themselves to activate a little bit more quickly once they lost control of the long seaside with that forward position for Cloudsy. Now Lover has Hunter's Fear to work with. Trips watching that flank. You're in a comfortable spot here to play that pulse plan and to win the round for Blue Water after.
Okay, oh, I thought May was winning that. Now we have a round on our hands. YDZ with numbers, but now having to pressure back, post plant, Hunter's Fury, and Sia to just catch anybody else, and it's Sia that does all the work. Beautiful 3K.
Yeah, Sia's owning so far on this Cypher, and it hasn't really been lurks. Again, they're kind of really just moving with the team. I'm looking at this composition for the side of Blue Water where you could really get some fast TPs across, trying to create some fakes here with the Yoru. It hasn't really been happening so far. Kobe's just running a decoy, and then they just stay as a death ball to make sure that they execute as a group. And because, again, you're looking at the side of YDZ, outside of that front walk from that B side a couple of rounds ago that they did twice that got the no value, they're not really trying to push on the extremities to really punish Sia to watch flanks. So you could just move as a group. Execute now for Blue Water. Plant into the B site.
And May is really turning up on this ISO from last round to now, and dodges the clone, but not the upshot. Nova needed to hit that or they were dead. And that helps YDZ get back
over there
to the driver's seat when it comes to B. Not in terms of numbers. Blue Water have already pivoted their game plan.
Yeah, they went for a tap TP out just to try to bait out to rotation.
Oh, I thought Luna was locked in for that. Wait, these duels going in Blue Water's way, but a lot of low HP members. Nova.
Portal closed.
Oh!
Last player
Okay.
standing.
Okay. That was like the bad guy there. But yeah. So anyway, Blue Water 8-2. Looking to close out this first half in great fashion.
Yeah, I mean, that's just trigger discipline. I think that was beautiful for Nova to hold that back because Sia had no idea. Again, I just talked about how they're not pressuring the setup here from Blue Water and nobody's really flanking. So Sia always moves in as a group and holds instead of lurks. This time around, Nova goes behind Sia's back, tries to line it up, sees the first person out in the open, and thinks that they have to line up on the tap of a headshot so they could swing back to try to get Sia down inside the window. Unfortunately, slight whiff, gets the kill towards the end, but gets immediately traded out, and there's no real value off that flank. And Blue Water runs away now with the half. In the lead by 6. Nova now once again being punished. And that's the best rifle that they have in the round already, a half HP.
I
for
know
Nova.
exactly where you are.
Neural theft advantage for Sia. Now only seeing the one ping over at C. You're feeling really good about this. So Cloudsy has been one of the deadliest shots for YDZ, but with the Sheriff, you're hoping for one and expecting Cloudsy to just play for the retake.
Making sure here that we're just
Spike planted.
dotting our eyes, just trying to keep the ult up on Lovers, so they go up for the plant. All 5 of them staying within the site.
My turn.
Now it's up to Oasis to find the
Oasis has to
information.
fight. Yeah, and guess what? It's YDZ on the flank yet again. You've come to expect this. And Oasis gets to live on with the weapon and everything. And the rest of YDZ just get washed out in blue water. Hoping to get this
Last
to a
round in the
10-2 half if they're lucky.
Like the simple-mindedness of Oasis. You already have players within the site. They're playing in an anti-eco. You're covering here towards the garage and towards the spawn. Why push towards the spawn and gift a gun away? The trip's already been broken there from CS, so CS trip, sorry, already got broken by Nova. So Oasis is like, well, worst comes to worst. There's maybe more than one player on that flank. If not, I'm playing one-on-one against a pistol. So Oasis is able to stay alive thanks to that. Gets the info for the team. Now you have a successful round, and as you mentioned here, a potential 10-2. As YDZ is looking for the hero play. Paranoid to push players down that line. Blue Water is able to fight back.
You and me.
Such a good angle, and the job's not done. May is hungry for blood, and YDZ get ego checked on that spawn push from C. This opens things up for Blue Water, but Cloudsy's hoping to have a good cutoff. But man, everyone behind Cloudsy is just falling like dominoes, and Cloudsy even gets tagged in the smoke, stays resilient. Q makes way through the front side, and YDZ are turning this all around despite, wow, what looked like a 3 versus 5. Blue Water have the spike dropped within the site, and this is not a good place to push through. And it's the clone, it's the flash, it's May that gets denied the ace, and it's the 4K for Cute Asa to clutch this for YDZ.
Both Cute Asa and C are doing a great job here as Sentinel roles as Cyphers. That was a heroic play coming out from the defensive side to finally allow a round coming in for YDZ. Another 9-3 half, but this time it's Blue Water in the lead. Not like Lotus before when it was YDZ. And I'm keeping an eye on chat here. Hypergenie in the chat saying, trust me, YDZ's terrible on defense. They still have this on the attack. So let me see this happen now. If YDZ could turn it around now. I like at least a look. We're starting to see some players activate here on the side of YDZ towards the end of that half. So hopefully we'll see something a little bit more even as we switch sides now for both Blue Water and YDZ.
Where the double duelists are gonna shine. Blue Water gave an example of just that. Of the double push from Lover, who hasn't even thrown out the recon yet. And interesting to keep the trip in that mid window too. Kind of thinking Blue Water on defense, at least on Lotus, they like to push towards spawn in these unconventional spots, and Kobe trying to be aggressive once again, and YDZ are gonna mark that.
Got lucky too because he didn't have a TP. Thankfully falls back half HP. Even Lover still spots only the camera into sewer, so they don't really know about the double insert now into A. And also the push up from Luna. This is a nice little juke. There's 4 players rotating over on this side. Solo A site. Lover's gonna have to come huge, and unfortunately doesn't.
Not ready yet.
Now YDZ got the pick they need, but not expecting a solo defender, because I'm guessing Luna doesn't know exactly how many people rotated over. Now you're gonna maybe even hear this flank, so YDZ get the plant going. May will lead from the front side, while the flank could form from Blue Water, but a trip will mark that, so it's not going to get the value they're hoping for, and YDZ could tempo up, but they're just going to keep the crossfire that they have. That's the strongest position. And Sia's already tagged a lot of low HP members from Blue Water, and that means it's farming season for the duelist of Nova. And a star for YDZ in the past, and Oasis was contact. Almost at the collat. But wait, a 1v2. Possible, but time is running out, and Rover not low enough for the one shot to matter for Kobe.
And unfortunately, Kobe was down to 50 HP on the initial engagement from the lurk on the side of Cute Asa. So now, unfortunately, cannot get that against the 2 players remaining here of YDZ, although they kind of gifted that to him. They didn't really try to play for an instant swing. They wanted to play the time in their favor, so Rover kind of stayed out in the open. If they lose that fight, but then it's actually an opportunity here for Kobe to just move in and get inside that smoke, try to create a diversion, but that's a different alternative timeline. YDZ is able to come out with a much stronger buy in the anti-eco, but also still, once again, knowing that they're trailing far behind against Blue Water, so they're just holding back towards that spawn against a potential eco push.
Nova 2 away from the dimensional drifts. That'll be a big objective in the next rounds to get that going early for YDZ. So with that pistol, momentum's definitely on YDZ's side if they can build up towards it. But what is May up to with this mid push? And that's why YDZ have put trips there. Make sure Blue Water don't get away with that too freely. Okay, where Kobe is, gets a free kill. And that means YDZ will be panicking over some presence on the right side, so they're going to make the most out of this and push C.
It's not a player disadvantage though for YDZ, so assuming the players are going to have to stay anchored up within the C site with zero information of who's going to be on the flank because they lost to Asa already. Looks like they want to fight together into the garage.
Kobe teleported out, so you can't even get the weapon, quote, upgrade that you wanted. But the triple walk down into the crossfire. Who's going to benefit? YDZ quicker to the trigger. And now numbers back in their favor. As Blue Water face the deficit, and they have to climb a mountain. And it's just screaming on the other side of a smoke. And even with the pings, Blue Water can't do much with that information.
That was kind of nice, though. Despite this going against an anti-eco, I love the back and forth swings that we had coming out from both Rover and Cloudsy. Little nice pendulum there. Just to not allow Blue Water to really get good value or great crosshair placement to maybe come up for a surprise in their eco. It was surprising, too, that they decide to go for the walk down towards that garage because you have to clear two different angles. The trip is still up. There's a potential surprise there, but thankfully one of those players that swing out is a Stinger. So close range, Sia cannot get any value off their classic. Now YDZ looking to open up the bonus. Almost got the first pick, but it's a full shield for Colby. The only one that had full shield in the round stays alive and also allows Blue Water to be one player up.
And from all the damage Blue Water did, they really made this a broken round for YDZ. For a chance to get to double digits, Blue Water will hold their positions. Have a trip through garage, a trip deep into C. Really needing to match the pace of YDZ, who like to slow down these rounds, and Blue Water have been punished on these routes where they extend and get aggressive early. Ooh, good timing on the flash and the swing from Kobe. YDZ continue to have very limited options on where this offense can go. Ooh, it's okay. Gets better. Gets better thanks to Rover. They have a big round for themselves, but didn't get followed up on fast enough. Now YDZ have to scrap when things looked quiet. Blue Water back on top and at double digits.
The fact that Q also was able to get 2 taps right in the face from the double shield onto May, that was actually quite nice. In the bonus round that was out here for YDZ was almost converted on that side. But again, it really came down to that full shield that was out there for Colby. Probably saved that round to kick things off for the defensive side to maintain their lead and not allow YDZ to go for an early comeback in the second half. But we talk about comebacks. They have dimensional drift. They have rifles to work with across as well. It looks like it's going to be an undercut push forward from the Yoru.
And we'll find out what happens there.
I don't have that password.
During a tech pause.
I don't have that password. but it definitely did look like at least at the beginning of that round that we were trying to be fairly aggressive on the side of the defense, right? The undercut already went out, and the defensive side were already pushing that Yoru up on that end, and they had the recon to help out. So you're trying to go for wallbang sprays, anything, and then a free escape from the Yoru TP. We'll see if he got any value out of that one, but until then, I'm going to rest my voice.
Yeah. Okay, game crash. So hopefully we didn't miss out on that action, but Blue Water's defense picking up pace, picking up steam after we kind of noted just how aggressive Blue Water like to be on defense at times, trying to match what they do on offense. But the advantage that YDZ have is they can kind of lay back, watch it all happen, and come to expect it after what they learned from Lotus.
Yeah, if anything, as well as we saw the setup on the attack side, there wasn't too many players committed already to fight into the A control. So if anything, the range of that undercut was already avoided at that side, and it becomes whatever happens at that point. But yeah, I think this is still a great little series that we've seen so far. Despite the back and forth, one-sided affair in terms of scoreline previously that we casted earlier on tonight between FlyQuest and 100 Thieves, it was still really close rounds towards the end. This time around, we're seeing a lot of good battles and good macro coming out from these two teams. And some heroic plays definitely coming out from the both Sentis here on both sides. I wouldn't be surprised if this is another traded map and we're going to see a decider on Abyss again.
Yeah, we still have 3 spots left in the main event, with FlyQuest, Empire, Hakikimori, and plenty of others on that round point, I guess, having those 3 wins, and both these teams sit at 2 and 3, so quite the uphill battle to try and take a spot away from a lot of talented teams. But man, a Game Changers time of year is a good time of year. You just get a spotlight on, of course, the veterans that have been around for so long and how they're still flourishing and developing over the many years. Are they still crispy to this new generation, younger generation of talent and coming in what seems to be sometimes out of nowhere, and how they're able to translate a lot of these, their ranked skill, if you will, into more organized play. And it's cool to see the improvements from stage to stage.
Definitely. And I think it continues on. I think we're having similar discourse from year after year, but definitely seeing the quality of the Game Changers teams really leveling up. When you're looking back at, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times champs with the main core here of Shopify Rebellion back in Magical days, to Cloud9 White, to now this time Shopify, but you're seeing teams like Supernova in previous iterations, Solaris, if I'm not mistaken, and now even FlightQuest getting maps / series out of a team like Shopify Rebellion Gold. You're definitely seeing that year after year. There's newcomers, new blood coming to as well into the scene, and they're all talented. So it never makes it easier for a top team like Shopify Rebellion to stay to the top. Teams are catching up, but at the same time, to see that Shopify are able to stay to the top shows how impressive they are overall.
Cool. Timeout from YDZ as well. And to report on the other stream, Ghost Gaming has qualified to the main event after a 2-1 win over Hakikimori. And this is Catface, Happy Face, 1 over Mac and Cheese 2-0. I know there's a lot of cat faces. And I think there's an Empire versus TNX or TNX game going on currently. So there's a Raidiant GG stream going on. I'm not sure if it's casted, but definitely observed. So you can cheer on all the teams all at once.
So thankfully here, as we get the timeout here from YDZ, and looks like it is 2 rounds 1 here by Blue Otter. So did we have a 10-5 scoreline? It's been such a long day that I totally forgot.
It's 10-5, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
So yeah, Blue Otter must have won off of that.
Yeah, so he calls out the timeout here for YDZ, and their second and only timeout remaining into the map. While Blue Water, dude, we're seeing a very similar storyline, with this time Blue Water still in the lead. Remember the first map? It was YDZ that had a 9-3 lead in the first place, but they were still the ones having to use all of their timeouts while Blue Water didn't. Or are we seeing the? Oh, we're seeing the plank. We're seeing the plank agents again.
Oh,
we're going by the early 2000s.
This is so cool.
Yeah, planks and X's around the map. We love that for barracks from time to time. That said, though, yeah, it's random as hell. It's random as hell.
Do they stand up eventually?
No.
Okay. I can't cast this. I guess don't really have to with kind of a lot of the buys from Blue Otter, but hey, YDZ gotta stay in this. I can't. Electric Fury. Everyone's flashed. I'm also blind. Blue Water though, they're gonna hold on to see.
Yeah, that was Nova trying to ult into the site so they could combine here with the Hunter's Fury. Got no kills, but at least they're able to trade things out for a 4-4 even tally. That said, though, Blue Water has a perfect stack towards the C site. And quite
Menacing
interesting, too,
aura.
that they won the round, but they're also on the lower buy.
Oh man, I wanted to see a menacing aura stick it, but after seeing Luna around, he still got good information. Blue Water will... movable X going towards A to watch over that. Don't worry, guys. Our production team is on it to fix this for the next round, but
if
we
I
are
remember,
at least entertained.
If I remember correctly, it was Kobe, because Kobe was into their dimensional drift as well and ended up on the A side with the Bucky. So that's how the setup is currently. Right now, the other person that's trying to stay
30
or
seconds
keeping
left.
up here with the rest of the team is watching and jiggling into the garage. That's Lover.
Ooh, May.
Spike down.
Hey, Spike got down. Big play from Sia, who's been a huge hero for Blue Water time and time again.
10 seconds
Now with
left.
10 seconds left, YDZ are just gonna keep what they have. There is Kobe. Kind of snaking around towards spawn. Yoink!
Wow.
Nope, my kill, says May. Now you've got to convert this. Okay. Well deserved now. If you choke that, now you're throwing your own team. But 12-5.
It also looks like Blue Water wanted to make sure that you can't save weapons going through the round, which is why I was surprised that May went into the ult. But as they get it, the players are rushing down. So if you lose the battle, that's not a weapon carried over to the next. And you see how important that was for the ult here for May. They only have one Vandal to carry over for this round here for YDZ. They have a mixed buy between Stingers and Bulldogs, and even then, they're still trying to decide what the hell to buy. Guardian being purchased too, so that should be picked up by Rover. And that pressure comes in again from Blue Water for the A choke point control.
Looking for a shining moment from Oasis. Along with Maves. As a wall could help lead them out, but not expecting the spawn push to be as free. It never is against a team like YDZ, as Cloudsy's been discovered and okay, activating the double tap. And Cloudsy gets the teleport out. How did that not result in any kills? While Blue Water is still trying to discover where this Omen disappeared to, and actually Cloudsy just teleports to the site where they thought they were safe, and Blue Water, guess what? They're there too. They're everywhere all at once. So is Sia, killing everything that stands in their path. And YDZ will just have to go out kicking and screaming. Which a 13-5 win for Blue Water sends us into Abyss to determine who stays alive. This Game Changers Stage 2.
Ends up having a Blue Water, the comeback. The fake comeback that we had from Blue Water for Lotus Elise carried over here on the map of Haven, and they're able to take that away from their opponent's map pick. And that's actually a really nice fight that we saw here from Blue Water side. YDZ and both Blue Water, we're going to have to come out with surprises now on Abyss to see who unfortunately stays, or who unfortunately gets eliminated and who could stay alive.
Yeah, and that's where preparation is going to be speaking a lot of volumes when you haven't seen this map since the last stage, and it was floated for a reason. So now it's put up or shut up, and we'll see you after the break. Well, Blue Water, they're angry, all right. They took that map to in great fashion, sending us into Abyss to decide all things. And even from the 100 Thieves FlyQuest Abyss that we saw, that could go in any direction.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I have to commend both Sentinels of how well they played that map of Haven, despite it being very one-sided for the side of Blue Water. I have to say that YDZ's Qdasa did a great job just being a good anchor for the last few rounds to salvage at least that last round to make it 9-3 for the side of YDZ. It looked hopeful whenever we switched sides and we saw that we got a couple of rounds being picked up here on the side of YDZ at that 5th or 6th mark into the half, but unfortunately just not enough with, you know, a bonus round converted on the side of Blue Water, and then there's just too much economy snowballing on their side that they could really stay on top really for the full game. And now it will have to come down to Abyss.
Holy post plants too from Blue Water, man. There was no moving them once they were settled. And yeah, as you pointed out, the Sentinels, the anchors have been huge. Sia, we had to make sure it's not CIA, but see you later, alligator. Like, they were incredible that map, 20-7, and hoping to propel the team into comfortable map of Abyss coming up, where again an important job for these Sentinels is to hold back those offenses and buy time for those rotations, while a lot rides on these initiators where Rover are still hoping to have their impacts felt.
If anything, they could be CIA because of the way they were playing as a Cypher, just spying around for the team. And again, it really came down on how Sia was also just moving in with the pact, really not just lurking around. Abyss could maybe change things around if you're going to keep their responsibility for both of these Sentinels to play as a Cypher. A Cypher is still really good on this map, but also on the attack side, there's a much bigger responsibility for the Cypher to stay back towards that spawn so that they could actually really help out into making sure that nobody's going for these aggressive pushes down towards middle. Because most of these times when you're so heavy focus on trying to hit and try to play your post plans, you kind of have to make sure that nobody's flanking across because you are trying to stay alive to play post plans outside of the site. It's almost like playing Sunset without any of the spams, because you're trying to leverage, if you're trying to use a Sova in your comp, if you're trying to be like Jazzkids and use a Breach in your comp as well, trying to leverage that post plant utility available for you to just try to play the clock into your favor.
Yeah, Jazzykins is still on her hill trying to convince everyone to play Breach, or at least let her team let her play Breach in those moments. But now you look towards the coaches of both these teams. So, quote, Sexy Christian from the Blue Otter side and Shampoo from YDZ. Y'all pick the names, okay? I just get paid to say them. You put yourself in that position, but it's a lot on these coaches to prepare these GC teams, especially a lot of these players that don't have as much experience in the scene, or at least at this level of play, and on a map that we have not seen in a long time. It's large too. It's a lot going to be on these solo plays.
Yeah, there's definitely a big responsibility when it comes down to these coaches, because if you take, for example, what King Fred has been doing with Warada, or when you have opportunities with Veer now being assistant coach for Shopify Belgian Gold, or just in general, coaches like Drew Spark that went from assistant coach to Sentinel and now main coaching G2 goes in. It doesn't necessarily have to come down to, oh, let's play the meta and let's just try to figure out and making sure our players play the right roles in the right way. Sometimes the roles of a coach is trying to figure out what their players want to play and make the best out of it, which is again why we saw some great compositions and great plays out of Starbound, for example, as this main chamber for every single of these maps for Warada, and they're still finding great value out of it. It's very similar to what we're currently seeing with Jazzykins playing as that Breach. We're joking around, but sometimes if Jazzykin says, I want to play Breach on this map of Abyss, you have to make it work as a coach, and they did previously. So now I have to come down to Sexy Christian to figure out here what are the comfortable roles for the side of YDZ and see if they can capitalize here on this third map.
Yeah, I'm glad that you pointed out like just the agent preferences and how much that matters, because we've seen so much Clove on maps you wouldn't expect, like Over the Omen of all things. But now You've got the Chamber returning for Kobe, which was so deadly on Lotus, and Sia that MVP back on the Sentinel to keep things anchored down, and Oasis will make that appearance on the Yoru as the duelist for the squad.
Yeah, so we're keeping a semi-double duelist for the side of Blue Water because Kobe's playing the Chamber like a duelist. But for YDZ, this is what I was mentioning before when we got back to the previous matchup. Sometimes with a map coming back like Abyss and no changes, we've seen some flashes in the pan of double initiator going with like pretty much an Ascent comp to try to work the map, and it's worked for teams like, I think it was even DRX or Gen G that was playing it back then with this composition back in last year, and they've worked. They've gotten some dominance out of it. This time around though, you have a Vice instead of a Cypher, so expect here that there's potential gaps that could be taken advantage of here for the side of Blue Otter, as YDZ is the one playing that Vice.
I said I appreciate Cloudsy for keeping the name and the agents all on the same theme, and if you think about it, the Cloudburst, Cloudsy, and it's sure. And YDZ are swap their duelists so much based on the preferences, where it's like Nova's really good at the Yoru, Luna's better at the ISO and the Neon, and I was wondering who was going to step up as the Jet, which is a pretty demanded role for Abyss, and turns out it's going to be Cloudsy. So a lot of shift on the YDZ and Blue Water side, to be fair, when it comes to roles and agents.
Yeah, and now you can already see the setup from the knife for the KO. So this is a standard one. Oh, actually, it's a hot fight for window, and it allows Cloudsy to get a pick.
Okay, getting away with that, and Oasis wanted to go through a spawn adventure, it seemed, and Oasis just could have had the finish on Rover, but the smoke hindered them, and it's a lot of kills going down without much being seen with all the smokes, and YDZ are not inspired to go to B even after those first two picks.
Well, I mean, I love it. The pop flash just to get a default for YDZ at the very beginning. And now you're forcing players to push out of the A site to get information. You punish that right away. Now they have 3 players that can move within the A site, and you have a lurk now this time from Cloudsy with the pick that they were getting here towards the entrance of B at the beginning.
Barely feeling safe enough to plant. Lot rides on Cloudsy and what they can do, going on a flank. And it's Wall Lover. Shot that rings true. Luna will be through main and could just peek as soon as the spike gets tapped.
Standing.
And Cloudsy didn't end up going on the flank, just stood at the window. Now we'll have to duel off against Oasis. Tags for the 23 HP, and there's the finish. Cloudsy on the new duelist can play everything and get the kills too.
Yeah, give that big assist to kick things off though for Rover. Again, I thought it was the lineup to throw here on the top of that B site so that you could hopefully catch a Senti player, a smoke player, anybody trying to delay within the B site push, and then you just try to go for an instant hit towards that B site with a dash on the top. But it's a pop flash for the front of that B ramp. Looks like it did get the blind because Rover does get the assist out of it. And that just threw here Blue Water for a loop on the defense, and it almost looks like YDZ's back into the great map manipulation they did on Lotus this time around here on Abyss. Holding a default now, expecting to push from Blue Water. But Blue Water went for just passive gamble stacks at the very beginning here. Well, actually, not necessarily gamble stacks. They went for a 2-1-2 with a walk down here from Oasis to look down towards that front of the B side first. And as they see nothing, they're just now hoping that they could set up a good crossfire for middle, because you still have the Cypher set up on these B site.
Cloudsy's watching that right side, because that's where Lover swung out before for that Sheriff pick. And YDZ stay put, especially because Oasis likes to, as soon as barriers drop, like go all the way deep into B main and teleport out. So Blue Water comfortable with knowing the push is not coming towards B, and Cloudsy's been pinged. And still no one is really challenging YDZ up until that moment. And Kobe is pushing it to the entire team. Not much of a response until now from YDZ, and Lover is gonna still hang back. Stepping up to the plate though is Oasis with the Sheriff. Flash is coming out from the other side, and that gets the kills for YDZ. Late Paranoia without Blue Water even being in a position to do anything about it, to try and stop the plant. But that's an important tool gone, important person gone. And YDZ with a 4 out of 5 weapons brought into the bonus.
And that's what you see as well from YDZ's side on the execution. It was still a nice read from Blue Water, and I respect that they were just trying to battle out with the shares that they have to do some damage, but just the basic things that you see from YDZ. Pop flash with a recon dart, try to get some pings towards the back of the site. They get value out of it. Nova throws these one way so that players cannot swing out on the outside at bridge to cover up towards the A main, so you're stuck to do nothing but stay towards the back of the A site, and you're forced to play retake. So think about those things here that YDZ and the value that you still have off a default comp that could still bring you good value on the attack side.
Waze is just sending the clone this time, so trying to condition them. Oh, is it me? Is it not me? And gets YDZ. Just keeps them on their toes as the drone just gets deep enough into B to check around the corner and gets an orb for YDZ. So they have just not been a fan of this B side at all.
Now the drone's already been used by Luna, so I don't think you're going to try to walk back towards the A side, drone it out, and try to play contact at that part. Especially now that they haven't seen any pressure coming out from Colby. They could expect that he's playing that spot. A spot that Leaf loves to play from G2. Still be in range of a TP to escape here. So now this has to be a cut noise re-hit from YDZ back towards his B site.
Just with how pushed up Kobe was, yeah, your Blue Otter stay put. They get the picks as YDZ crossed that threshold. Ozzy has snuck behind, and util thrown from Rover. Blue Water just stuck to the corner, stuck to their guns, and it works out.
Spike planted.
YDZ can barely extend in this back corner, and Rover is gonna be facing a 1 versus 2 if they think about it. And as YDZ head towards main, Blue Water thwart that as well. So retake is huge, and Rover goes for a big hero play. Should be traded. I thought I saw someone on the high ground, but Lover was looking at someone from main. Here's a flank 2 from Kobe, all the way from A to B. Still need time to defuse, though. Oh, wait. Everyone's dead. So now we defuse.
Yeah, clean and safe one towards the end. I was trying to see, too. The good thing about YDZ of this pop flash play was good for the pistol round, but you could definitely see that a lot is invested into that one, especially with Cloudsy getting the dash procced up. And now that you play a little bit more passively for Blue Water, where is that dash to try to create the space within that B site instead? So now you're getting a lot more value for those players playing a little bit more passively, because you can watch some deeper angles or some more open angles to not really allow YDZ to move up into the site. So now you're going to have to count on, you know, that double initiator to really open up that site for that second wave hit. You need those shot darts to hit, break those trips. You need the knife to also eliminate utility to prevent that push from coming through. That allowed for you to steamroll your way as a death pack up towards the B site hit. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. For YDZ, there's none of that really happening from the get-go. You see, if I'm not mistaken here, Rover did go for a pop flash at the beginning to sell that same type of conditioning. But for Blue Water, nobody's really rotating out of this. They're just making sure here that they're leveraging their utility correctly. They have a trip at the front of the B site, they have a camera watching A, and they just drone at the minute mark towards middle, and they see nothing. So they know here that YDZ is still defaulting across the map.
Blue Water can slow it down and just play off with the trips, and based on a smoke being placed at A, Blue Water definitely paying more attention this front door. Luna's looking to throw a recon potentially with
powerless.
That tagging at the very back. Nova teleports in. Got a null command too from Rover to take away a lot of the tools from Blue Water, but who needs tools when you just got a better shot?
30 seconds left.
A lot of scrambling happening towards the perimeter of the site, but gives enough time for YDZ to plant.
Yeah, and how Nova even got all the way back towards that site is quite surprising too. So the thing is, they don't have too much util for the stall for YDZ. So, and nobody's able to really lurk around, so hopefully the sprays are good.
Flash 2 left from Q, and wow, Kobe lives that and getting shot through the wall. Kobe's attention's been called, and duels against Q, and YDZ have Cloudseed ending it all up, and Lover still left, but would have to win it now when Cloudsy checks the spike, and that'll be over, and YDZ will take the round. Cloudsy's really starting to take over. This person can literally play anything, by the way, from Breach to Omens to, I guess, now even a Jet.
Definitely. And also good on Kurasa to be selfless and just let themselves get baited out here by Cloudsy. His as they're just jiggling across, and you're forcing now the push forward from Colby. Yeah, he's whiffing shots here and there. He capitalizes on the kill, but it allows Cloudsy to just focus on the one defusing that spike. So as Cloudsy kills the person defusing, they could also swing out and just look down and get the instant trade onto Colby, and making sure here that YDZ just wins off time because it never got to halfway. Very, very nicely done. And now Blue Water, whatever they were trying to cook up here for this third and final map, they need to rethink things a bit. As much as they have good value in terms of setting up with Colby's util and also onto Sia and droning for mid-round information, they still don't, they're still playing way too far back. If you're looking at how they're positioned, there's like a line of scrimmage. If you're looking at that line from that from the barriers, from that B line, just pretend that it's drawn out across that minimap and nobody's really crossing it here for Blue Water. So I feel they have to start cutting that a little bit more, especially when I'm saying that Q Asa is playing a Vice instead of a Cypher. That's potentially one lane that's not being looked at, which is why YDZ are also defaulting a lot of 2-1-2s at the very beginning of these rounds, expecting these pushes. But the mid-round would probably give them an advantage to start finding value here for Blue Water.
Yeah, the only person who I can think of that is crossing that threshold from Blue Water has been Oasis. As soon as barriers come down, then they teleport out, but there hasn't been really any, I guess, one B hit from YDZ. And look at this walk down from Blue Water. Cloudsy's got the butter knives out and the flash and the cut through right through Sia. And Lover responds. Holy cow, that sheriff shot is clean. Cancels the ult, cancels Cloudsy out of the lobby. But that's still a bloodbath that much benefits YDZ.
Last player standing.
Much more to say in this round either. Yeah.
Gun here.
That's a walk down, and they're still realizing this conditioning that Cloudsy and Rover are currently doing towards this A side. It looked like they were able to punish it for a bit here with pistols, but that was a lot of bodies utilized for that. And I don't think you could really do that when it comes down to these gun rounds, unless you're counting on Sia to just go nuclear once again as the Senti solo hold on the A site.
Gonna be a long journey for Kobe. Now you get to have the Hunter's Fury from Luna into the next round too, and pivot from Nova wherever they decide to be. Kobe breaks in and oh wait, that shot just ended Rover in the blink of an eye, but someone has to still watch the spike and deny this. Nova's creeping up and okay, that got a little close. Kobe, that was almost sick, almost a 1v3.
Yeah, no ninjas this time around. Seen some ninjas happen at the VCTs, but not happening this time around here for Colby. So looks like they saw something that they wanted to replicate and mimic here, but unfortunately, still the round comes in for YDZ in the Pulse plant. Thankfully, the economy's back, and this timeout also allows the timeout and also the economy allows for Blue Water to reset Kobe in a different position here with the operator. Solo holding down a deep angle on that line, which should be able to avoid a flash. Try to take Cloudsy down, but instead it's YDZ going for a full-out hit onto the A site.
Nova is cooking with the spawn teleport. Blue Water are on their way to support. It could be a big cutoff moment for Nova, and they're just good for one, but still denying Lover is pretty important. It's Kobe watches with the op. Rover will be suppressed by the paranoia. The Blue Water retake and YDZ separating Cloudsy converts both before the op finds a swing and finds a win, and it's 2 versus 2. But it takes so much time for Blue Water's retake, and now you're just desperate to sprint within the site. Now YDZ get to settle in and stand tall. A 5-1 start in this map.
Yeah, give it up to Cute Asa and also to Cloudsy for each of them getting a double kill within the Pulse plant hole when they had players disadvantage for the side of YDZ. Oasis had a great opener by pushing back towards that spawn with the dimensional drift and getting their one, but for the rest, they were still being caught up off rotates. Nova delayed enough when they TP towards that spawn on the defender side, but it came down to the Steel Garden that delayed even more. Rover's Molly that allowed Cloudsy to double swing and get a pick, which is surprising enough that they're salvaging the op left behind by Kobe so that they could use it here on the attack side when they had so much value with Cloudsy dashing in for openers.
Always expecting these blue water deep pushes. YDZ are on patrol, and as soon as Cute Asa wants to abandon this, they'll have the wall left behind. You don't have Cloudsy in this, because Cloudsy's opping, and I guess losing that to Kobe. So that's the go sign for YDZ, pedal to the metal. The window threat has been removed, but the threats are on all sides, and Cute Asa deals with all of them perfectly. It still always comes down to equal numbers, to the remnants of both teams. Another 2v2 left.
Launching thorns.
And they heard the TP from May all the way back towards the A site. What's interesting enough is that you're going to play this 2v2 if no weapons are being picked up by Blue Water within the site, that it's 2 ops to try to retake the B site hold.
Not ready yet.
Now, the only thing that's going to force them to rotate is now the knife being thrown. I was going to say it was going to be the trip. Which gets shot off by Cute Asa, and now they're in great position here to hold a 2v2.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, you wide swung instead.
Kobe.
Never mind.
Never mind. It's losable. With the flash. Kobe's not gonna have the best sideline. Okay, but May does after what? Was that stealing the op from someone? Either way.
Yeah, they picked it up. They picked it up in the window after Cloudsy died. So you went in the window, picked it up, TP towards A site, and then rotate for a double up retake. That said, though, it looked in prime position of how you were setting up that 2 versus 2, but when I saw Rover running down and then starting to cross over back to the pillar instead of just sticking over to the wall and staying safe, knowing that you're playing against oppers on the retake kind of just gave your life away, and it made the person within the B side a little bit more difficult to try to hold that post plant on a 1 versus 2. So despite that, that was looking pretty good for YDZ. Blue Water is able to salvage that round. Colby is able to carry the op left by carried over by May into this round as well, where they could solo hold once again this B site. I think from YDZ though, they're going for a split into A. More mid control on this side that hasn't been watched by Blue Water for our last few rounds.
Now YDZ coming in through catwalk, letting their jet dash in, make all the space, deep knife into back sight, and Blue Water smoked off from
spike planted.
The objective, and the drone from the Sova just also gets back of this catwalk. So Blue Water have to reclear through all the space. It's a beautiful paranoia though from May. Unfortunately doesn't hinder Cloudsy too much. Now you have a YDZ crossfire at the beginning, and even with a flash from Cute Asa, so Blue Water just haven't had anything given to them. They really would have to work for it. After everything Kobe did last round, they'll just keep the op and walk away from this.
Yeah, at least we'll get to see the exits that Colby's able to get. But the thing is I feel there was a little bit of a missed mark from the side of Blue Water this time around. When you realize that you're playing against Rover as a KO alt, we didn't try to mix up the Sentis in different sites. Where now the Cypher could get value to continue to set trips over on the A site and have Colby maybe opt towards A, and vice versa. You have Sia playing towards this B site with potentially a cage and a trip left by the chamber. And it could stay alive here within the B site. And because of that, all of that util was fully canceled out on the A side because the Cypher was in range of the KO ult, and YDZ had an easy take towards the end.
Scanning ahead.
Now a switch up where Oasis is usually walking down B, this time helping to support A after how popular that's been for YDZ. Leaving Kobe with the op at B, but even Sia is there with the stinger if they need to brawl up close. I don't like the setup for Blue Water. Hey, Hunter's Fury. Wondering what proc that. I didn't think I saw YDZ really leave spawn too much, and it's Blue Water getting really impatient.
Not ready yet.
Leverage the Oasis clone and walking up, play contact, paranoid with the ult. Did some ping onto Nova, but that allows now YDZ to say, all right, pedal to the middle, let's hit towards this B site for a plant.
Yeah, drone, knife, YDZ. Still taking this one step at a time, minimizing risks and not even getting that second, or any of the trips from Blue Water, I should say. And here's a reclear from Blue Water. I like that this is picking up some pace, getting information off of Sia and Lover. Hoping to get Oasis and Kobe. Big fraggers on this team. The counter ring true against YDZ, and as soon as they peek the spike, YDZ just fall like flies. Blue Water teamwork. This is some great execution. And that's just as easy as that.
Wow. Ended up being quite nice here for the side of Blue Water for the retake. I mean, it was just Colby staying alive, making sure that they're not trying to go for a hero play in the back of that B site as they were being hit by KO Util. So you're just holding back towards the Ivy, making sure that nobody could push forward on the side of YDZ in a post plant, and then you're holding a tight enough angle or tight enough line for Blue Water to fully rotate and start engaging on the flood retake. So very nice towards the end. It looks like the econ's finally broken here on the side of YDZ. Bladestorm available for Cloudsy, and looks like they're pinging all the way back. We're gonna try to put Cloudsy down that line.
Get out of my way!
Hey, knives out for Cloudsy, hoping to make a big hero play for the team in a round that seems
Take flight.
pretty unwinnable. When Kobe still has the op and mid control is being fought for. Ooh, okay, wait, that's a good start, but any weapons they put down are just out of reach. Big response from Cloudsy, or Kobe, I should say. Rover, there's Lover, there's Kobe, there's Cloudsy, but YDZ setting themselves up for an A-lean. Kobe smoked off, maybe getting a sightline here just barely, and here comes the flash. YDZ teleporting in, and Kobe makes their presence known. Just a drop down with the shotgun teleport out. What are we cooking? Oh my god.
30 seconds
Spike
left.
didn't even get planted. Oasis pops out of the ult with a shotgun too. What is this?
Not even using util. Just because Luna was consistently looking up towards heaven, anticipating that somebody should be running out in that area at the window as Oasis stays in a dimensional drift. And somehow, even when Cute Asa met up with her teammates, just didn't pay attention to Oasis that just freely walked out of the dimensional drift with no util and still gets a kill with it. That's quite interesting, in that will definitely slow down the tempo for the side of YDZ. You got to figure something out as well, as I almost felt that keeping Asa alive within that scenario maybe could have helped them out, but they were just a little bit too far behind, still lurking down towards bottom mid. Because if you're able to get a plant at that part and you bring a Bulldog and some pistols in, you could counter that for sure with Blue Water's flood retake, as you have a Steel Garden to work for on your side.
Well, 6-2 lead is slipping away for YDZ. Needing a much needed timeout to ice out Blue Water from them really starting to figure out this defense. I mean, we're starting to get funny and silly with it when we're jumping out of ults with shotguns and getting away with what Kobe has. Been a consistent performer for this team. Still needing to recover a couple of rounds to get back into the lead.
And that was a big kill by Colby on the top of window. I think that was even before a smoke bloomed on the top of the window, unless they jumped out, got the pick, and just went back inside. But that probably would have allowed Nova to really get into the site with that Bulldog and allow YDZ to set up for a post plant. If it wasn't for that pick, maybe YDZ could have had at least some advantage. Dude, how do you get a pick while you're full blinded like that too? That's insane by Kobe.
YDZ need to find a way to get this op out of their hands because this Blue Water are going to take over the map. This op threat is getting so out of hand. And then you can't even deny that Oasis is always throwing clones out, always making you really paranoid on where they could be at all times.
It also brings the question is, why do we go for an underhand flash and solo peek that area where, you know, you kind of need your KO to set up your Cloudsy? If you're trying to sell a fake, maybe with an underhand throw, I don't think you show yourself at that point. You're trying to bait out the shot, see where the opper could be. You're playing double initiator, find it at the same time, but nonetheless, we're walking forward. We're hugging the wall. Now finally the jig is up and it's time to go for a plant.
Ooh, okay. Cloudsy
30 seconds
hit
left.
the trip, but Sia didn't want to peek it yet, but still confirms the kill after all. Won't be able to deny
Spike
the plant.
planted.
Cute is ready to unleash the ult, and Blue Water is so staggered from each other, and I guess the ult will force them to regroup. And Kobe just triggered the Vice Wall, so the flank will be sussed out from YDZ, but it's a 2 versus 3 post planned, and Cute almost gets the 2, but 7 HP after the first encounter leaves Luna out to dry in a 1 versus 2. And maybe get the op out of Kobe's hands. Other Blue Water are just working together. And wait, the timing on that swing is crazy. And now you just have to check the spike. And this is a little messy, but Luna still gets the Red Bull clutch.
At 8 HP remaining.
Last round.
Shorty didn't
in
do
the
enough
half.
damage. Tried to pull out the knife for Kobe, but just couldn't seal the deal. Oh, man. That was a nice effort, but still that was a 2 versus 4 for both Luna and Cute Asa. Again, you have to give it into these impact rounds by Cute Asa. Beautiful Steel Garden at the same time, getting that one and done. And then Luna just playing the round to perfection. Keeping the patience, gambling that nobody's going to be backstabbing them towards that back. And just is able to get their own 2-kill backstab. Now Knife gets information on Blue Water's aggressive push in front of that B line. That's both May and Oasis that were spotted, but not Kobe in this spot.
Surprised that YDZ even want to play Tango with them when you could just play off the Vice Wall that was left, but Nova's gonna keep them busy because they can just teleport over with the ult. YDZ wait for all the ducks to be in a row, and a lot of them at 0 credits, so this is to end the half for YDZ. Hunter's Fury at the ready for the post plant. There's not too much of a challenge from Blue Water where you need that ult any earlier.
Spike planted.
There's just not been any picks for Blue Water to even get a neural theft going. So here through B-Link will be the ultimate fight. Rover doesn't have a flash. Just gonna be the flashes from Cute Asa. Stop it, Paranoia first. Kobe lines up the shot. And now we'll have to drop down and help Blue Water, the army, salvage this round to get around YDZ, who hold the line. And Kobe with the quick one, too. There's still one lurking around. And it's Cloudsy that gets away. Luna as well. Didn't even need the Hunter's Fury, and it ends up being an 8-4 half in favor of YDZ.
Too many bodies in the end, and a great hold by YDZ. There was a Hail Mary play. A Hail Mary play. There you go, got it, eventually. By just trying to flood out May's Paranoia on that flood retake from Ivy. It didn't hit too many players. And you're just hoping that a couple of players are paranoid in the back of that wall. Fortunately, none of them were. Easy shots coming through right after from YDZ. You have to, again, commend Colby and the attempts that they're trying to do here to salvage these rounds for the side of Blue Water. It's still YDZ now in the lead by 8 going into the half. All right, by 4. My math is also gone after all these hours.
Blue Water have a hill to overcome. Not a mountain. Just 4 rounds.
YDZ's playing that high-low where, remember that last series, Jazzigan's got a stun on 3 players right there, so seems like a pistol round that is quite good to utilize when you're not playing against a breach.
Shock dart.
Yeah, the pyramid. Oh, the cheerleader pyramid. Yeah, those are good times. Won't get to see that really kick into action because Blue Water are kicking towards Spud. What is this? On pistols? And Cute Asa. This is their chance to kind of swing on that and trade. While the rest of Blue Water make their way into B. They still haven't even triggered the Vice Wall, by the way. But either way, YDZ left scratching their heads on
That works.
getting back into sight. And they have still a flash from Cute Asa left, set up on a wall, waiting for everyone to be in position. Cloudsy doesn't have any mobility left either. Rover has a pop flash, but way proactive shots from Kobe through the smoke. Water just quicker to this conclusion. There's the double swing. It's clean from Cloudsy, but Blue Water had better numbers.
Yeah, this is what we mentioned before, that this type of matchup could definitely get very brawly between both of these teams. Some great shots coming through. I respect what YDZ was trying to do, though. When you go for that smoke on the top of middle, on the attack side, and you're throwing it from the defensive side, you're trying to block vision, and you're trying to impose that there's a threat of a jet or anybody walking up at that spot, especially with a recon dart, so that you're hoping that your opponents give up that spot and you work towards the extremities where that chiller stack that they're mentioning would get value out of. But Blue Water decided to continue to disrespect that, and he caught Luna off guard here, holding that connector side. Blue Water is able to hold a beautiful pulse plan, and now even starting on the right foot for the anti-eco.
Of course, Cloudsy hung around after taking the dart out. Thought maybe the Blue Water A approach was more passive than it was, so Kobe gets yet another first blood for Blue Water. To carry as many weapons as they can through, and an outlaw is nice if you're going to be holding a further back angle like this.
Yeah, now they're just gambling for the last three players, hoping that their opponent is going to walk into their crosshairs over on the B site. But the stack is going to be the wrong read. It'll be easy now for Blue Water to narrow down that gap. Knight comes across, or being picked up too. Plant will go down for Luna, so once again, the team playing with Sobas on this map. They're just trying to leverage the Hunter's Fury as soon as possible so you can play that into the pulse plant. Now we're doing a little bit of a G2 special, making sure no orbs are being given to the side of Blue Otter. Almost seems that was the idea they were trying to do in the first place, by maybe walking down towards B to cancel out the orb and pick it up on their side. But thankfully, that saves us some time and some breath.
Yeah. And Kobe's able to keep the outlaw, and I think even purchase a weapon for someone else. So Blue Water will be set up to kick things into gear and hope to find the equalizer. Interesting setup from YDZ on the Sentinels, or Sentinel, where Cute has Thorns and a Vice Wall over at A, where before that wall was at B, so trying to adapt to cutting down options for someone like Oasis to get around.
Still creating that threat from Luna, darting out the top of the middle. It's not allowing players to really lurk up on the side of Blue Water, and allowing now the engagement to start on the extremities, and that's won by Cloudsy.
Got a re-clear from Kobe through A. Where YDZ can just play off of the contact of the walls, so Kobe can go and trigger that, and kind of the mental games. Oh. Maybe that meant to go further, but May goes unchecked and could isolate that 1v1. Cloudsy on their last life too, so Lover gets away.
And even started baiting out util too. Luna has nothing but shock darts left. There's still good stalls on this A site, so I think Blue Water are realizing that the weak point is definitely towards B. The only stalls that they have are against weapons. That's Luna and Cloudsy, though. Can't count them out.
Paranoia, I think, did hit Cloudsy, which at 6 HP, you're not being as active as you would hope. Hoping to peek out and spray through the smoke at the right time, do some damage. Blue Water on the post plants like to stick around that left island. just be as annoying as possible, not wanting to play through main, but that subjects them to a lot of util, and as they swing out, Nova finish off these kills. Everyone's pretty injured, but the dance is too tough for them to handle. Blue Otter catching up with 3 in a row.
And that's where you're confident playing within that B site for the side of Blue Otter, when you have somebody like Colby that's able to just anchor up the way that they can in these post-plant scenarios with operators, with outlaws. So as they're watching up towards heaven, the rest of them could just focus on the run out and the flood from Ivy. And it doesn't really allow YDZ to start engaging that retake at that spot when it really did nullify the vision here, cloud the vision that Colby would get. No smokes up on top of that window. Even if it's there, he drops down, still has a different angle to look up on, and they're not missing shots.
Again, just YDZ, depending on the Vice wall, but now not really having any more bells and whistles to do much about this push. So we'll see if Cute Asa can at least get one. And
it's crazy too that there's a lot of confidence from Colby. They're just walking up there with the outlaw outside of the range of the TP. They don't really care about the pressure.
I was wondering if the Yoru clone had triggered that wall already, but only a small delay. Sure can stop Blue Otter with the weapons that they have, and Nova finds out the hard way. Ooh, bit of a crack in the cage though, but maybe left intentionally. As Luna will make contact there with Lover, and well, we're gonna make this expensive for Blue Otter, but with how rich they are, with 4 in a row, not gonna hinder them too much. We have now a tie game.
Yeah, Blue Otter showing strong resilience on the first half, and enough as well to make it 8-4 in that half, and now just snowballing rounds on their attack side. With how healthy they've been from round to round, they have enough to buy an operator too for Colby. Now YDZ has Bladestorm to work with, but they're not really... I guess they could try to go for a flash here from Cute Asa just to get early information, and if they don't, then Cloudsy could hold that line.
Time to jump.
So it's called. Cloudsy holds that. Now they should know the hits coming in from middle and B site.
Cutting through.
A lot of information from Oasis. How did they... Oh! He cloaking at the wrong place, wrong time. And that is huge for Rover. Keep some safe space for YDZ. Try and fight back against Blue Water. Even have Luna with the Odin. Big fan. But the plant still goes well protected. May tries to get ahead of this angle. Oh, no more real util can be used after the knife gets thrown, and it kind of distracts May. You don't want to stagger in one by one, and Cute Asa has the support of the whole team, and it's a flawless one at that for YDZ.
Wow. 4 positions ahead coming through, and unfortunately, everything gets thwarted out.
Flawless.
I thought that the Odin, I mean, they still had good counter util to hold the players back. The drone saw a lot here on the post plant from Lover. But then unfortunately, we couldn't get in good enough positions here for Blue Water to play the post plant. It looks so good the way they scaled up towards that site too. Thankfully though, we talked about the amount of rounds they're able to get, so you're gonna muster up another good buy. May was still at 9k for the rounds, so they could buy for the rest of the team. Or whoever's missing a rifle, and Colby could try to find silver lining, a way to fight back as they purchase another operator within this round.
Camera taken out.
Offensive Hunter's Fury could be big if you're expecting a stack from YDZ to try and break that up, and Cloudsy trying to go for the big hero play with this forward op. It's been always just Kobe and Cloudsy facing off, and the drone is enough to reposition Cloudsy, and didn't even fully get the drone, and now the Yoru clone too. Oh, what a position, what a spot from Oasis to get this op out of the hands of YDZ, and Nova doesn't feel too comfortable to go and recover that, it seems.
Definitely finding redemption after peeking out in the open of the B site, getting backstabbed by Luna at Ivy. Now the TP came across from May, but that was definitely heard from the range of Kudasa. They're looking towards that back, towards Troll. Wins it still.
Okay. May is such a good frontline warrior for this team when they want to get into B. A lot of success comes from them. Kobe gets to be on mid watch, and YDZ will just save what they have, I guess.
Tight scenario. Again, it almost felt like a forced error that allowed YDZ to get that 9th round. If Oasis TP'd or got out of the ult at a different spot, or there was maybe more util to try to flash out towards Ivy, maybe Blue Water would have had, you know, a better hold into this B site with even numbers, because if Oasis was alive, probably still flashes to work with. Nonetheless, when they're back at even footing too, Blue Water's doing a good job here, just getting fights and entries on both sides of the map. They even have mid control on top of that too, and it almost seems now for YDZ, the main thing that they have on the defensive side is Cloudsy with the op and trying to find and predict where the line could be. But Blue Water are doing a great job with their initiator from Lover to just push Cloudsy out of the line.
Definitely having a lot of success. Blue Water are 5-1 on this half. Getting to give another op to, or keep the op for Kobe and Cloudsy. Kind of these solo initial pushes from the defense that can sometimes throw Blue Water off, and they've been good at responding, from Blue Water throwing out the drone to whatever else to get Cloudsy uncomfortable. They can keep riding on that.
Last time out again by YDZ. I keep wanting to repeat myself after all these maps, but it's just incredible to look from Blue Water's side that they never use timeouts. I don't think they've ever used one in this whole series. It's always been YDZ. Blue Water, except for that second map, has been on a comeback. And forcing YDZ to really dig deep into the strat book to try to maintain a lead, or at least regain a lead now that the game's tied back up between these two teams.
Just gotta be careful if you do any kind of push-up play for YDZ, because I could give the neural theft to Sia if they're not lurking around, of course. Or they could get their one. You never know. Luna Odin getting aggressive at A after throwing at the recon. No one's home.
Out of charges.
And Dive 2 doesn't see anybody towards that B main side, so YDZ trying to get proactive around the map from this timeout, trying to find the early info of where their opponents could be at. All of Blue Water, though, stayed outside of the radius of what could ping them, so that they have advantage. You see the amount of jump peaks that are coming out here from the KO, the Omen, both Rover and Nova.
Here.
Thankfully, nobody on the attack side with the op trying to punish them on these jumps.
The slow default. May sensing something over in mid, while Kobe gets the longest sightline pick into A, which could inspire the push going this direction. So YDZ have to supplement the site. They'll have Luna in position with another recon that's been generated. So YDZ are still just going to hold their spots and for the next move from Blue Water.
30 seconds left.
I think that Lover went for a high rise with the Owl drone so that Colby could just swing right under it. They win that fight against Cloudsy. Forced to rotate, they thin out middle, forcing YDZ to play a 2-2 even. Saw side on both sides. Gets another opener.
Water a little split after the Vice wall, but Kobe has mid under control, so it's kind of a 2 versus 2 within the site, and YDZ coming in like a storm off the pick from Rover. Now the spike's getting diffused, and Blue Water don't have any vision of it, and it's gonna be held off the paranoia from Nova. It stopped any action from Blue Water.
What a beautiful paranoia, well timed too. Nova doesn't know it, but when they threw it, the first one, Colby jumping down, getting hit by it, and then Sia going for the wide swing, trying to prevent the defuse from happening, and also eats the Noya. They're both blinded by that. And that was just a lucky play, I like to say, from YDZ, because it looked like it was Blue Water in full control from the beginning to the end. Well, not the end because they lost that round, but at least in terms of what Colby's able to do. Opened up the A site, cut and rotates towards B. He did everything he needed to do. It was their round to lose.
I must wait a moment.
With how they wanted to position themselves in the pulse plan, getting caught out in the open as they're trying to rotate back because of Kuasa's Steel Garden. Now Colby trying to look for that pick from another jump spot attempt.
Clone gets spotted over on Blue Water's side, and the Thorn's right at the jump spot too. Blue Water just really relying on those picks, and Spike left behind. Blue Water seem inspired to finally commit.
Okay, so you're seeing that Colby got droned and couldn't break the drone and fakes it that he's rotating towards his B side, but it still keeps the inserted here on top middle. And thankfully, you're thinking better on the side of Nova. Delay as much as you can. They go back for another smoke on that top mid. And now Blue Water doesn't have that insert threat anymore. Comes down to the lurks on the extremities.
No. 30 seconds left.
Oh, wait!
Spike
Is that a
down
collat?
Yeah, over on A.
What just happened? Oh my god, that's Spike down! And that makes it a third for Cloudsy. Now the spike is just bait, and the fish just keep on biting. And an ace opportunity for Cloudsy. And Kobe's not going to fall for that trick. Just hoping to keep the op with just 8 seconds left and no chance. And Cloudsy, the ace available, and Rover's going to call it out, but no iBUYPOWER ace for you. But a clean win from YDZ, getting up to 11. Couple more rounds left before they can keep living on in this season of Game Changers.
And they definitely need that timeout for Blue Water. That was a little bit uncoordinated on that side. What looks so good for their attack side for the first 4 rounds. And finally within the series, they're calling out their first timeout. That, to my knowledge, unless I've forgotten. It's been a long day, as I mentioned before, but the fact that you had Colby walking up towards front B alone and almost got the surprise, but at the same time, both players walking outside on that A line. That hasn't been checked. I mean, it has been checked in the past, but for those players that walked into A, they did not expect that Cloudsy is going to play that same spot. Ops 2 of them, gets the collat, and gets easy kills as they're peeking 1 by 1 and try to pick up the spike. I felt that if you really wanted to try to sell that fake on that B site, you had to make sure here that Colby could really pull that rotate across, and then you try to go for some sort of a pop flash, double swing, triple swing, because you can't walk contact in that moment when you know that Cloudsy's been opping every single round that they have the opportunity to do so.
Cloudsy, big MVP for me, from the Omen plays on Lotus to swapping and being the Jet superstar. 23 kills and a collat. I mean, not even just a collat, like the 4K. That was all Cloudsy. And Blue Water, we're good at overcoming that deficit and getting back in this game after a 4-8 half. This is starting to really slip away. YDZ getting hyped.
Play, let's play.
Cloudsy's being careful on this approach. Already getting flashed out, but Luna gets stuck on the wall. That is so unfortunate.
I know exactly
oh, how do you flop like this? Blue Water gifted the site. And now a heads-up play. Oasis steps up to the plate and hoists the team to success of 5 versus 2. Blue Water are out to farm.
Hold on, what?
Wow, what?
The timeout was just, let's just brute force our way in and just plow and just keep holding W. That is crazy. It was still very nice on the openers that Oasis has had, but the fact that they're able to do all of that for Blue Water off the back of Oasis. I love at least that coming out of the timeout, you did change the tempo and went a lot more quickly than trying to run your defaults. I think that was just the conversation. Hey, we're better than YDZ. We could outduel them every single time. Colby's just owning. Let's just help them out. Just keep pushing forward here.
And you only made the Otters angry.
Who's next?
After that one. Dimensional drift, then a clone to try and trigger that wall so the follow-up can be swift. And Oasis cloaking at any second. Within the smoke, still gets sussed out. They've been punished so many times. And Blue Water will have to abandon the mission and go elsewhere.
Thing that's good though is that Nova's way too far and has no more smokes to work with. So if they're trying to rotate and move back into the B site, Colby has the line with the operator. They know better for YDZ. They want to play the 5-player retake and allow here Blue Water to get the plant. Somebody else has to plant though, because Lever already has the ult, and they're probably the win condition for the team.
Big pick from Kobe. Now the readjustment. Now the Luna is front and center. No way. Why?
Tagged by the Odin through the wall. Couldn't jump across.
Not the value you were expecting, but the value that you welcome if you're YDZ trying to get back into the site. May lurks around. Luna is the final boss. And Blue Water, they just bark at a distance, but the spike is getting defused. The offensive Hunter's Fury denies the completion. And it's the conclusion for Blue Water to get them equalized 11-11.
Lover going in with the clutch. Just mentioned before, they were the win condition for the team. There's no way that Lover could die. And I really thought that when they jumped across, it was actually Lover that got tagged by the Odin and fell through. I was like, oh no, that's the Hunter's Fury's gone. So thankfully it was Colby. And the Hunter's Fury gets value. Knocks down the KO. Double kill off the Hunter's Fury after because you're out of range of the null command. And you save the round for Blue Water. You top the game 11-11. You're also making YDZ getting close to breaking the bank. If they lose this round here, that would put you at series point into the best opportunity to play the comeback and win this series.
Kobe is ready to challenge anyone with the op in mid. All the rest of YDZ want to cut off this push. Paranoia though from Blue Water just pierces right through them, and what a ping from Lover on the recon, and you send Oasis to finish the job. The YDZ kickback. Now to stop this plan may not be possible. As we watch and see what damage Rover can do, and it's always trades back and forth, and this is for the lead, and to go to match point, and it starts going YDZ's way. You don't notice YDZ just having this player on top of the high ground. And there is Cute Asa with a dominant position overlooking Blue Water to get YDZ to match point and back in the lead.
The spike is diffused.
Match point, serious point this time around for YDZ instead from Cute Asa's
match point.
Great retake plays. Huge impact frags for the round. Now it's Blue Water, still money in the bank. Comes down to this last round of regulation. Blue Water now probably has that pressure on their shoulders, knowing that this would be elimination if they lose this round here. Op still available for Colby. Set up once again on the 1-3-1, trying to go for mid control. As they understand that the only person holding it back is the Omen. Throwing these deep smokes, they might want to disrespect it.
Ozzy versus Kobe. Crack open these setups. Oh, it tags the elbow of Cloudsy. Oh, they're looking for a band-aid, and Blue Water happy to sit pretty in Oasis. Oh my god, they're deep into mid while all eyes were on kind of this encounter at A. Blue Water now have a ton of options.
That's what it was. Disrespect here in the middle. Take down Nova. They almost had 2 kills instantly if it wasn't for Cloudzy's pointy elbow that saves Cloudzy to stay alive. And now they hold that line, looking back towards the game main, but there's no smoke to delay. They have to be on point again from this position, and unfortunately gets droned out.
Cloudsy, oh, the clone, you fell for the silliest trick in the book. That means you have to leave the site and come back at a better chance, but wait, you have Kobe climbing up this rope, and Rover's keeping them humble. A lot of threat. Blue Water trying to pressure off the shock bolt. Sia converts both. Steel Garden too.
Revealing area.
Wait, that's been gone. That's gone now. And Blue Water, knowing this push is coming from the window. Blue Water hoping to send us into OT, and Sia's just unstoppable at the front. And it's a flawless at that from Blue Water.
Again, it comes down to the Sentinels plays, this time from the side of Blue Water. What a push up there by Sia Disrespecting the molly thrown by Rover. Not only lines up the first, but the second one onto Cute Asa. And what ground you're trying to gain off the Steel Garden, let off by Cute Asa, was already thwarted down with that aggressive play by Sia. At round number 24, we talked about the pressure on the shoulders potentially of Blue Water. They did not care. They still went one gear right into the site and got the openers that they did. And now, OT. But a deciding series once again between Blue Water and YDZ. YDZ now on the attack. All of them, with the exception of a late alert from Cute Asa, looking to take down the A site.
And no op from YDZ too, but Kobe still has theirs. And a lot of trips that could be standing in Cloudsy's way, but they'd like to kind of teleport on top of that middle box. And it's like teleport forward from Nova within the smoke, joined by Cloudsy. Sia and Oasis clear all the way around YDZ, and the spike is down, and this round is cooked.
So many players on that site with the trips. Unfortunately, not enough util and teamwork from YDZ to open up the site. Cute Asa is just making so much noise, hoping that the opposite team's gonna give them one-on-ones. There's that verse, and there is where Cute Asa will fall, and Blue Otter are now at map and series point.
Switching sides.
It's like every time YDZ have a good round, there's just a bigger, better response from Blue Water. Think about like YDZ had an 8-4 start, then Blue Water came back in the second half with 4 in a row to tie it up. Then you have YDZ have Cloudsy get this insane 4K, almost an ace off of a collat with an up, and then Blue Water get a flawless the round after. It's just so back and forth. The ultimate tug of war to see whose season will still be kicking after this.
Now the advantage back to Blue Water. Forced timeout by YDZ and still a timeout in their pocket. And speaking of Hail Mary plays, and Odin in the hands of Luna on the defense. That got value last time when they were holding up towards that B site. But Colby also has the operator glass cannon. I wonder if this timeout is to identify here that they are playing this type of operator to fight towards the A main. And what got them good value for Blue Water was how fast they went. So if Colby is going to hold the A line or the B line solo, make sure that there's something protecting the rest of the pack. 3 players moving together up towards middle. The last time it worked out. This time it's a 3-player pack working towards that B side where Colby is holding the B line. YDZ not putting a Nova on the top middle. It's Luna instead to try to find early information with the recon dart. And a knife from Rover on A.
Glass cannon up, and not gonna be seeing much. I kind of was expecting Kobe to want to walk up into A again. This drone is gonna see Cloudsy, and we'll see if Blue Water want to follow up. Maybe a Paranoia, May kind of hesitating as a knife from YDZ limits things for Blue Water, who maybe just wanted the orb, and it seemed like Blue Water were hungry for blood, but no encounter there.
Surprised the knife didn't come out earlier and deep into the A main so that the drone doesn't spot Cloudsy so they could get a surprise angle. Now the dash has been procced up, cannot be used, and Colby, though, just got picked off by Cute Asa. A huge kill to take from Troll.
Especially when they had the op, too. Won't be recovered, though. Blue Water get back towards A. Nothing for Lover to reveal much for them. Still Paranoia from May. Gotta pick one of the sides, and it's the right one, and they discover Cloudsy. There's a pushback from Rover on the left side, and Sia's out on the prowl. Just such a playmaker for this team. It's 3 versus 3 to determine if Blue Water will eliminate YDZ from Swiss.
Cage trigger.
And at the helm is Luna with the Odin. The trip has been triggered, and it's a 2 versus 2 at the back site. Cute Asa trying to get looks at the window. The Paranoia through enables Nova, and here's the swing, and it's just Lover left. The drop down is there, and YDZ will tie it up.
Oh my god, Sia did such an excellent job entering when they've lost their main duelist going in, and even Colby. Yet somehow the YDZ retake is still good enough. There wasn't that the best util possible for the retake.
Overtime.
Yet we made it happen. We're able to force another overtime. This time from YDZ. Up, glass cannon still once again for Blue Water on the defensive side. About to go toe-to-toe here against CloudZ, but it doesn't seem like YDZ want to go for that pop flash. Actually, now that I say that, they're setting up for it. Pop flash on the top to get CloudZ up. Cloud burst with a dash and trying to win that fight against Kobe. There's that flash, but it gets smoked out. Great counter out on the side here of Blue Water.
Opportunity for Kobe, but a lot of angles to watch. Interesting stack from Blue Water to try and collapse on a mid push too.
Good thing is that CloudZ didn't use a dash to move up on that staircase, so they probably expected some sort of counter already from Blue Water. So they could still reset and try to go for a late hit on that B site with the dash. Now everybody's spread across the map trying to cross rotates, breaking that door, going for potentially even a drone towards main. Luna already used it. So trying to keep him here towards this A site, and CloudZ is going to be on a late lurk out towards B.
The longer these rounds go, the more impatient Blue Water gets, so...
Revealing area.
Luna.
Found them.
Let's get some kind of info off the recon, but meanwhile, Kobe
30 seconds
has an
left.
exchange over at B.
Rotates long though. Spike was still over on the A side as they were trying to sell that fake, and Luna gets picked off, crossing over and rotating over for Blue Water. They have the player advantage now for the retake.
You got flashes from Oasis to try and get at least the high ground going, and Nova will try to look away from it, but could get collapsed on. YDZ trying to play as a unit to push back against this, and Blue Water just had all the blinds in place, perfectly executed to get themselves back on match point.
That's beautiful. A mistake here from YDZ. Yes, they're trying to sell a fake here towards the A site, but the flash from Rover actually blinded Luna, so they really couldn't get the true fake into A. And as they rotate across B, you have to commend the play from Sia. They put the camera up, they spot two players, which allows their Oasis and May to get the perfect flashes for the flip retake. Nothing you can do out of that for the pulse plant. And now no more timeouts to work with for the side of YDZ. Backs against the wall one more time. Glass cannon ops for both of the top fraggers between Colby and CloudZ.
Shadows traveling.
CloudZ will be setting up for an A peak, and I like that this time Sia is going for a more risk-free camera approach. Check YDZ for any aggression, but that camera has been dismantled. Blue Water going for a mid push with the clone getting deep at the back, and still Blue Water, that seems to be the game plan, to get back there and wrap around through B.
Now late info, at least with that recon. Two sets of shots being hurt. And that's for YDZ to talk about the pressure that they have, which is why you see Nova rotating across to help out here. But unfortunately, Rover gets caught out in the open. That's because you're forced to jump peek. Sorry, I just want to say you're forced to jump peek because the clone broke that wall, so they get the punish out of it.
Ooh, good spot on the May TP. Blue Water just barely have a hold of this side, and Oasis gets away with teleporting out. And YDZ don't get the trade that they much needed. And Luna will be at the top of the site, and CloudZ's rotating in with the op, and Sia gets to watch all of this through the camera that hasn't been broken, and it gives the heads up to Kobe, the second pick with the op, and ultimately the win for Blue Water. As a unit, as a team, as a family, they will still be in Game Changers.
Equinox, aka Blue Water, picked up mid-season, now into stage 2, and now live to fight another round, looking to make it into the main event. But it was definitely a labored fight throughout this series for both Blue Water and for YDZ. And you have to commend how good it's been for a team that's not really talked about or heard of going into stage 2 for YDZ. And they made it super competitive. It was very one-sided on that second map, but it was very close on that first and especially the third. And you have to tip your hat off to YDZ. I'm going to do it.
Oh, wow. See, all the hair is still there.
Still there.
And the resilience of Blue Otter to drop that first map and have all these comebacks and in such dominant fashion, as you said, the 13-5 on Haven to that overtime exhausting decider map of Abyss. A big congratulations to Blue Otter. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to steal somebody from Blue Otter. We're going to force them into a Verizon post-match interview so we can talk to them all about how they're going to approach that final week, and we'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Game Changers presented by Verizon. Before we get our interview, we just have to recap because y'all missed an insane map 3 banger. I mean, 6 maps today, and Van's last one ended in OT.
Yeah, it was an insane day for sure, overall, but focusing on just the last series is even more insane because there was a lot of one-sided score lines if you're looking at both series all together, and this one made up for it all to make sure that we had a real BO6 as casters today. and it really went back and forth. And it really looks more even when you're looking at the scoreboard right now. Because if you're looking at first kills, 17, and you finish at 15, and on the other end for YDZ, 11, you got 13, you could definitely tell that these two teams are fighting super, super close and just giving their all to make sure that they weren't eliminated and they still had a chance to fight another day on Wednesday. Unfortunately, the short end is going to be on YDZ's side, despite the valiant efforts and the strong lead that they had on this third map. And unfortunately, let that slip.
So many openers for Blue Water too, and this was a team that fell 4-8 in the first half. And a lot of those openers from either Cloudsy or Oasis. I'm sure Kobe had a ton of those too. 27 kills from both the duelists and the pseudo-duelists of kind of what I called Jazzy Kids earlier on as the sentinel for her team of like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Kobe delivered on both maps. Oasis, though, really shined today.
Definitely, Colby, you're going to have to give it to them for sure. Even though you see Oasis at the top of the scoreboard with the MVP. I mean, look at the ACS. It's so close between the two. And it really took a timeout for Blue Otter finally within the whole series to say, look, we have to activate on the side here of Blue Otter. Oasis, you have what it takes. Just start pushing with a team, open things up, and you saw that Oasis starting to activate and really get huge openers and even continue with double and triple kills and space control taken for the side of Blue Otter. So if it wasn't for that timeout and for the coaching staff to really, you know, lighted a little bit of a fire under Blue Water, I think there was potentially a big upset coming up here for YDZ in the series.
Yeah, 3 out of the 5 matches for Blue Water have gone to game 3s, and they've converted two of those, and even one of those game 3s were against 100 Thieves. So I had a feeling that Blue Water had this potential that just needs to improve on kind of closing out these games, because you know they have a lot of firepower, they have a lot of good ideas, and they have looks like very moldable players that can play all these different roles. Like, I was so surprised.
That's the positive you have to give to Blue Water for sure, because whenever it comes to Blue Water GC or Blue Water challengers, you're never really looking for to me, no disrespect, but not the cream or crop and like picking up the one that's always at the top of the scoreboard to make sure that your name is going to get out there and you're going to qualify, etc., etc. They're also doing a great job finding teams that are diamonds in the rough, that have great potential, that could show upsets, and it creates good stories for these type of teams and organizations instead, because now you're seeing the potential that a Blue Water has and what the resiliency that they have to be able to potentially get into the main event and then also fight deep into the main event just because of what we just saw in that last series.
And we had to invite the best Sentinel, the absolute GOAT, Sia from Blue Water, joining us for a Verizon post-match interview. So great to meet you. Congratulations. I mean, just to kick things off, how did you stay resilient after that map 1? I mean, this series was long and it looked really tough too.
Well, we've been working on our mental a lot. Thank you so much for my team, everybody, and my coach, obviously Tora. And we honestly, on the first map, we were really shaky. We weren't necessarily playing together as well as we expected us to play. And we were like, okay, we'll lock in map 2, map 3, and we'll win out.
That's awesome. I actually wanted to know what was the read that you got going into the map 2 and 3. More specifically on map 2, because that's where you actually popped off Sia. And by the way, it's Sia, right? I want to make sure that I pronounce it correctly. Okay, perfect. So
CIA,
yeah, exactly. You're not the CIA, you're not the spy owning the opponents from behind enemy lines. But I got to say, you popped off on Haven, and you were actually with the pack a lot instead of being like that lurk trying to watch flanks on the attack side too. What was the read that you had that allowed you to have such a great performance for your attack side of Haven?
Okay, so map 1, we were YDZ loved to play like towards the weak side, so I was literally getting dunked every single round, both on attack and on defense. I was like, oh my gosh, guys, they're just going like after the weak side. So I started to play towards the stack more, especially map 2 and map 3, to counter their play.
Worked out. You popped off.
Thank you.
We became just brand new fans of you, especially, but there's so much that goes behind the scenes. I mean, you've been grinding week after week with the team. What are some of the challenges and successes behind the scenes with the coach, with the team, even personally, that you've experienced to be in this position?
I suppose the challenges is we wouldn't necessarily play scrims like we would play matches. It was more of we wouldn't take it as serious. So we were kind of trolling around, and then it would get to a point where it was like, oh, this is bad. We cannot be doing this. We cannot be constantly going for our ones. We cannot constantly just rage swing everything and go, oh no, I'm just gonna throw this round. So we were like, okay, lock in, be normal for the match. And it worked out.
That's awesome. I actually wanted to know, how did a team come about? Because if you're trying to do a little bit of research about the team and how you guys started, I feel like we only got like stage 2 information with Equinox in the first place. But how did a team get together? And you were just talking about it. You were trolling at the beginning. Where was that moment that you figured out, oh crap, we actually have what it takes to go for a deep run and potentially qualify here for the main event?
Instead of going for like set strats, since based off of our team's agent pools and our team's playstyles, constantly going after a strat book or reading like off of set plays would not work. All we would do is like, monkeys play together like apes together strong, that kind of quote. It would really work whenever we would just, oh, okay, play together, no need to read off any books or anything, just make sure we're all on the same page together.
Yeah,
That's
the
awesome.
ability to communicate and adapt as the rounds go on. And I mean, you've already pointed out how much you were able to learn from YDZ and those trends. And that's what makes a great player. And you're a great team. Still got one match left, though, at that 3-3 mark. How are you going to mentally prepare as a team, as an individual for that final match?
Yeah, it's in 2 days.
I know, nervous. Honestly, just a little bit of scrims, have some team talks, just keep it minimal. No need to overdo it, because once we overdo it, the nerves come through, and then that's when it like can fall apart potentially. So as long as we all keep our mentals together, we'll be okay.
Awesome. And yeah, Jazzykins told us all about having fun and how important that is. So as long as you're having fun and not reach swinging or whatever you're saying about Scrim, we believe in you. You guys really kicked butt today. Big congratulations on the win. It was so nice talking to you, and good luck in that next match.
Thank you so much. I appreciate both
Thanks,
of you.
Sia.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
That was Sia from Blue Otter, man. The overtime. Wow. I mean, the map 3 as well, that takes a lot of resilience, mental resilience, to start off the series against a match point like that.
Yeah, I think what she was mentioning as well for Sia, it does resonate with me too, to just make sure that you play to your own strengths, to not play it into like a deep playbook. That's what we were mentioning before, how important that coaching staff is. You don't play into what the meta currently is or what should be on Abyss, on Lotus or whatnot. You play to your own agents and your capabilities, and you try to make do the best with it. And they've definitely proven that going into that Haven, and also going into the Abyss map, where it almost looks like there's lack of practice going on that side, but you're still coming out with new comps and still able to adapt on the fly. I think I like seeing that here from a team that almost feels like they have nothing to lose and just everything to gain, and the performances shows from players like Sia and Kobe.
Yeah, and there's only 1 day left of Game Changers Swiss, y'all, and it's this Wednesday, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. Only a couple spots left for the main event. And guess what? Blue Otter are going to be fighting for one of those, and FlyQuest and a bunch of other good teams. So you won't want to miss it. Me and Vans will be back. Raidiant GG will be back, and we hope to see you there. Have a good night.
Thank you.